Albus Dumbledore is unsettled. He has been anticipating this specific sorting ceremony for many years, but he has not anticipated this specific twist. The last time a child was sorted into Slytherin without known magical parents had been 1938. Albus still doesn't know what lies that surly orphan had told his house to silence any questions. And yes, certainly, other children without a wizarding surname have been sent down to the dungeons, its current head of house for one, but they were half-bloods. All the ones he can remember. This child is different. She is bright-eyed and curious and desperate to prove herself, and she has Muggle ancestry on both sides of her family. This child, he thinks, could be trouble. Albus Dumbledore exchanges a quick look with Severus Snape and sees very little in those dark eyes to give away the man's thoughts. Later, he extracts a promise from him to keep an eye on her and warn of any trouble brewing. But months pass, and then a year, and the Granger girl does not show any sign of a troublesome disposition. She's an isolated child who buries her loneliness in her books. She is rather too precocious, and she attracts some teasing from her peers. But she doesn't seem dangerous. Albus Dumbledore lets his attention slide away, back to more important things, and forgets about the aberration. Hermione Granger doesn't know why she was put in Slytherin. She knows what the Sorting Hat told her, and she knows what she's read, but she doesn't really get it. It's made abundantly clear from her first night she is unwelcome. The lesson is repeated regularly. Variation keeps it fresh. She never knows where the humiliation will come from, never knows whether it will be words or spells or a feigned friendship or destroyed belongings or disturbed sleep. She is given salutary lessons about blood, but when they make hers run, it is rich and dark red, just the same as anyone's. Only Crabbe is stupid enough to have expected it to be brown. At first, she fights back, just like her parents told her. It's hard when there's 70 of them and one of you, but she squares her small shoulders and tries to look them in the eye. But Hermione Granger is made to realize pretty quickly that standing up to primary school bullies and standing up to people who can inflict agonizing damage and vanish the traces, people who don't just find her annoying, but a threat to their very way of life, who really hate her for what she is, those are not the same. This is not bullying. It's something else. It is implacable and fundamental. So, she learns to survive. She keeps her head down. She learns everything she can. She keeps her hand down in lessons. She spends most of her time in the library. She earns house points for her essays and when she's called on. But she vanishes into the background, and she watches. Eventually, Hermione Granger becomes boring. Draco Malfoy turns his attention to Harry Potter, and Pansy Parkinson turns her attention on Draco Malfoy, though not exactly in the same way. 2. Second year is worse. It has hardly started when the caretaker's cat is petrified and someone writes a message on the wall that both terrifies and delights the worst of her house. "You'll be first in line, Mudblood," Malfoy tells her. His pale face is flushed with excitement and not a little fear. "Sure you don't want to go back where you belong?" Hermione Granger has cowered silently for a year. She had thought she knew what it was to be scared. But as she stares at the cat dangling on the wall, she thinks this is different. The next one is a mudblood just like her. A first year. She doesn't even know his name. She goes to the library and every step is an exercise in courage. One day, she trips over something outside the Slytherin dungeons, and it turns out to be Harry Potter and his ginger friend under an invisibility cloak. It's late, probably past curfew. She can't believe they have a cloak. It seems monstrously unfair when she, Hermione, is always in need of a way to vanish. "What are you doing here?" she asks as disdainfully as she can, as she gets up. Harry Potter is the #1 suspect for most of the school since he spoke to that snake in Dueling Club. Hermione supposes it's possible. Certainly, it has annoyed the Slytherins endlessly not knowing who it is. But she also thinks he goes around looking almost as beaten down as she feels, and he doesn't seem very interested in murder. "None of your business," spits the redhead. "Are you trying to break into dungeons?" she asks, working it out. "Looking for the heir, are you?" Harry Potter looks surprisingly relieved at this. "Yeah," he says. "Will you let us in?" "No," she says. She doesn't explain. Slytherin might bully Hermione and loathe Hermione and make her feel like she doesn't belong, but the older Slytherins, who freely turn their wand on her, also protect her from other houses sometimes. Life is bad, But it could be worse, and letting Harry Potter into the dungeon is about as bad a betrayal as she can make. Besides, this stupid boy isn't offering her anything in return. But it's Malfoy, right? He asks excitedly. Have you seen him? Has Dash? Malfoy, she asks scathingly. You think Malfoy would be the heir without going around and telling everyone? Go and look at the genealogy books in the library if you want to find out if Malfoy's the heir, you idiot. The what books? Genealogy. Books of lineage. None of the kids in Slytherin can claim any sort of direct descent. It's so nice to be able to let her sharp tongue out on these idiots. Hermione wonders if she's the only logical person to have ever entered Hogwarts. Ron Weasley starts to snap back, but she interrupts. It's not Malfoy. I wouldn't still be walking around if it was. You should both be in bed. Now go away so I can get into the dungeons. Naturally, they refuse to be dismissed so easily, so Hermione puts them both in a body bind, levitates them into an empty classroom, covers them with a cloak, and leaves them to enjoy a cold hour or two lying on the stone floor to regret being rude to her. She doesn't work it out until halfway through May. Despite Draco Malfoy's warning, Hermione is not the first, second, or even third Muggleborn to be petrified. She isn't petrified at all. By this time, there's talk of closing the school, and even the Slytherins are thoroughly fed up with the attacks. No one wants Hogwarts to close except, perhaps, Hermione herself, who thinks longingly that being forced to go to Beauxbatons or Ilvermorny without admitting defeat at Hogwarts would be quite nice. But she does not want to be petrified, or worse, and so she has spent hours in the library looking up causes of petrification. There are, it turns out, hundreds of ways to petrify someone using magic. Several of them even require mandrakes to reverse the effects. But only one cause of petrification involves a rare snake that lives for hundreds of years. Snakes are everywhere in Slytherin House, and if you look closely at the tapestries and engravings and lamps and other reptilian decor, they're not all ordinary snakes. Some are the king of serpents. A basilisk stare, the only thing that can petrify or kill. And Harry Potter can talk to snakes. Potter, she calls out. She's been trying to get to him for days. She doesn't know what she thinks, but she knows she needs to see his face when she says the word basilisk. She has followed him into a bathroom. It's disgusting, much worse than the girls' bathrooms, and she wonders why magic isn't better applied. But any moment now a boy could come in. She must be fast. He turns, surprised. She's pulled her wand out, and he mirrors her. It's a basilisk, she says without explanation. He looks baffled and lowers wand a little. Honestly, don't you read? A basilisk. That's what's hurting people. A great big snake, and you're the only one who can talk to them. Her wand is at his throat now. She's been angry. She realizes, angry all year. Angry that she'd be a target just for who her parents are. Angry that the useless teachers can't protect them. Angry that she's so alone and so scared all the time. Potter glares at her. It's not me, he yells. I don't know why I can speak to them, but it's not me. I'm not the heir. I'm trying to stop it. Hermione believes him. He looks frustrated and helpless and scared. Any minute now, a boy could come in and see her talking to Harry Potter in the loose, and then she might as well stare straight as the basilisk. Fine. She hisses and throws the page she's torn out of the library book in his face before turning around and leaving the room. She calls back over her shoulder, getting a mirror out of her bag. Don't tell anyone I was here. She feels awful for having ripped the page out, but she'd hardly have been able to carry Fantastic Beasts around with her for days while she tried to escape the new restrictions and get him alone. The basilisk isn't in a modern edition. She'd found it in a first edition of the Extended Encyclopedia in Volume 1 AD. It's illustrated and weighs as much as all her schoolbooks for a day of classes put together. Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach gigantic size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg, hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it. The pipes, Potter exclaims as the door swings shut behind her. It's in the dash. She doesn't know what he'll do. Hopefully go and tell Dumbledore and take credit for the whole thing. She goes to lunch and slides in her seat right at the end of the second year section, next to Tracy Davies the Half-Blood, and hopes no one else gets hurt. The next day, Ginny Weasley disappears, and by that evening Harry Potter has saved the day in some sort of baffling adventure that warrants a last-minute feast, wins 400 points for Gryffindor, and makes Draco Malfoy so angry he can't see straight for days. She corners Potter again a few days after the celebration. He's been visiting the groundskeeper. She puts her wand at his throat again. He is so exuberantly happy he doesn't bother drawing his this time. In the soft golden light of the summer evening, his eyes are very green. She says if he ever lets anyone know she told him about the basilisk, she'll find one to set on him. She lists a complicated and well-rehearsed range of other threats, including detailing just how easy it would be to make him confess his undying love to Malfoy in the middle of the next Quidditch match before setting his own broomstick on fire. I won't tell anyone, Granger, but aren't you glad it's all over? Potter asks curiously. I wish they'd close this horrible school, she says. Maybe they would have if that girl had died. She doesn't mean that. Not really, but it's satisfying to see the joy bleed out of his face anyway. 3. In the summer before her third year, Hermione sees a cat. It is bow-legged and orange and beautiful, and she knows if she takes it back to Hogwarts it will end up hurt. She leaves it in the shop, regretfully, and goes to buy her textbooks. Third year is boring. Slytherin has become accustomed, if not reconciled, to its mud-blood aberration. She could do most of the spells in the OWL textbooks already. She has no friends at school, and just a few outside. All she ever does is study, even in the holidays. She gets perfect marks on her essays, but she never puts her hand up in class. Magic is the only thing that makes sticking out this terrible place worthwhile. But she knows now there's nothing they can do to her to make her leave, and the Slytherins seem to mostly know it too. Besides, there are first years to bully, and she is a boring target. She learned how to cry or fight back a long time ago. Outside her own year, they simply pretend she doesn't exist. Hermione hates Hogwarts, but she loves magic and so she stays. She is desperately, desperately unhappy. It's a dull ache that grows with every passing day. She hardly even notices when the Dementors are near. Remus Lupin asks her to stay behind one day. He gives her back an essay, tells her she's very clever, and then asks her why she's hiding. She tells him, without elaborating, that she's a Muggle born in Slytherin. The lines that make him look so much older than he is. She knows how old she is. She's looked him up in the yearbooks, in other archives. She's not making the Lockhart mistake again. Deepen. Sometimes, he offers thoughtfully, snakes bite when they're trodden on. She eyes him warily, this shabby former Gryffindor with his kind, sad eyes. Is that what you did? I know what you are. You know, Snape's been trying to get us to notice, so subtly he might as well have just told us. He looks floored for a moment. No, I found strength and numbers work better for me. But if that's not an option, well, you're the brightest witch of your age I've ever met, Hermione. I'm sure you can come up with something to make your days a bit easier than just keeping your head down. Hermione thinks she might burn up with the praise. She can feel it seizing her. She knows it's weak, knows she shouldn't be so easily flattered. She spent 2.5 years trying to stamp the need out of herself. But it hasn't worked, not completely. Thank you, she stammers. He offers her some chocolate and tells her he's stepping out of the room and absolutely not to borrow the book on his desk because he can't be responsible for teaching students that sort of thing. He winks when he says it. She makes a copy of the book to leave behind. It's blank, of course. All books have charms on them to stop cheap reproductions, and writes thank you inside. She vanishes before he gets back. The book is full of nasty little hexes and jinxes and their counterspells. There's nothing in the library quite like it outside of the restricted section, and that tends to leap too far from conjuring frogs to making people's skin turn inside out. This is different. Lupin has written a note on the title page. It's a warning. It tells her that cruelty isn't strength. But it doesn't say what she saw in his face, what she knows in her heart. Magic makes the world more brutal, more dangerous, more wild. She feels a little shiver of excitement roll down her spine as she begins to read. Hermione hasn't spent 2.5 years in Slytherin House without learning a few things about power. She knows the quickest way to make things better would be to trounce the most powerful person and make everyone afraid of her. But she also knows the worst thing would be to fight a battle she can't win. So she starts small. She starts domestic. She starts with Pansy. Every time Pansy makes a cruel jibe in the dormitories, she gets a spot. She doesn't link them to Hermione for days. She doesn't until they move off her face and on her chest. Hermione wants her face to look natural. Everyone can see that. It's not that Pansy's greatest fear is that she's ugly. She isn't, but she isn't beautiful like Daphne Greengrass. Pansy's problem is that she's weak and she's afraid and she likes power. Mostly that comes out as her being mean. She's the meanest girl in the year and meaner than the year above. Hermione knows Pansy's type of mean is smart, but it's also just swagger and bravado. She's been watching and waiting, and she's seen the girl's shoulders sag when she gets a letter from home. She's watched her eyes follow Draco around the common room. Watch her coo over him when he pretended his arm was hurt. Hermione also knows that Draco Malfoy is a clever, crass boy who's never seen someone else's weakness without wanting to poke it, and he does all the work for her in the end. They're in potions with Gryffindor, and Pansy's been stuck with Millicent as a partner because she was late trying to hide the pimples in the bathroom between lessons. Draco, Pansy demands his attention with something only slightly less than her usual bravado. She's got her chin up, and if Hermione hadn't heard her crying in the mirror that morning, she'd never know the spots were bothering her. Never know she tried 6 different bombs and 4 spells to try to hide them. When Pansy is older, she'll learn not to try to wield her power over men publicly. But she's 12, and she knows it's weakened, and so she makes a stupid move. Make Goyle swap with Mill and be my partner? It's more of an order than a question. Draco sneers at her. Not a chance, barnacle face. There's a moment of stunned silence before the room breaks out into giggles. No one has escaped Pansy's poisoned tongue, and so there is no one there who isn't glad to see her fall. She glances around, and because Hermione isn't laughing, she pauses on her face, like a sailor finding shelter in a storm. Hermione tilts her head and smiles. Later, like any wounded animal, Pansy lashes out. She does it in the dorm. She still hasn't worked it out, still hasn't made the connection between her skin and Hermione. Why would she? Hermione's been so very careful. Mud blood. She hisses, check my charms essay. Hermione has done this before, to buy herself peace. But now she ignores Pansy. All the girls are in the dorm, all ready for bed. It's almost time for lights out. Their beds are ranked by their importance. 3 against one wall, and 2 against the other wall, facing the gaps left in between. Pansy's is furthest from the door, by the window to the lake. Daphne is opposite. Then Millicent, facing the same way as Pansy. Then Half-Blood Tracy, who has never learned not to yearn for Pansy's approval next to Daphne, but also near to the door. Hermione is last, right beside the door. Hermione has her hand on her wand. Her bed hangings are open, but her face is hidden. She murmurs the familiar spell quietly. More spots slide onto Pansy. No, she says calmly, and turns the page of her book. She can see Tracy's disbelieving, scared smile across the room. Daphne lowers the magazine she's reading. She can't see the other 2. Pansy gets up. Her wand is drawn, and she is shaking, and Hermione feels a strange sort of calm come over herself. She feels brave. What did you say to me, Mudblood? She hisses. Pansy should know more about power, Hermione thinks, than to think trampling on her will restore hers. But Pansy is only a spoiled, insecure girl who's been humiliated for the first time. I said, no, I won't check your charms essay, Hermione repeats coolly. She's expecting it. And so she is so much quicker than Pansy with a wand that the shield charm is up before whatever lame hex the girl has cast can touch her. What's that on your chest, Pansy? She asks. There's faux concern in her voice, but Pansy isn't stupid enough to look down. Until Millicent, big, lumbering Millicent, who's been on the wrong side of Pansy's particular brand of viciousness before, echoes Hermione. What is that? Just over the top of her old-fashioned white nightdress, a new line of spots peek up. She can't see them, but the others can. Daphne gets out of bed and crosses to her. She murmurs an exclamation, and Pansy goes to the mirror and pulls her nightgown down. The spots spell out a word. They are red and slightly blistered and stark against her porcelain skin, ugly. Pansy bursts into angry tears. You, she screams at Hermione. You did this? How dare you? I think we've all had quite enough of you, Hermione says. She relishes the moment, the power of it. Shut up and go to bed, barnacle face. Millicent laughs. Pansy turns on her heel and runs out of the room. She doesn't return that night. Hermione learns, later, that she spent it in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey's tonics help, but they can't get the marks to go away completely. Pansy tries threats, and she tries reprisals, and after a week of war, she comes to Hermione when she's alone in the dormitory. She's learned one lesson, at least, about taking her on publicly. What do I have to do to get you to make them go away? She asks. Her face is miserable, and she looks beaten, and her eyes are full of hate. Swear on your magic you'll never call me Mudblood again, Hermione tells her, and that you'll leave me alone from now on, and trade beds with me. No chance, Mudblood, Pansy hisses. Hermione flicks her wand, deliberately obvious. Her mouth doesn't move. She's practiced this. More spots appear. Look at your arms, Pansy, she says. She is smiling. She is glad. She feels brave. The other girl stares down at them as more spots appear. They'll be there forever, you know, Hermione tells her, and they'll spread everywhere. I'm the only one who can make them go away, and I know much worse things than this. She doesn't actually think it is true about the spots. They'd fade in time, and she's sure St. Mungo's would be able to heal the girl. She's not that powerful, but Pansy is panicking. All right, she says miserably, you bushy-haired, buck-toothed bitch. When the other girls come to the dorm that night, Hermione is lying reading on the bed by the lake window. She has arranged herself casually, carelessly. Daphne comes in last, pauses, reads the room. The curtains around Hermione's old bed are closed, and Pansy's muffled sobs are still coming from behind them. Just barely. But Pansy doesn't know how to silence them. Hermione doesn't look up from her book. Are you ready for lights out, Granger? Daphne asks. Pansy is always the one who has decreed when the lights go out in the dorm. Not yet, Hermione tells her. Daphne is clever than Millicent and much cleverer than Tracy. If there's going to be a challenge, it will come from her. But Daphne gets into bed without another word and opens a magazine. The next morning, when Hermione has finished getting dressed, the other four girls follow her to breakfast and for the first time sit around her. Pansy's skin is white and unblemished and her eyes are defeated. Hermione knows she'll forget the lesson eventually and come for her in some way. But it won't be easy, not with the vow she's made. Theo will not notices first. He's the cleverest boy in their year and the quietest. Hermione meets his eyes and enjoys the slight gape of his mouth before it closes into a smirk. She's tempted to order Pansy to pass her something, but she thinks she shouldn't push her luck. She's surprised, then, when Millicent offers her the dish of sausages first. Malfoy sits down flanked by his goons. She eyes them. They were a stupid choice. She returns to her newspaper. Crabbe and Goyle were intimidating before anyone had learned any magic, but now they're just dumb muscle, and they make him braver than he should be. One day, Hermione thinks she'll show him that. But not yet. She's not ready yet. She's good at magic, but she knows from Dada she's weaker when she's put on the spot. Hermione watches him notice over the newspaper she is pretending to read. But Malfoy knows enough about Slytherin hierarchy not to interfere with the girls. Besides, he's too busy obsessively hating Harry Potter to care much for house politics. His eyes move around the group, register surprise, and then he turns away. In a way, she supposes, it bolsters his own position. He weakened Pansy, who could have been a threat to his overall supremacy in their year, if she'd wanted to. But Draco Malfoy can't be seen endorsing a mudblood. So he ignores the whole thing completely, and when he talks to the girls, it's to Daphne and Millicent. He rarely acknowledges Pansy. She has been bested by a mudblood, and everyone knows it. She'd have to do something very sly indeed to regain her footing. Hermione becomes a little less invisible. She laughs along with everyone else when Malfoy imitates Potter fainting. She goes to Hogsmeade. She starts raising her hand occasionally in classes, especially in defense against the dark arts. She works harder for Professor Lupin than any other teacher, pushing herself to her considerable best. Professor Lupin, she thinks, is the first and only person who has ever helped her in the magical world. She finds excuses to help him. She cleans his Grindylow tank and deflects attention from his regular absences. She writes the most brilliant essays. But it's not enough. He's respectful, even fond of her. But he loves Harry Potter, and she can't work out why. Harry Potter, who gets special attention from everyone. Even Snape, even if she wouldn't trade that particular brand of special attention for the world. Harry Potter, who faints because of Dementors. Lupin tries to hide it, but Hermione survives by watching people, and she can see it. Potter doesn't even notice. When that stupid little boy conjures a Patronus, a real, magnificent Patronus, at the Quidditch match later in the year, and she sees the look of beaming pride on Professor Lupin's face, she realizes that he had taught Potter that spell. That Potter has been getting special secret lessons with Lupin because Potter is pathetic enough to faint when a Dementor goes near him. She is so jealous she thinks she's going to be sick. And it's Potter's fault. Of course it is, of course, that the entire school gets disrupted over and over again that year. Some madman is trying to kill him, and Hermione wishes they'd get on with it so she can have some peace. She tells him this one day in the corridor. He looks genuinely shocked, and she wonders how he survived so much and remained so soft. Something happens at the end of the year. It's something to do with Potter and Lupin and Snape, and whatever it is drives her head of house wild with anger, wild enough to announce to the Slytherins what she worked out months earlier. Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Just wait until my father hears about this, Malfoy says as the Slytherins gather to head to Hogsmeade. He's never liked Lupin. Mind you, I hear he's already on his way out. Hermione didn't care about going to the village that weekend anyway. She goes back into the dorm to wait until they've all left the common room and then rushes up to the third floor. She bumps into Harry Potter on the stairs coming off the corridor that leads to Lupin's office. She's not crying. She's learned not to cry in 3 years in Slytherin, even if she feels like her one ally in the school, in the world, is deserting her. "This is your fault, Potter," she hisses at him. He looks up, startled, from the raggedy old piece of parchment he's holding. "What is?" "I don't know what you did last night," she says, thinking what a spoiled and stupid boy he must be. "But I know it's your fault Lupin's going." "He's already gone," Harry Potter tells her. There's something bitter in his voice she's never heard before, and his emerald green eyes are blazing. "And it's not my fault. It's Snape's, which you'd know if you weren't a little snake just like the rest of them." A new year brings a new dorm, and a new battle over the beds. Pansy has had a long summer of coddling to forget what she learned the year before, and when she gets upstairs after the feast, she tells Hermione to move. But Hermione, who has learned all the secret passageways she can to help her dodge her housemates, has got upstairs faster, and she is casually stacking books on her bedside table when the others arrive. Her back is to the door. It's deliberate. It's a show of strength. She's charmed a hidden mirror into the bed hangings so she can see behind her. "You're in my bed, Granger. Didn't you read the papers after the World Cup? Your kind isn't welcome here." Pansy starts screaming before Hermione has even turned around. By the time she does, she's on the floor. It's just a nightmare jinx. But Pansy takes magic for granted. Pansy doesn't push herself. Pansy has not needed to survive. "Do you really want to go through all this again?" she asks the other girl when she lifts it. "I can do so much worse." Hermione wonders if this counts as bullying. She doesn't think so. She'd never attack unprovoked. Pansy fires a spell at her, and Hermione steps aside easily. It sparks when it hits the window and fizzles out. "Oh, get up. Parkinson, you pathetic excuse for a wish." She can't believe it's that easy, but it is. Pansy goes to the third best bed. Millicent glares at her, but there's some pure blood understanding that means she acquiesces, and it's up to Tracy Davies to settle miserably into the bed by the door. "I could teach you no," Hermione says after a moment. She's still holding her wand, casually as she can, with her arms crossed. Pansy's head shoots round. "Get lost," she says. But Hermione can tell she's curious. She smirks. She's practiced it all summer, and she can see it works on Pansy at least. She hexes her again in the middle of the night, just to make sure. Hermione watches in utter, furious disbelief when Harry Potter gets named Hogwarts champion. She rarely speaks at the dining table, and so she doesn't voice her thought that he probably didn't put his name in. It doesn't matter. He's still been made an exception for, again. And when she finds Malfoy in the common room, poking his wand at some badges, she doesn't slide quietly up to her room. He's the only one in there. Everyone else is in bed. Hermione was the last student in the library, and the rare sight of Draco Malfoy toiling over something pulls her up short. "What are you doing?" she asks curiously. "None of your business, mudblood." Hermione has been called it so much now it slides off with only a wince of the pain she's buried very deep. "Potter blinks," she reads. "Very witty, Malfoy. I'm sure he'll be devastated." Malfoy looks up at her sharply, interestedly. "You're very brave, all of a sudden," he remarks. "If I wasn't brave, I'd have left after the first night," she points out. "Give it here, let me have a look. What spell is this? A Hastron charm?" "Merlin, you're such a little swat, aren't you?" he says, but he hands it over. She sits opposite him and examines it. "I bought them from a joke shop. You're supposed to be able to get them to say whatever you want, but it's not working." She examines it and tries a couple of things. "Maybe they're faulty. I'll start from scratch. Gemino." The badge duplicates, and she hands the one Malfoy has been working on back to him. It now says Blotter Winks. "Were you really going for Potter Stinks?" she says, slightly awed at his childishness. For someone so cleverly vicious, he isn't that creative. "Simple but effective," he murmurs. "Can't be too bad, or they get confiscated." Hermione glances up, impressed for a moment. That is well reasoned, but she doesn't tell him that. She uses a basic charm, and luminous letters appear on the badge. They're cramped, so she makes it big enough until it's clear. "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." "That'll bother him more," she says. "All that orphany need to belong." Malfoy bursts out laughing. "Well, well, well," he says. "Maybe you're not just a useless little swat after all. I still wanted to say Potter Stinks, though. Maybe it could change. What spell did you use?" She teaches him, and they try a few spells to make the lettering change. When he's made a few copies, he hands her the first one. "We're to potions tomorrow," he tells her. "Merlin, I can't fucking wait to see his stupid face." Hermione despises the leap of pleasure she gets. There's a small part of her that whispers it takes one to know one when she thinks of Potter's desperation to be accepted. But that's it, exactly. Malfoy is offering her something no one else can. Recognition that she is a Slytherin. That's all it is. And tomorrow she'll be one of them, instead of just the girl who doesn't belong anywhere. She takes the badge and leaves Malfoy in the common room, making copies. Hermione sees Malfoy wearing his at lunch. It's blank, but he's clearly ready. She pins hers on too, and it catches Pansy's eye. "What's that?" she says, sharply looking between them. Malfoy is handing one to Zabini. "Here you go, Parkinson," Malfoy says, handing her one. Everyone gets one. Hermione ignores her. The message was clear enough. She, Hermione, has been included in Malfoy's prank before anyone else. Before the boys, and before Pansy. She eats her shepherd's pie in silence and lets the other girls stew. The prank isn't that funny. Everyone else thinks it is. Hermione thinks it's juvenile. But it pisses Harry Potter off enough that he draws his wand, and Malfoy has his, and they're hexing each other. "Boys," Hermione thinks, and that's when the curse hits her teeth. Goyle bellows. Great ugly boils are springing up across his face. She doesn't really register that, though, because her mouth is on fire. She knows immediately that she has to leave, that no one can see what's happened. She shoots her own hex at Potter on her way out, sending him crashing to the floor on jelly legs, and catches Malfoy's delighted, almost apologetic glance before she's gone. She pulls her hand down to show Professor Snape as she passes him in the corridor. "Hospital wing, sir," she says. It's more like Hospital wing, sure, but he nods. "Dear me," Madame Pomfrey says a few minutes later. "Don't worry, dear, easily fixed. Here, take this little mirror and tell me when to stop." Hermione watches them retract slowly, wondering why she insisted on doing it herself. "How's that now, dear?" "Almost," she says, examining them. "A little bit more, I think." When she smiles at herself in the mirror of the girls' bathroom, later, she thinks if he wasn't such a horrid little shit, she'd get Draco Malfoy a present. She looks almost pretty. "Morning, Granger," Malfoy says a few days later at breakfast. It's her reward for jinxing Harry Potter. Pansy chokes, and even Daphne betrays surprise. "Morning, Malfoy," Hermione murmurs as though it's a very ordinary occurrence. She does not look up from the Daily Prophet. She's more pleased and she lets on and decides to reward him in return. Have you seen this? She levitates the paper across to Malfoy, who is bemused for a moment, then deliriously pleased as he scans the article about Potter. Sometimes at night, I still cry about them. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I know nothing will hurt me during the tournament because they're watching over me. He reads aloud gleefully and swings around to look at Harry Potter. He's oblivious, sitting next to Neville Longbottom, who seems to be the only member of his house currently talking to him. Hermione meets Theo Knott's eyes. He nods at her. Theo is always watching. He seems to find occurrence of power amusing. He doesn't need to try to be involved, though. Theo is next in prominence to Malfoy by default. He could be first if he wanted. Hermione sends him back a mocking little eyebrow twitch. It's supposed to say that his respect is 3 years late and means nothing to her. She hopes the message is something like that and decides to leave on a high note. The Triwizard Tournament is the most ridiculous thing Hermione has ever seen. Watching students fight dragons is fine, even if Potter and Krum both use the same spell with much the same result, but there's no obvious reason why it needs to take up an entire year. Why couldn't it be held in the weeks following exams in the summer term? One task a week to round off the year. Hogwarts is crammed with students. She wonders how the other schools are getting their lessons. Are the teachers hopping back and forward to France and Eastern Europe to teach those too young to come along? How are they going to be prepared for their final exams? The entire thing is insane, and when the Yule Ball is announced, her heart sinks. She had not realized she was still weak enough to care about things like that. But no one will ask her. She'll have to hide or go home early or something. But then Victor Krum approaches her in the library and changes everything. He's been lurking around in it for 2 weeks, his giggling fan club almost driving her out of her refuge, before he says something. Hermione has been a Slytherin for 39 months when he comes up to her with a shy smile and asks to sit at her table. She can't help smiling back. No one smiles at her. It's like the sun coming out after 39 months of winter. I've been trying to pluck up the courage to speak to you, he tells her. She's gobsmacked by this and tries not to show it. I'm Victor. Hermione, she says. Hermione Granger. I was hoping, he stumbles, and she watches in amazement as he blushes. I was hoping you would come to the Yule Ball. With me. You know I'm a Muggle-born, she says and hates herself for saying it. He shrugs. Is it important? I can teach you the dances if that's what you are meaning. Yes, she lies. That would be very helpful. Would you like me to get rid of that lot? She puts some mild, repelling charms on their table. Hermione is very good at going unnoticed when she needs to be. She is staggered by his gratitude when the gaggle goes away and offers to show him what she did. 39 months as a Slytherin, and she's been too blindly focused on magical power to realize that she is not just a mud-blood Slytherin with a powerful range of hexes. She is a girl, and apparently a pretty enough girl to attract one of the most famous wizards in Europe. Greengrass, she says later, still a little dazed. They're alone in the dorm, where she'd never ask. Do you know any good hair charms? I've tried Sleek Easy's, but I hated it. The blonde girl, who gets prettier every year, looks delighted. Honestly, Granger, I thought you'd never ask. And you don't need that stuff? I know somewhere much better. Daphne, as it turns out, does not grow more beautiful every year by accident. Her knowledge of beauty charms and potions is comprehensive. It's hard, Hermione learns, to permanently change anything about yourself. Humans are too complex, and there are spells which she says will do in a pinch. But there are better options. You won't read about this lot in which weekly, Greengrass explains. You send them a sample of your hair and skin, and they make them specially for you. But it's expensive, I suppose. My mother pays for it. She says it's a woman's most important weapon. I've got plenty of money, she reassures the other girl. Hermione isn't rich like the purebloods, but she's an only child with 2 professional parents who'd been expecting to have to pay for her to go to Wickham Abbey. Her allowance has been far more than she has needed so far. You're pretty anyway. I've always thought so, especially now you've fixed your teeth. But you know, Daphne leans in, and Hermione finds herself bending towards her, eager to learn whatever this newly intimate tone of voice is about to impart. Pretty is a skill, not something you're given. Hermione likes learning new skills, so she pulls out some hairs and spells off a bit of her skin and sends an owl order to tinctures for titillating witches. She thinks about power. She watches some of the older girls, and she watches Pansy, and she watches Daphne. She thinks about Muggle films. Tinctures for titillating witches. The more you use them, the better they work. Sends her an unruly unguent that costs 5 galleons. It works in seconds and is worth every canute. Her hair is the same, but without the bushiness, the waves are thick and dark and gleaming. There are 5 elegant enhancement potions. Cream for her face, for her eyes, lashes, lips, and cheeks, and one that seems to be an everywhere moisturizer. She tries them secretly, and Hermione learns that Daphne is right, that it is easy to make skin glow, to fade dark circles. She doesn't need lipstick to make her lips a little smoother, a little richer, to make her dark lashes just that little bit more lovely. Even when she's just woken up, her cheeks a little bit more pink. She saves everything but the creams for the ball. Any overnight changes at boarding school are too obvious. Desperate, it would attract comment. The ball causes a power struggle throughout Slytherin, which Hermione had been expecting, but she's still surprised when the 7th-year prefects sit her and Malfoy down in the common room after dinner one night. "We need to sort this out early," Montague tells Malfoy, who nods resignedly like he knows what's coming. Hermione does not know what's coming, so she sits quietly and waits and watches Malfoy's eyes run up her legs, just once and then down again, like he can't help it. He's frowning. He twitches his eyes away. She stretches them out as gracefully as she can, like she's seen Daphne do when she wants one of the boys to check her essay. Normally, at a public function, the 2 most prominent Slytherins in every year would attend together. Persephone Selwyn tells Hermione, who blinks twice in surprise at her cordial tone. "You've impressed us, Granger, but you can't go with Malfoy. That would send the wrong message." "I've already got a date," she says quietly, looking down at her hands as idly as she can. Inwardly, she's very shaken. It feels like a victory, even though she's being told she's just a dirty mudblood who can't sully the prince. From another house, Montague asks sharply. "No, from Durmstrang." They all relax. "Well done, Granger," Selwyn says approvingly. "Delicately handled." The 2 prefects rise and leave, and Hermione stares after them. "That was weird," she comments, because Malfoy hasn't moved. "Have you really got a date, or were you just saying that?" He looks baffled, like someone has upended his worldview. He's eyeing her suspiciously, but there's something else there too. Normally, he doesn't bother to even look. It's probably the first time he's really seen her in weeks. She is surprised to find herself amused. Power, she thinks. "Oh yes, I've really got a date." She gets up, and his eyes track her. "You should ask Greengrass." He frowns. "Not will kill me." This is a piece of information she had not known, and she tucks it away for future use. Theodore Knott likes Daphne Greengrass. It's the sort of secret you don't usually get given for free. She's surprised that he is listening to her counsel civilly. She wonders if she's been underplaying her hand. The 2 most prominent Slytherins. Does this mean she will be a prefect if she can keep it up? She'd known her coup was important, but she hadn't known it would impact outside her own year group. It had been self-preservation, but now she wonders what else it could be. "Well, you can't take Parkinson." She hears the command in her own voice, and for once doesn't modulate it. "Imagine how embarrassing that would be for you." Hermione leaves him to think about this. She suspects he knows it, or he'd have already asked Pansy, because for whatever reason, he seems to enjoy her particular brand of poison. But Parkinson would regain some status for being on Malfoy's arm, and because she tried to lay claim to him so publicly, if he takes another girl from her own year, it will keep her down and out. Greengrass says yes the next morning. She looks pleased all day, feeding off Pansy's savage mood, which remains even after Zabini asks her. Blaise Zabini is handsome and rich and a pure blood, but he's not Sacred 28. "No one to take pity on you, Granger." She is angry enough to almost have forgotten the taboo she has sworn. Hermione almost wishes she'd forgotten. She would have enjoyed seeing Pansy deal with the consequences. She is irritated when she can't get a response from Hermione and keeps it up for days. No one knows who Hermione is going with, of course. She's not an idiot. Victor Crumb is so nice Hermione doesn't quite believe it's real. Part of her is expecting him to turn around and pretend he's never even met her before when she gets to the ship to finish getting ready. She decided this was best. She does not want Parkinson or anyone else involved when she's already so nervous she thinks she might actually collapse. She can't remember even the basilisk seeming as terrifying as going overnight from the silent little mud-blood Slytherin to the date of one of the champions. She has to be perfect tonight. Hermione has chosen her robes with care. They are periwinkle blue and floaty with long bell sleeves. Simple, traditional, but beautifully cut, though a little lower than she's used to. Nothing too showy. Nothing to look like she's tried too hard. Nothing to look like she wasn't born to wearing robes instead of dresses. Her skin is glowing. Her dark hair is twisted up and off her face. She's wearing the opal earrings her grandmother left her and a gold bracelet. Wow. Victor Crumb breathes when she steps out of the girls' loose on the Durmstrang ship. Not the most elegant place to get dressed, she thinks, but the most sensible. She smiles at him, enjoying the way his eyes rest on her lips, her collarbone, her neckline. She is very glad of his arm as they enter the hall. McGonagall positions them by the doors. Hermione tilts her chin up, just a little, as people stare. Harry Potter has brought Parvati Patil, who is staring in unflattering disbelief. She meets his eyes and sees them change as he realizes who she is. He gapes. She smirks. Potter and Patil, she says. How charmingly alliterative. It's a challenge, and he seems to recognize it because he closes his mouth, and when his eyes drop back down over her, they do it a little more deliberately. Granger is all he says in return. Parvati Patil doesn't say anything. Daphne Greengrass is the only student to smile at Hermione. She looks beautiful, her deep blue robes setting off her magnificent coloring as she glides past with Malfoy, who is gaping about as elegantly as Harry Potter. His expression has settled into one of very interesting calculation by the time she walks past him on her way up to the hall. Everyone is clapping, and the whole thing seems more ridiculous than ever, but she can't pretend she's not enjoying it. He raises his hands a little in applause as she passes. She ignores him and looks straight ahead, feeling that gloating would undo much of the work she's done tonight. Later, when she's sitting at high table, she has more time to examine her housemates. Theo has brought a very pretty Ravenclaw from the year above, Hermione notes with approval. A very sensible move. Pansy has managed to get a seat on the other side of Malfoy from Daphne. She's glowering in a pink dress that's much too frilly for someone of her height. It makes her look very young. She turns to Victor. So, I suppose you don't always live on a ship, she says invitingly. Well, we have a castle also, not as big as this, nor as comfortable, I am thinking. We have just 4 floors, and the fires are lit only for magical purposes. But we have grounds larger even than these, though in winter we have very little daylight, so we are not enjoying them. But in summer we are flying every day over the lakes and the mountains dash. Karkaroff interrupts, but Hermione ignores him. I don't think you've told me where you're from, she encourages. If Victor Crumb's conversation always returns to flying in some form or another, it's still the most charming one she's ever had in this hall. She tells him that the closest muggles come to the feeling of being on a broom is skiing. He is intrigued by the idea, and even more so when he learns that she has gone all her life. But Hermione, how can you say you don't like to fly when you're sliding down great mountains on the poles? It does not make sense. I will teach you to fly, and you will like it very much. She suspects he will be a bad teacher if he's as good as everyone says he is. I've never seen you fly, she points out. How do I know you're really any good? He stares at her, extremely taken aback. Never, he asks. No, she says. I'd never even heard of you till you came to Hogwarts. He looks delighted. Hermione, you're a very funny girl and very beautiful, he tells her. She catches Potter's eye while she's trying to teach Victor how to say her name properly and can't quite conceal a glimmer of amusement. It sparkles back, and then she remembers how much she loathes him, and they both look away, annoyed. Hermione feels graceful in Crumb's arms. They have practiced together 3 times a week for the past month. He's a quiet man and very physical, and much of their conversation during those times has been limited to small talk about classes and the tasks and the dances themselves. She feels confident enough to relax as he whisks her around the floor and look up at him. I'm very glad I asked you, he says. Me too, she says shyly. The shyness isn't feigned. She's never been in a romantic situation with a boy whose gaze is glimmering with desire before. And Victor isn't just a boy. He's almost a man with surprisingly powerful arms and intense eyes. She likes him, she realizes suddenly. When they have danced 3 times together, he goes off to find them a drink, and Malfoy appears out of the shadows. Who would have thought the long-molared mudblood would turn into such a swan? He murmurs. Her wand is in a holster on her thigh. She thinks about it, and then swings around, letting all the fury she's hidden for 3 years show in her eyes. I'd stop calling me that if I were you, Malfoy. She says his name like he's the first to have it. Like it means nothing, like it's something disgusting she's picked up and instantly discarded. He meets her eyes and looks taken aback for a moment. Well done, Granger, he murmurs. A night of triumph all around for you. Dance with me. She knows he'll never apologize. But he's calling her Granger, and if she's ever going to make an enemy of him, it will be after careful planning. Not because she got emotional. She doesn't know why it stings now. Perhaps because he hasn't said it for a while. Perhaps because she's having a nice time and her guard is down. When Victor gets back so he knows I'm not abandoning him, she bargains. He agrees to this, and somewhat to her surprise, remains at her side. He's not looking at her now, though. He's looking at Potter, who is sitting next to a glowering Parvati Patil. A smirk is dancing around his mouth. He's a magnificent dancer, isn't he? She comments, knowing the barb will please him. He is very easy to please. He certainly thinks you look magnificent. Did you notice? Potter loathes me. I'm sure it was just a temporary glitch. Surprised at seeing me out of uniform. A boy from Beaux Batons comes over and asks Parvati Patil to dance. Hermione has never seen anyone look more grateful. And now Patil loathes you too, he says happily, because he kept staring at you at dinner and hardly said a word to her. What a graceless boy. She doesn't know where he's going with this, so she waits. Patil, Potter, Parkinson. I'm so relieved there are no P.S. in my illustrious name. He genuinely seems to just be engaging her in some bitchy banter. Perhaps I'm moving through the alphabet backwards. Not first, then you. An orderly and yet unpredictable approach, he approves. Victor interrupts, glowering at Malfoy, who looks very pleased to be seen as a threat to one of his heroes. But he's polite, even slightly deferential, explaining that he is expected to lead Hermione out, as she is the most powerful witch in his year in Slytherin. This seems to make perfect sense to Victor. I will be here, Hermione, he promises. Hermione, Malfoy says a little mockingly, but there's no heat behind it. Come on, let's dance near Potter and see who's right about his little revelation this evening. Hermione finds this surprisingly appealing and follows him willingly. It's not a million miles from where Blaise is sliding his hands too low down Pansy's hips either, and so she gets to enjoy the furious shock on her face. Taken Parkinson for a spin yet? She inquires. Not in public, he rejoins, and Hermione bursts out laughing at the innuendo. She can't believe she's gone from terror of this boy to manipulating him in less than a year. It almost feels friendly. You wish. I'd rather take you for a spin, as it turns out. She looks up surprised. There's a little warmth in his gray eyes, a little bit of intrigue. I'm not going to be your teenage rebellion mudblood fuck, she says crudely. That is an idea she is not going to allow to fester in his head. She knows what boys like him think about girls like her, what their place is, what they're good for. She's heard them. She lives with them. His eyes widen in shock, but it's his turn to laugh. Always surprising, aren't you, Granger? What about Potter? Are you going to let him touch this beautiful skin of yours? She meets Potter's eyes across the hall. They pull away immediately. So he had been staring. She's not sure what to do with this information, so she puts it aside to consider another time. If you've been drinking, I wish you'd share, she remarks. Always so selfish. Of course I've been drinking. It's over with Theo. You can have some later if your terrifying new paramour will release you for long enough. Or bring him. He's a great entry ticket to the most exclusive circles. I'm not sure whose gaze is fiercer, his or Potter's. Although the latter is very deliberately not looking here anymore. What a delightful bit of ammunition you've given me. Is this dance my reward or a part of the ammunition? She asks, amused and glad to find he's not really trying it on. A little bit of both, perhaps. I wonder if he'll pick a fight with you later. Why are you so obsessed with him? Why do you hate him so much? He counters and spins her so she can't answer. The dance ends and he returns her to Victor and invites them both to join the other Slytherins for a drink. Later, Victor kisses her in the rose garden. The air is cold on her skin, but his arms are warm. They are outside for quite some time, and then they go back to dance again when the garden fills up with other couples who seem to have the same idea. He kisses her again, just a light touch on the lips, when they say good night in the entrance hall. As she turns away, she sees Harry Potter on the stairs. He is scowling, but she's not sure if it's at her. She sends him a mocking smile, just in case. Selwyn materializes next to Hermione as she heads back down to the dungeons. You're smarter than I've given you credit for, the older girl says. Hermione is pleased. The night has, she thinks, been a triumph. We're going to have a party in the common room. If you want to come, you'll be welcome, Selwyn says. I need a little more proof than your word, Hermione says. She's been invited to gatherings in Slytherin before, has made the mistake of going grateful and glad and deceived. They have never been kind invitations. You might be trying to punish me for getting above myself. Selwyn smiles at her approvingly. I won't make a promise you'll be safe or that no one will try anything, she says, but I'll swear on my wand my invitation is genuine. You've proved yourself a sly, cunning little thing, and we're interested to see what you can do. It's still a risk, but Hermione takes it. She'd been watching more than just Harry Potter's reaction when she danced with Malfoy, and she knows Slytherin had taken undelighted notice of his public approval. All right, she agrees. The party is fun, and no one tries to hex her. She wakes up early with a hangover and bumps into Theo, not showing his pretty Ravenclaw out of the common room. Still waters, she thinks. She bets Malfoy has never had to show a girl out of the common room. Zabini maybe, if he ever condescends to touch anyone. The year slips by, and it's the happiest Hermione has been at Hogwarts. She doesn't even mind being knocked out and left at the bottom of a lake. Victor pulls blankets around her and kisses her. He tells her he's never felt this way about anyone, that seeing her down there had been terrifying. He invites her to Bulgaria. She says yes. Harry Potter makes an idiot out of himself, trying to be noble, and, as usual, is rewarded for it. This ridiculous competition is rigged, she tells Victor. He puts his arms around her, taking her irritation as a compliment to him. He helped me free you, the Bulgarian counters. He's a very honorable young man. Hermione sneers across at Harry Potter. She doesn't like the idea of him having seen her helpless. He is looking deeply shocked, as though he hasn't realized yet that everything is always rigged to help him out. He meets her eyes, and his expression changes. Victor Crumb tells Hermione he loves her 3 days into May. She is surprised, but not displeased, and thinks she means it when she says it back. He is an odd mixture of passion and shyness and honor. He kisses her like he's a thirsty man on his knees at a desert oasis, but he won't do so much as put a hand up her skirt until she's older. It's bewildering and lovely to be treated as precious and important after almost 4 years in the dirt. She doesn't have friends exactly, but she has enjoyable moments with Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass. She starts to feel just a little like she belongs. The third task is the most boring thing she's ever seen, and she's very glad Malfoy has brought fire whiskey with him. It's a cold evening to sit outside. Why is this happening at night? She grumbles to Malfoy. It's nice to have a place beside him. What are you talking about, Granger? I, for one, do not have enough yew hedges on my estate, and so am thrilled at the chance to stare at this one. She laughs and takes the flask. This entire thing has been a debacle. He wraps a tendril of her long, dark hair around his pale finger. I don't know. You've done rather well out of it, he murmurs. God, I hope something in there finishes Potter off. No doubt it will be awarded 6,000 points for Gryffindor, afterwards, annually, in remembrance. He grins. I do enjoy your particular brand of poison, Granger, and your taste for seekers. One seeker. The best in the world, she says. You know I've never seen him play. I suppose his hockey nose did it for you then. What's that? Oh look, some sparks. I'm so glad. Really just delighted Quidditch was canceled for this. Stop hogging the fire whiskey, not hisses. For fuck's sake, is that Delacour out? What happened? I had 50 galleons on her. You bet on Delacour? Daphne leans past Hermione to ask him. Come on, Daph. You know I'm a feminist, he says smoothly. I've got 50 on Crumb, Malfoy comments. He hasn't let go of her hair yet, and adds in a lower voice, a little bit vicious, but I'd happily lose it. As long as Potter doesn't win. I think I'd have to leave the school. Potter isn't going to win. He only knows about 4 spells, she reassures him. I don't think you can disarm and summon your way through a maze. God, this is so boring. She's being cynical to stop herself fretting, but really she wishes she could see what was happening. It's eerie, hearing the odd snarl and scream, and seeing sparks, and having no idea what's happening. After a while, a body is carried out and taken to the tent. Hermione's fingers make ragged circles in her palm. She takes another drink. More time passes. She states at the hedges, trying to make out anything. Is it meant to be taking this long? Hermione asks, as casually as she can. Oh, there's Victor. He looks fine. It had been him taken to the tent. But he's walking out now. He goes to stand by Fleur under a lantern, and she watches them talk. He's never seemed dazzled by the part, Vila. How can you tell? Greengrass asks, following her gaze. Oh, I mean, no, I can't. Physically unharmed, but glowering as much as usual. They laugh. It's a very handsome glower, she explains. Dumbledore looks very twitchy, Malfoy comments suddenly. The boy has a nose for trouble and is as perceptive as anyone she's ever met. And he's right. The mood is changing. Something's wrong, but it's not clear what. Potter and Diggory are both still missing. More time passes. She's freezing. She wonders if she should go and talk to Victor. But everyone's watching, and he seems okay. What's that? She asks, and then it's suddenly clear. Harry Potter has appeared from nowhere. He's lying on the ground, holding the Triwizard Cup and an inert Cedric Diggory. He's bleeding, and he's filthy. Malfoy tenses next to her. And not exchange a glance she doesn't understand. Do you think did you say anything no, they say together. Glad you've cleared that up, she hisses at them, getting up to stand on the bench so she can see over the panicking heads on the benches below them. Is Diggory all right? But the word starts to carry up from where those 2 bodies are lying on the ground. Hermione can't see them now. The fat little minister is there, and Dumbledore and Moody and all sorts of other people. Dead, she repeats, stunned. Let's get back to the dungeon, Malfoy decides. We'll find out more later. This is mental. He gestures at the sobbing students. Hermione nods, and the 4 of them walk back to the dungeons. She cannot imagine what has happened. The obvious but least likely deduction is that Harry Potter killed Cedric Diggory to win. But the cups seem to have been a portkey. So where had they been? Had it been a trap? For who, Potter? Of course for Potter. It's always Potter. Something clicks, and she spins suddenly wand out. Greengrass, not go inside, she says. Her wand is pointing and Malfoy in the corridor. They're just outside the Slytherin common room. Do it, Malfoy says to Theo. They vanish. Granger, I don't know anything. This is Voldemort, isn't it? This whole thing was a trap for that stupid boy. And now, is this why your dad's caused all that fuss at the World Cup? Was it a warning? Hermione wasn't even there, but something about that night has given her the odd nightmare. I don't know. I don't think so. She lowers her wand. Phoenix. Are you coming? No, I'm going for a walk. He gives her a strange look and leaves her to it. No one tells them anything over the next few days. Dumbledore gives them a warning to leave Potter alone, and they're all expected to go back to class. But Victor tells her he thinks he was put under the Imperius curse, and she just can't shake the feeling. The teachers are worried. More worried than they'd be if Cedric Diggory had died in an accident in the tournament. People from Ministry are seen going in and out of Dumbledore's office. Harry Potter goes to classes looking like a ghost. He doesn't take notes. He just gazes off into the distance. So when she bumps into him in the courtyard one afternoon, she stops and eyes him. He looks terrible. Was it him? She asks abruptly. Who? He replies vaguely. What? Did you know who killed Cedric? Everything about him seems to focus. Harry Potter stares at her. What are you trying to say? I don't know, she says. I know it sounds crazy, but that cup was a port key. I'm sure of it. And it's you. Who got you into the tournament? Who else wants you dead that much? What happened to you in first year? You don't think I put my own name in? He asks, apparently more stunned by this than the outrageous conclusion she's come to. Of course you didn't, Potter, she rolls her eyes. I don't think you've ever chased fame and glory, have you? He sits down on a bench. He really does look terrible, but the vacancy is gone. He looks awake. How did you know? No one believed me. Idiots. But is it him, Potter? Yes, he says tiredly. He's back. He killed Cedric. Well, one of his followers did. He stands suddenly and kicks the bench. A follower I allowed to escape. The little rat who betrayed my parents. Hermione thinks he's going to cry and wonders what to do. She watches him and thinks she's never seen anyone as close to breaking. That this boy has been carrying a lot more on his shoulders than she'd ever realized. She wonders how he survived, how he got away. But she doesn't ask. She just leaves him in the courtyard. Dumbledore confirms it at the end of term feast a few days later. Even Malfoy looks a little shocked. She wonders if his father really is a Death Eater. She wonders if his parents were planning on telling him at home. She wonders if he's glad. Is that what you meant? He asks her later. Everyone else has gone up to finish packing, but he'd caught her eye, and so she'd stayed, reading in a corner. She's packed anyway. In the corridor? Yes, she says flatly. I don't know how I knew. You're a clever little wretch. You need to pretend you're a half-blood. We can discover some relations for you. I'll talk to my mother. She's already offered. Your mother had an affair, or you were adopted. It's been done before. Most people have forgotten anyway. You don't act like a mudblood anymore. Selwyn will vouch for you. And some others. Whatever Hermione was expecting him to say, it was not this. Her mouth hangs open for a moment. And if I say no? The look he gives her is rather bleak. I wouldn't. You're a mudblood Slytherin, and you've forgotten how to vanish. His eyes sweep over her. You'll be a target. It'll mean we can't do this. Can't be friends. That I can't kiss you when you're finally bored of Crumb. You'd kiss me anyway if I let you. The challenge is mechanical, because she's trying to think, but he leans forward anyway and catches her lips. It takes her a moment, but she pulls back. The hypocrisy is staggering. He's just been gloating about the restoration of a better world order at the expense of people like her. And now he's stealing kisses and promising her lies. She's always thought he was joking when he flirted with her. And maybe he had been. But now everything has changed, and it doesn't seem funny, and maybe he's just a scared boy who doesn't understand very much about the world. Who hates an idea, but not the reality. Or maybe he's a manipulative little bigot who thinks she'll kiss him and lie about her family and fight on his side. Sorry, he says. He doesn't look it. I just wanted to know. Think about it. We can make you safe. I will, she promises. She wishes she could say no, has the strangest urge to tell him to go fuck himself and his fake family documents. But she doesn't know if she'll be able to survive without it. He leaves her, sitting in the dark. The first thing she notices on platform 9 and 3/4 the next year is that Harry Potter has grown about a foot over the summer. Hermione has grown too, but not much. Her hair is down her waist now. It's dark and gleaming in the sun. Her skin is radiant and glowing from the summer. She just got back from a month-long trip to Bulgaria. She saw some of the sights, but spent most of it making the most of the lack of trace on her wand there, reading her books while Victor practiced Quidditch, and then encouraging him to explore her body. She wore him down after 2 weeks. She's never been more nervous about turning up to school. She's never looked better. She's wearing a muggle sundress. It's very demure, but by wizarding standards, it's probably a little shocking because you can see her legs and arms. She watches their eyes follow her as she walks as gracefully as she can to the train. She's asked her parents not to come. She doesn't want anyone taking note of what they look like, following them home. They were glad. The practice is busy, and she's almost 16, more than old enough to get herself from Lonsdale Square to King's Cross. Old enough to fly internationally to stay with boyfriends. Old enough to have seen a dead body. Victor wanted to get a portkey to meet her, but his team wouldn't give him leave. She wishes he had and finds the urge cowardly. She doesn't need to hide behind a man. She is Hermione Granger, and she's going to have to face this all by herself. The second thing she notices is the big dog next to Potter. What's that? Malfoy says, sliding up behind her. She is genuinely surprised. They've exchanged 2 letters over the summer. Hers a postcard from Tevno Lake saying that she is very grateful for his offer, but not yet ready to make a decision. His reply assuring her it remains open and hoping she's having a pleasant time in Bulgaria. Still, she wasn't sure of his continued public support. A very big dog, she says, but seems odd. Well, if you would call that thing a dog. There's something off in his tone, and she gives the dog another look. It barks. Give me your trunk, Granger. Merlin, you look delicious. If I'd known that's what muggles wore, I'd be keener on them. She follows him onto the train and watches him stow her trunk next to his in the prefect carriage compartment. You've already told people, haven't you? She says. You're such a git. Of course I have. You'll thank me one day. Now go to the loose and get changed and put that shiny badge on. She sighs, irritated but obeys. Her big statement, it seems, has been pointless. The Malfoys have been busy making her into their version of respectable anyway. She pulls on the long black robes and sadly tucks her sundress into her little bag. When she comes out, the train is already moving. Ron Weasley is standing in the carriage doorway, blocking it. She can't see past his shoulder, but she can hear Draco's taunting voice beyond. Typical. Parvati Patil is standing behind Weasley, glaring at his back. Move, Weasley, Hermione snaps. He looks around and glares. Oh, it's you, is it? He snarls back, but he does move. Hermione sits down into the seat next to Malfoy and wonders why she agreed to this. She knows why. She's the first Muggle-born prefect Slytherin has ever had. But still, it's coming out of hiding rather more than she's ever done before, one night off at the ball notwithstanding. Granger, Malfoy, Adrian, Pusey greets them, taking a seat opposite. Pusey has never said 2 words to her before that weren't desperately cruel, but now he smiles at her and asks about her summer, his eyes flicking over her. His head boy badge shines on his chest. He's joined by Axa Rayhan, the other 7th-year prefect. She nods at them both and then watches as the other house representatives gather in clusters. It's exciting being a prefect. She was too nervous to be really pleased before, but now she can feel a little smile tugging at her lips as she listens to the Pusey and the head girl outline their duties. Come on, Malfoy says, I want to see Potter's face. This has always been their bond, and she can't pretend she's not looking forward to seeing those surly green eyes register her new badge. She's surprised McGonagall would choose Weasley over Potter, but perhaps he's got enough to worry about. She thinks about the third thing she'd noticed on the platform. Harry Potter was angry. He was tall, and he was angry, and he had a giant dog. Malfoy stops to chat to their peers, gathered in a compartment not far down. He steals some of Theo's chocolate frogs. Hermione gives cool greetings to Greengrass, who had also, miraculously, written to her over the summer, and not who had not. She smiles sweetly at Pansy, who is gazing at her badge in horror. Ron Weasley bumps into Malfoy as he goes past. She notices Malfoy register it silently, and so she isn't surprised when he follows. He thinks he's subtle, but he isn't really. He'd been waiting for it. They follow Weasley down the swaying train, past compartments and loose and reuniting couples pressed together in quiet corridors before he turns into a compartment. He's lost Patil along the way, which seems like no great loss. The Gryffindors' voices carry down the train hallway, and Malfoy leans back against the wall, smirking at her as he listens. She can't believe they're thick enough to leave the door open, but they are. And guess who's a Slytherin prefect? Weasley's loud voice drifts out. Malfoy, Potter replies. The boy in question looks absurdly pleased at the bitter note in his rival's tone. Of course, and that complete cow Hermione Granger. How's she got to be a prefect when she's... Well, didn't expect it, that's all. Malfoy's eyebrows shoot up, very interested now. Granger is... Potter's tone is a little different now, but she can't identify it. Granger is what, Ron? Well, she's just the first Muggle-born one, isn't she? First one ever I heard. Yeah, where'd I suppose? So her and Malfoy. Who else? That was interesting, wasn't it, my little Muggle-born prefect? Malfoy whispers maliciously. Not really. So Potter doesn't like the word mudblood. Who does? Only odious little bigots like you. Malfoy does not protest this, as something else catches his attention. Potter is reading something aloud to Weasley. It's just an absurd article, but at the mention of Sirius Black, Malfoy's gray eyes gleam, and he steps closer. The door is almost shut. Hermione sees, but not properly. Malfoy slides it open with a flourish and leans against the doorway. She slides in next to him, aware that she is being ridiculous, but knowing the role she signed up for by coming with him anyway. Manners, Potter, or I'll have to give you a detention, he drawls. You see, unlike you, have been made a prefect, which means that I, unlike you, have the power to hand out punishments. Yeah, Potter mutters, but you, unlike me, are a git, so get out and leave us alone. The Weasleys and the blonde girl laugh. Hermione's lip twitches in spite of herself. Potter catches it and sits up a little straighter. Tell me, how does it feel being second best to Weasley, Potter? Malfoy asks, lip curled. Shut up, Malfoy, the Weasley girl snaps. Very brave, aren't you? Hermione steps in. Now, which Weasley is this? Fred or George? It's not the cleverest put-down she's ever come up with, but it works. The girl's brown eyes flash furiously, and she's about to speak when Malfoy speaks again. He's smirking, but he and Potter are glaring at each other, and there's no mistaking the hatred in both their eyes. I seem to have touched a nerve, Malfoy says. Well, just watch yourself, Potter, because I'll be dogging your footsteps in case you step out of line. Hermione follows him out of the carriage, wishing she hadn't gone. All she's done is let Potter know she finds him funny sometimes, and enabled Malfoy's bad dog threat or joke or whatever. That was pathetic, she tells Malfoy. I'm honestly ashamed of you. Not my best, he admits, but he really was rattled by that dog comment. What is it, do you think? Or I suppose who? My father thinks it's Sirius Black, he says, as though this were not a perfectly insane thing to say. The Sirius Black who failed to kill Potter and almost ruined our third year. Apparently so. What a strange way to make friends, she remarks. Hermione is an avid reader of the Daily Prophet, and it's easy to see in the start of that year that its propaganda has wrought a considerable amount of damage. The Ministry has sent its spy into the mix, and no one seems to mind. Students shy away from Harry Potter and send him fearful looks. There is muttering about Dumbledore being insane. She thinks it's a stupid tactic and ignores it. At some point, Lord Voldemort will do something they can't deny, and they'll look ridiculous. Short-termist politics always irritates Hermione. But she has her own concerns. Somehow the Malfoys have made a specific and secret part of Slytherin accept her. One girl in a year above even goes so far as to express admiration for her managing to overcome her upbringing. I had a perfectly lovely upbringing with my perfectly lovely Muggle parents, she snaps back. She just can't work out what's in it for them. Malfoy had presented no conditions with his offer, a highly suspicious event in itself, and to make matters more perplexing, his parents have willingly become involved. Hermione gets her first ever detention in her first lesson with Professor Umbridge. The woman had annoyed her in the Great Hall at the feast, but that is nothing to the fury her class provokes. She pushes back, demanding to be taught properly. The others look at her, amazed at this uncharacteristic verbosity in class. They've never really seen her lose her temper before. But Hermione is scared and she wants to learn to defend herself, and this woman is withholding that. I had thought better of this house, the woman says in a sickly sweet voice, but I suppose blood will out. Detention, Granger. When she arrives at the woman's office to serve it, Harry Potter is leaving. That's no surprise. Everyone has heard about his outburst, even the smallest and most insignificant students. He is holding his hand and staring down at it, and he almost walks into her. He looks up, startled. Come to gloat, he snaps. Amazingly, Potter, not everything is about you. She notices two things. He looks surprisingly panicked for a boy who's just been writing lines, and he really has grown. She despises herself for the latter. Granger, he says. His eyes are blazing, and he's almost painfully sincere. I don't know what she is. We'll just try to use your own quill, all right. He's still covering his hand. He's about as subtle as his gamekeeper pal, trying to hide an illegal creature. What do you mean? Oh, show me that. She grabs his hand and tries to ignore the strange, jarring urge to look back up into those green eyes. Potter, she breathes, horrified. Etched into the back of his hand are the words, I must not tell lies. They look red and sore. I'm pretty sure this is blood magic, which makes it illegal. You should threaten to report this. I get the sense that wouldn't help. He pulls his hand back. This silences Hermione. It's what she should have seen too, she thinks. Look, get some essence of destiny if you can. Soak it in solution of strained and pickled murtlap tentacles, if you can't. And don't get more detentions. It's only going to get more painful. Thanks. What did you do? He asks, plainly curious. Oh, you know, she replies lightly. Blood will out. Potter stares down at her for a moment. He's frowning and so intense she can hardly think. Then the door starts to open and he turns on his heel and vanishes. The defense against the dark arts teacher isn't stupid enough to use her punishment quill on a Slytherin prefect, but she makes Hermione, right? I must not try to correct my betters out 150 times. It's past midnight when she leaves. Umbridge gets worse. She assigns them reading and vanishes to oversee the lessons of more capable teachers. Hermione, who has read everything already, who has spent the summer persuading Victor Crumb to teach her everything he knows from the Durmstrang curriculum, has a sudden thought. Hogwarts, Victor had said, must be a very good school because Harry Potter, a fourth year at the time, knew plenty of spells he didn't. Potter has escaped Voldemort at least twice, and she suspects probably 3 times. Potter, rangy, newly tall, moody Potter who she has always dismissed as spoiled, can cast a full Patronus. She pushes the thought aside and goes to Snape. Everyone has always said he wants the dad job. He's never shown her any special favoritism, but he is her head of house, and he has chosen her to be his prefect. I am an extremely busy man, Miss Granger, he tells her in his low, sarcastic voice. I can point you to certain books. Perhaps I can occasionally feign some sort of extra potions lesson for you, if there is anything particularly complicated you need to practice. But I cannot take over your lessons. It's not enough. Hermione is a mudblood Slytherin, and Lord Voldemort is back, and she can't rely on Malfoy's dubious protection forever. She feels helpless, and so she writes to Remus Lupin. Malfoy has warned her that the Ministry is checking students' post, so she uses his owl, doubting anyone will dare read that. Her letter is careful nonetheless. Dear Professor Lupin, I recently found a book of yours in my belongings that I never returned. I feel terrible about this and would be glad to return it. I have a Hogsmeade weekend coming up. Perhaps we could meet? Cruelty isn't strength. Hermione Granger. Remus Lupin meets her at the Shrieking Shack. He looks terrible. He has more gray hairs and even shabbier robes. He tells her not to call him Professor Lupin. She must call him Remus. She says she'll pay him for private tutoring on Hogsmeade weekends and in the holidays. He tells her she doesn't have to pay him. She says she's not a charity case. Thank you very much. It works just like she thought it would. Her parents are only too pleased to send funds to further Hermione's education and offer to check his teeth for free if he comes to see them in their practice in Islington. You won't be able to do magic in the holidays, he protests. I can watch what you're doing, though, and practice the wand movements with a stick. You can still explain stuff. Or we can find somewhere with enough magic going on that no one will notice me casting. He smiles then for the first time. You have been learning, he acknowledges. He looks like he's proud of her, and it makes her heart sing. Shall we start now? In just one afternoon, they cover most of the OWL level spells. He asks her why she thinks she needs him, as she can already do so much of it. She tells him she can do the spells. She could do almost any spell just from reading a book. But she can't learn a duel. She can't defend herself. She's never been in a fight. She tells him something she wouldn't admit to anyone else. She is scared. Hermione keeps her head down and her mouth shut around Umbridge after that. She watches and she waits. Her secret fills her with pleasure. Let the others work out their own arrangements. No one has ever lifted a finger for Hermione Granger, except Remus Lupin. Clearly someone has worked out their own arrangements, because yet another of Umbridge's absurd and dangerous educational decrees is pinned up the following day. Hermione rolls her eyes, wondering who'd be stupid enough to get caught. Hermione hassles, bargains, and irritates Snape into getting him to teach her twice a week, most weeks. She can tell he enjoys it. Then every Hogsmeade weekend, she spends hours learning and practicing with Lupin in the Shrieking Shack. In their own ways, they are both extraordinary teachers. Lupin is more patient and more willing to go beyond her curriculum into adult spells. Snape is more imaginative, more exacting, and more willing to play dirty. Again, Miss Granger. He hisses until she manages to get past his shields. Coming to the match, Granger? Malfoy asks her on patrol one evening. He's been absolutely ridiculous lately, and she looks at him unwillingly. What have you done now, she sighs. Weasley's playing for the first time, he says gleefully. I've written him a song. How romantic. I've taught all the other Slytherins, but you've been too busy, haven't you? Always off being a little swat. Come on, it'll be fun. Potter might even be distracted enough to let you get the snitch, she snaps nastily. She knows him, knows why he's so rabid for Potter, knows it absolutely kills him that the Gryffindor always gets the snitch. His good humor vanishes, and he takes out his fit of temper on a first year. Stop that. Come on. She drags him into an empty classroom. Don't take it out on small children who can't fight back. I'm fine, Granger. Just didn't realize you'd replaced all those Bulgaria jerseys with red and gold. She rolls her eyes. She did not parade around in Victor's jerseys. I was just winding you up, you stupid git. You've been too smug lately. His mood changes immediately, and he steps closer. Not around to keep me in check with that poisonous little tongue of yours, he murmurs. Pansy's been getting ideas, you know. I hope she tries something. I need to practice my dada. His mouth quivers. Not those sort of ideas. Hermione had known it would come to this eventually. Pansy's been after him for years, and she's pretty enough and funny enough to tempt him. But Draco Malfoy's favor carries weight in Slytherin. And Draco Malfoy is a teenage boy who really could do with something to distract him from embarrassing himself trying to one-up Harry Potter. What are you waiting for, then? My permission. He nods. Hermione's mouth droops open. He's very close now, and his finger brushes down her face and closes it, running along her lips for a moment afterwards. I could do it anyway, but it would be a challenge to you. And I'm not interested in that right now. Not after all the work I've done. I wonder what you'll do when it suits you to drop me, she muses. She wonders if he's going to try to kiss her again, and, if he does, whether she'll let him. It's tempting just to take him away from Pansy. But really, Pansy isn't worth it. Fine, you can fuck Pansy if you really want to lower yourself that far. I can't say it's of any interest to me. Just make sure she and everyone else know I allowed it. He smirks and steps back. Well, all right then. The next day, Malfoy's song rings through the Quidditch stands. Ron Weasley plays the worst game of Quidditch she's ever seen, and Harry Potter gets himself banned from Quidditch for life. She can't understand why he lets Malfoy get to him. Malfoy is good at picking up where people are weak, truly gifted at it really, but after more than 4 years of it, you'd think Potter would have learned to protect himself a little better. He comes back to the dungeon and kisses Pansy in front of the fire. She treats him like he won the match, and he treats Potter getting banned like a win, and she supposes in their own way they're a disastrously well-matched pairing. She can certainly see the appeal for such a spoiled boy. She sits alone and writes to Victor. She tells him how Harry Potter, who even she knows is easily the best flyer at Hogwarts, has got himself banned from Quidditch. Why are boys so stupid? She asks. She tells him she misses him. And will he send her a jersey with his name on it? She tells him 1,000 other little details. She tells him about Umbridge. Without criticizing her openly, he knows her well enough to read between the lines, and she tells him how the weather is getting cold and how beautiful Scotland is in winter, so long as you stay inside and don't mind the lack of daylight. Who's the novel for? Nod asks, sitting across from her. And is this what we have to put up with now? Couldn't you stop it? I said it was fine. And Victor, you're still seeing Crumb? He asks, impressed. She gives a little cat-like smile. Well, that is quite dashing of you, Granger, I have to say. Have you been to his matches? Yes, in the summer. In Bulgaria. His eyebrows go up again. You know, he comments mildly, if you married someone like Crumb, someone foreign, it would open a lot of doors for you. I'm not going to marry him, she says, horrified. I am 16. Will you remain a conundrum for us all then? I had thought. He looks at Malfoy again, disgusted. She remembers 14-year-old Theo not showing a very pretty 15-year-old girl out of the dorms, and thinks Malfoy probably should have asked his advice before setting off on what appears to be his first romantic adventure. Well, I thought he and Potter were going to live happily ever after, she counters. And no, that's not a good idea. No, tell Mooset, it certainly isn't, But after his family decided to make you half respectable, I had thought he must be planning something like that. Especially since you told him you wouldn't be his. What was it? He was absolutely stunned. Mudblood fuck in the dark, or something, right? Hermione's lips quirk up. Parkinson is straddling Malfoy now. Adrian Pusey catches her eye and tilts his head. He even goes so far as to raise an eyebrow. I did say that. Ugh. Pusey wants me to go and stop them. Well, if you make him do it, it'll make you look weak, Theo tells her. I know. Fine. I thought we were getting dinner and a show. He chokes. She stands up, letter in hand. She'll take it to the Ollery now. She passes a little nearer the couple than she needs to. Parkinson, she says in a low but clear voice. Pansy freezes and pulls back. Take it somewhere more discreet. You've made your point. The girl's shoulders relax, and she scrambles off Malfoy's lap. Malfoy is looking rather dazed, but he takes Pansy's hand and pulls her towards the dorms. Hermione goes to post her letter. She passes Cho Chang, who is crying as usual, on the 7th floor, and then about a minute later Harry Potter, whose expression is so similar to Malfoy's, it pulls her up short. That pairing had escaped her, but then she's been very deliberately not watching Harry Potter this year. It had escaped Malfoy too, or perhaps it hadn't. Perhaps this is why he finally decided to take Parkinson up on her offers. Potter doesn't seem to have noticed her. He looks less dazed and more confused. She steps back into the shadows as he passes. She wonders where they were coming from. Lupin has filled her in on all the secret passageways she hadn't found herself, but so far she knows this is just a corridor. Curious. Pushing it very close to curfew, Potter, she sneers, stepping out. He flushes. He was definitely snogging Chong. He's so innocent. It's not that close, he mutters. She's disappointed. Usually he comes up with better comebacks than that. You know they're reading the Owl Post. He's looking at her letter. It's very clearly addressed to Victor. She can feel a slight flush on her own cheeks and hates herself for it. She's disarmed by his warning. Well, fortunately, I have nothing to hide. Somehow, I very much doubt that, he murmurs. There's an intensity in his green eyes that is altogether disquieting. You're a Muggle-born, but you're a Slytherin. That can't be easy. What's your gang, Granger? You know the truth, but you sit next to Malfoy and laugh while he makes jokes calling me mental and Dumbledore senile. What side are you on? This is extremely dangerous territory, and she's glad he's pushed it. She's regretted the interchange outside Umbridge's office all term, and now she has a chance to put it right. I'm on my own side, just like I've always been. We could help you, you know. We can make sure you were safe. No one has ever bothered to make sure I was safe, except for me. I don't need your help, Potter. Besides, people around you do seem to just turn up dead, don't they? She's wielded the words like a dagger and shoved it right into his weak spot, into his stupid, noble little heart. But it's deeply unsatisfying. She relied on the pain and fury on his face, and yet somehow it leaves her feeling a little bit emptier. She turns and leaves him frowning in the corridor. If Malfoy had said that, Potter would have punched him. But he lets her go without a word. He's gone the next day, along with the Weasleys, and she hears rumors of a violent attack. She regrets the timing, but supposes the message will sink in even more now. She goes home for the holidays and meets Professor Lupin 3 times a week on Highbury Fields to practice dada. He walks there and tells her he lives nearby. She wonders how many other magical people are hiding in Islington. Hermione uses a wooden stick instead of a wand, and thinks that somehow he manages to teach her more than almost anyone else, even though she's not actually doing the magic. She wonders if Professor Snape will duel her yet. He's been allowing her to run through specific interchanges, but she wants to know what it's like when he's fighting back, when her adrenaline is running, when she's scared. After Christmas, Professor Snape changes the timing of her extra lessons. He tells her he's giving Potter remedial potions lessons. She doesn't believe him, and she doesn't think he expects her to. But she's annoyed anyway at having to change her schedule around for Harry Potter. She's annoyed she has to wait to show him everything she's learned over the holiday. She managed to fit in 9 two-hour lessons with Remus Lupin. She wonders what the other students are doing to prepare. She thinks about OWLs and feels a bit sick, but she has gone through her schedule 3 times, and she knows she is already studying in every spare moment. Parkinson, who had evidently been invited to spend New Year with the Malfoys, returns to Hogwarts unbearably smug and wearing a pair of emerald earrings every day. She sits fiddling with the earrings and gossiping with Tracy about the upcoming Hogsmeade Valentine's Day weekend. Her message is very clear. Malfoy looks a little surly. God forbid you give her anything that wasn't green. Hermione hisses at Malfoy as they leave to do their prefect rounds. It's to match her green silk dash. Thank you, Malfoy. I already know what Parkinson's underwear looks like. He trips and almost falls out of the common room. Careful, she says snidely. Are you telling me dash, he demands. I'm not telling you anything about what happens in the girls' dorms, but I will tell you I wouldn't touch Pansy Parkinson with a barge pole. Oh, I always forget you all live together as well, he says disappointedly and very stupidly. Yes, anything that doesn't directly involve you must be a complete mystery, she agrees. She wonders if she can wind him up enough to pull a wand on her. What did Crumb get you? He asks, apparently unbothered by this jibe. You're a wonderful girlfriend. You know that, Malfoy, she says sweetly. I've been just on talk about it, actually. He came to visit for 3 days. It's the off-season, you know. Well, of course you do. Anyway, we stayed in that hotel off Diagon Alley for New Year, the Morgana Dash. I'm not a wonderful girlfriend, and yes, of course I know it. We went to the opening. It's nice, isn't it? Of course, there isn't really anything in magical London to touch some of the Muggle hotels, but you lot wouldn't know about that sort of thing. Honestly, it's like going back in time. Naturally, this does get a rise out of him, but he still doesn't get really angry, just irritated. Potter didn't get angry either. Hermione wonders if she's losing her touch. You think Muggles have better hotels? He snarls. Oh yes, they have lots of things that are much better, she says encouragingly. I was shocked the first time I went to Diagon Alley. Would it kill someone to open a decent restaurant? I mean, where are you going to take Parkinson on Valentine's Day? Madame Pudafoots, the Three Broomsticks, or the Hog's Head? What's wrong with Madame Pudafoots? My mother likes it there. Hermione bursts out laughing. One day I'll take you into Muggle London or something, and you'll see what I mean, she promises. We'll go to Quiglinos. Like a date. No, like an anthropology trip. You're in a very weird mood, Granger. She's in a weird mood. She thinks it might be a combination of fear and fury, but she's been compartmentalizing it all for so long she can't really tell anymore. She thinks that's dangerous. She wishes she'd been able to see Snape that night. She always feels calmer after practicing with him. 2 days later, she reads about a mass breakout of Death Eaters in the Daily Prophet. It takes a few days for the news to trickle around the school. Few other students take the paper every day. The mood changes. Fear and fury, she thinks, is about right. 2 days after that, there is a new decree banning teachers from giving students any information not directly related to their subject. Hermione is furious. She goes straight down to the dungeon. Miss Granger, you must surely be aware that you could have passed the OWL and probably the nude already, he says, a little irritable to have his marking interrupted. He scrawls a large P in green ink on the top essay. She hopes she hasn't annoyed him into the grade. I'm not just worried about my exams, she admits, staring down at the parchment. With who I am, I might need. Go away, Granger. I will not be canceling your extra potions lessons, and you're already taking up far too much of my time. She flees, grateful, ashamed by the softness in his voice. Pity, she thinks, and hopes it's not. Victor sends her an Intishia bracelet for Valentine's Day. It's silver and gold filigree, and it's very pretty, and the other girls admire it, and she wonders why she's not more thrilled. She wears it in his jersey to Hogmeade, though. She feels like his name on her back is a talisman, warding off the difficult choice she knows she's going to have to make. Malfoy eyes it, and for once doesn't say anything, but he's frowning when he and Parkinson peel off hand in hand. Hermione slips off to the Shrieking Shack for her lesson with Remus. She's so glad to see him, she almost gives him a hug. I brought you this, she says, handing him a hot chocolate from Honeydukes. She's learned he has a weakness for chocolate, and now she always brings something for them to share. Honeydukes is expensive. It's freezing in the shack, so before they start, she sets her bluebell flames to work in the old fireplace. They're smokeless, the clever things. She invented them. I'm ready to try dueling, she tells Remus. Can we do it here? It's small, but it's possible. Stay here while I put some extra awards up. Afterwards, he heals her cuts and goes through all her mistakes, and she thinks she's never felt better. When she walks back through Hogsmeade, she sees Harry Potter leaving Madame Pudafoots in pursuit of a weeping Cho Chang, and saunters aggressively into them. "Watch where you're going, Potter," she snaps. "My word, Chong, I thought you had taste. Bit of a step down from Diggory, isn't it?" Cho Chang bursts into renewed tears and storms off. "That was uncalled for, Granger," Harry Potter flings back. His green eyes are blazing. "Don't bring Cho into whatever this is." "You're right," she says. "But honestly, she's always crying. She shouldn't be on a date with you if she's just going to run off crying. Pathetic." He sighs and lowers his wand, and she almost regrets it. She bets Potter would be fun to duel. He's always so angry and righteous, and he's genuinely talented. "I know," he says glumly. "She does cry an awful lot. It was fine, and then..." He gestures after the beautiful Ravenclaw. "I don't know. Anyway, I've got to meet Luna. Just leave Cho alone, all right? You're meeting Lovegood? On Valentine's Day?" "Yeah, but it's not. She was meant to come." "Did you tell Cho Chang you were meeting another girl halfway through your date?" she demands. She doesn't know if she's more annoyed or entertained. Yeah, Potter, you really are a complete simpleton, aren't you?" Hermione shakes her head in disbelief. "If you like Chang, run after her and tell her you've told me off good and proper, and aren't I such a horrid bitch, and you're really sorry about whatever this Lovegood thing is, and you hope you can get it over with quickly, but won't you please come, and maybe you can take a detour to the greenhouses on your way back to the castle." "The greenhouses?" He looks stunned. She enjoys it. "For snogging, Potter. Do keep up." "Right. Yeah. I supposhai." He walks off blindly, and she's left staring after him, wondering if she's going completely insane. 3 days later, an interview appears in the Quibbler and sets the entire school and probably the entire country on its head. Hermione reads it, fascinated and a little awed. Harry Potter somehow manages to come across as both humble and extremely noble. Umbridge is stupid enough to ban it. Malfoy is angrier than she's ever seen him. She finds him in a classroom, half the desks in pieces. She repairs them and doesn't say anything. He sticks to her like a limpet for days afterwards, partnering with her in every class and sitting with her at meals, as though she is enough to ward off the mutterings about his father being named in the article. She wonders if that's what she has been elevated for. She's never asked him about his family, but it's an open secret in Slytherin. She bumps into Potter when they're both alone a couple of weeks later. He's coming out of Snape's classroom, and she's going in. "You just can't help yourself, can you?" she says. "What are you talking about now?" he asks. He looks miserable. "Making yourself even more of a target. Why did you go public?" "People needed to know," he says stubbornly. "The ministry's lying to them. They need to be able to prepare Dash." "What is it you think these people are going to do?" she asks in frustration. "How are they going to prepare? They're just going to stand back and get out of the way until it's all over like they did last time." "Not everyone, Granger. People are braver than you give them credit for. And I think if I was married to a Muggle-born, I'd want a bit of notice, wouldn't you? Even if it does just mean being able to get out of the way." This is an absolute leveler, and she stares after him, wondering how he can still be so recklessly brave and noble after everything he's faced. Malfoy peels off, and she should have been suspicious, but she's not, and later she kicks herself for it and thinks she should have known. She assumes he's just tired of shielding himself behind a Muggle-born. She should have known he'd be out for blood. He and Pansy tumble into the common room one night, crowing about catching Harry Potter in a room full of Gryffindors and some secret defense society. Her first reaction is that she's impressed they've got away with it this long, given their entire lack of subtlety. "Well, Granger?" Malfoy asks, flopping down beside her. "Yes, very clever Malfoy," she says automatically. "I'm sure your mother will be very proud." "How not, snot?" Draco Malfoy frowns. "I thought you'd be pleased." "I don't care about Harry Potter and his stupid friends. I'm trying to finish my essay," she lies. Inwardly, she is thinking frantically. If Harry Potter is expelled from school, does that really matter? Surely it will make the school safer. But Harry Potter is important enough to Voldemort to warrant multiple attempts on his life. Why? She doesn't know, but she suspects that if he's sent away with a broken wand, it will be the worst for all of them. She wonders when she started believing in him, and not just believing him. The next morning, it gets much worse. Instead of Harry Potter going, it's Dumbledore. Hermione has no particular affection for the headmaster, who never, as far as she knows, bothered to make sure the Muggleborn wasn't being tortured in Slytherin, which she was. But then he doesn't seem to have ever stepped in to make sure his favorite Harry Potter was particularly happy either. So she's always assumed he had a different view of student welfare than, for example, Remus Lupin. Still, if the story going around the school is true, he really is impressive. He got past 2 Aurors, Umbridge, and the Minister for Magic. I heard it was 3 Aurors. By lunchtime, it's 5. Malfoy is so angry he can't even look at Potter, but he's also delighted that Dumbledore is gone. Hermione goes to Snape's office. "I'm having impure thoughts," she announces. He looks up from his marking in abject horror. "About Harry Potter," she continues, very pleased with the effect of this statement. She's feeling wild and reckless, and like she's going to blow up the dungeon if she doesn't do something. "Miss Granger, get out of my office." "Very impure," she continues, "even some might say politically disadvantageous." This gets his attention. "I truly miss the days when you were quiet. Do you know that? Sit down." He murmurs a spell she doesn't know, and the air fills with some sort of static noise. "What was that?" she inquires, interested. "Muffliato." This is clearly going to be an extremely dangerous conversation. If you absolutely must unburden yourself, I suggest you do it swiftly and leave me in peace. I need a way to compartmentalize my mind, Professor, and I'm pretty sure you can help. What makes you think I have any need for compartmentalization? Because I don't think you're teaching Harry Potter remedial potions and haven't, in fact, ever believed that. I don't know what you're teaching him, and I'm sure it's deeply unpleasant for you, but you're doing it anyway. Snape looks at her for a long moment, somehow managing to make his expression both entirely impassive and utterly exasperated. "You are entirely too clever for your own good, Granger, and I'm amazed you haven't suffered the consequences of it yet. I expect you will, and it will be dreadful and no more than you deserve." "Thank you, sir," she says politely. "Here is the problem. I think Dolores Umbridge is extremely dangerous to this school, probably to the entire country. I think Harry Potter is an idiot, but he is also right, and I think Albus Dumbledore is very necessary to maintain the safety of this school. I think I am a Muggle born in Slytherin, and at this particularly precarious point in time, I don't want to show any of my horrible peers that I don't thoroughly agree with them. But it is getting harder and harder not to." "You are playing a very dangerous balancing act," he says. "Aren't we all?" She smiles sweetly at him. He frowns at her, but she's not really scared of Snape. She knows he's fond of her in his own way, suspects he even sees something of himself in her. He writes her a note. "You will need to go to Diagon Alley during the holidays and buy this book. I wouldn't suggest ordering it by owl post at present. Those black eyes flash a warning. Read it, absorb it, practice it. This is not something you can learn just by reading. However, I have every faith in you making as much progress alone with a book as some other students might make with dedicated personal teaching in a decade. Do you not have a copy, sir?" "Get out, Granger." "Yes, sir." She takes the note and secretes it away in one of the hidden pockets of her bag. "I have every faith in you." She glows a little, despite all the fear she's fighting, and it helps her stay impassive when Pansy Parkinson deducts points from her, parading her new badge around like it's a medal. Pansy uses her new inquisitorial squad powers to try to revenge herself on Hermione with real relish. The rest of the castle is absorbed in the pandemonium that welcomes Umbridge's first day as headmistress. Fireworks burn and spread across the castle, and everyone knows the Weasley twins are behind them. It creates a reckless mood, but Parkinson remains undeterred, or perhaps she's inspired by the chaos. "Your hair's a mess, Granger," she says at breakfast. "That'll be 5 points." "Parkinson, I truly don't care if you take 5 points or 50 points or 500 points off me," Hermione replies, "though that's certainly more than you've ever earned for Slytherin." It's not enough. She's been mired in jealousy and dislike for too long. She keeps it up all day, and eventually she gets brave enough to do it away from all the teachers. She does it in the Slytherin common room, just after dinner. It's an ordinary night despite the dramatic day. The room is full of people doing their homework and playing games. Hermione wonders why Parkinson would risk such public disgrace. "What did you say to me?" Hermione asks softly, head tilted. She's known this is coming, known it for years. She scans the room with a quick flick of her eyes. They're hungry, avidly interested. They've all known it was coming too, and no one there will be sorry to see her lose. "I said, that'll be 5 points because you don't belong here, Granger." "Levi corpus," she says calmly, standing up. It takes more power than she'd expected, but Pansy Parkinson rises in the air and flips upside down, her robes falling over her chest and bearing her famous green silk knickers to the whole room. Remus Lupin had taught her this spell. He'd done it a little reluctantly and told her only to use it in an emergency. She asked him. She'd never forgotten the report of the Death Eaters at the World Cup, but she'd never found the right spell in any books. She'd had nightmares after reading about that. Nightmares of being hung upside down with her knickers out, helpless and humiliated. She thinks Remus is too kind really to have ever used it for its real purpose. It wouldn't work so well on someone in trousers, though no one likes being flipped upside down and hung in the air, but for wizards and witches in robes, well, it's exquisitely crafted for them. She has selected it specifically. It won't hurt Pansy, but it will humiliate her, just like her kind humiliates muggles, humiliates Hermione in her nightmares. Parkinson fires something back. It's easily dodged. She was slow, trying to hold her robes over her immodesty. "Come on, Parkinson. You can do better than that," Hermione says encouragingly. "Crucio!" Pansy screams, and this spell is not easily dodged. Hermione wasn't expecting the escalation, and it rattles through her shield like it's nothing. Hermione has never felt anything like it. She thought she had been in pain before. She knows now she hasn't. It ends quickly. Pansy might mean it, but she's not that strong. Hermione forces herself up from the floor. Everything in her aches, but if this moment goes wrong, she might as well just leave the school. There are shocked faces around the room, but she doesn't give herself time to dwell on them. "Obscuro," she commands. She's still panting, and her voice is hoarse from screaming. But she needs to get the upper hand before Pansy has the strength to send her another dose. Pansy starts to shriek, her vision gone. Her next spell, Crucio again the stupid, reckless girl, goes wide. Avis opinion. The flock of birds descends on Parkinson. She can't see what they are, can't see where they're coming from. She twists in the air as they peck at her. She tries to shield, but they're inside it with her, relentless. Her face is becoming mottled from being upside down, and she's gasping for breath. Hermione just stands, watching as she screams. The black-haired girl goes redder and redder. "Let her down, Granger," Millicent pleads from sofa. No one else has stepped in to help either of them. That's the way it works in Slytherin. They'll respect the outcome, but they won't interfere. No. The rest of their housemates have moved back, out of the way, but a chair is on fire, and another lies split open. Pansy's not pulling any punches. She just can't see, and she doesn't know enough magic to remove the blindfold. Hermione is casting silently now. Bluebell flames lick their way over Pansy's robes and catch in her hair. They won't burn her, not much, but she lets them singe her hair. She's using simple spells, nothing harmful. Parkinson has pulled out the second worst spell she knows, but Hermione is going to beat her with simple stuff. The demonstration is more powerful that way. The message is this. They can come for her as strongly armed as they like, but they have no idea what she's capable of. Another silent curse, and Pansy's body is stinging all over like she's swum into the arms of a Portuguese man of war. She screams again. It's raw and savage and desperate. Another command, and another, and Hermione turns her the right way up. She levitates her until she is pressed up against the wall, still blindfolded. She's still sending out spells, but they're going wide. The birds are still flocking at her, dive-bombing her with their little claws, pecking her. They've ripped into her robe in places, and Pansy's porcelain skin is scratched and red and bleeding, and her face still flushed beetroot. Hermione dismisses them with a wave, and they vanish with little pops. She summons Parkinson's wand and uses that to cuff her hands and legs. It's the absolute height of humiliation to be cursed with your own wand. She tosses it on the floor. It clatters on the stone and rolls until it's lying a few feet below where Pansy's shoes dangle uselessly in the air. "Leave her there for an hour," she says. She's speaking to the room, but she's looking at Malfoy. He looks supremely uncomfortable. "And then you can take her down." She turns and walks out of the common room. She can hear Parkinson begging and moaning over her shoulder. It's a risk to trust them to leave her, but she's pretty sure they'll obey. Adrian Pusey had been sitting in his particular chair by the fire watching. Pusey doesn't particularly like Hermione, but he's no fan of Pansy's either, and certainly not of her deducting points from her own house for a personal grudge. It'll be up to him to take her down early, and Pusey is the top of the hierarchy. It won't damage Hermione if he chooses to. Hermione walks straight to the nearest girl's bathroom and throws up. Then she cries. She hasn't cried in these loose since first year. She used to come here a lot. Then she vanishes all trace of her tears and goes to the library. Much of the gossip about Hermione and Pansy's fight is superseded by the return of Graham Montague, who has been recovered from a vanishing cabinet. The Slytherins darkly wonder who had put him in it. Montague could have easily died, they say, more shocked than she's ever seen them. A few days later, Malfoy comes into the common room, big with the news that Potter is doing remedial potions. "I know," Hermione says, rolling her eyes. "And he's broken up with Cho Chang," Malfoy tells her gleefully. This is news to Hermione, but she doesn't show it. He seems completely unbothered by her humiliation of his girlfriend. She doesn't ask, doesn't care enough to ask, and instead makes an excuse to go to bed early, getting herself out of the way before she says something to him she'll regret. She is losing control of her own safety net. She thinks she's never been more relieved to go home for the holidays. She goes to see Victor's team play the Vimborn Wasps, and afterwards, she tells him he's been wonderful, but she needs to focus on her exams and getting through school. She returns, not feeling especially refreshed, to find an invitation from Professor Snape to discuss her future career options. But any and all discussion about that is swiftly overwhelmed by the exit of the Weasley twins from Hogwarts. Her own meeting is not about careers. "Granger," Snape says, "here, take these. Any one of them will be less than suitable for a witch of your talents. Curse Breaker, Magnificat, whatever you want. I'm sure you'll be Minister for Magic before you're 40 if that's what you want. Did you get that book?" "Yes. I'm practicing every night before bed." "Are you willing to try it now?" "Oh, yes, please." "Very well. Clear your mind then." He's past her rudimentary shields in a moment, and, of course, he sees the fight with Pansy Parkinson. "Where did you learn that spell?" he asks her. He's angrier than she's ever seen him, and she has no idea why, but she knows which one he means. She considers and then tells him the truth. "I've also been having lessons with Remus Lupin. I asked him what the Death Eaters used at the World Cup because it gave me nightmares and I couldn't find it in any book. It seems so specifically humiliating." "Lupin?" he asks, and he is surprised enough to pull him out of his glowering for a split second. "Yes," she says a little defiantly. "You said you didn't have time to teach me everything, so I hedged my bets." He is betrayed into a smile at this. "So quick you'd miss it if you didn't know to look," and tells her to get out. She smiles back at him and obeys. He's quite soft, really, she reckons, if you learn to read him properly. After that, Hermione ignores everything but her exams. She spends every waking moment in the library. She sleeps peacefully enough in her warded bed. Parkinson avoids her, a pale wreck of the horrible girl she once was. Malfoy spouts off his usual rubbish about exams to hide his nerves and wind everyone else up, and joins Hermione in the library far more often than he ever has before. They're easier than she expects. Malfoy calls her an absolute fucking nightmare 6 times a day, but they swim through fairly well. Finally, it's history of magic. Hermione is reviewing her paper when it happens. She had already learned enough by 3rd year to complete it. She doesn't understand what takes everyone else so long. She thinks she's missing something and looks back at her essay. Then Harry Potter collapses, screaming and clutching his forehead. She doesn't look at him, doesn't acknowledge it at all. She just goes to the front of the Great Hall and hands in her answers. "Are you sure, dear?" the invigilator says. "Yes, thank you. I've finished." She turns and leaves, and then she hides and waits. Potter is escorted out by Professor Tofty, who has been overseeing them all week. He is acting, and not very well, but it's enough to convince the kind-eyed old wizard. The second the old man has crossed back into the great hall, Potter races up the stairs so quickly she can't keep up. But he heads to the hospital wing, and she manages to catch him as he's leaving. "What happened?" she asks, slightly out of breath, pulling him into a classroom. She can see Ron Weasley storming up the corridor. "Are you ill? Why are you here?" She asks herself, and she doesn't know. "Voldemort," he says. "He's got my godfather." "How do you know?" "I saw it," he snarls, rubbing his forehead. "I keep seeing him." She eyes his scar. "How do you know it's real?" It's not that hard for someone of his prowess to send false dreams, especially if there's some sort of connection. It would be easy to manipulate a vision like that. "False?" he asks, wrong-footed. His hand comes down. "Where does he have him?" she says, reaching for logic. "In the ministry," he replies wildly, pacing. "I gotta get there. I need to find Dumbledore." That seems extremely unlikely. The ministry might be idiots, but I can't imagine why Voldemort would risk keeping a hostage there. I doubt he has that sort of manpower yet. Potter blinks at her suspiciously, as if suddenly realizing who she is. "What do you care anyway?" he asks, and this time it's his wand at her throat. She lets him. She doesn't think he'd curse her. He's not the type. "I have no idea," she says honestly. "But seriously, Potter, if Voldemort's trying to get you to the ministry, you shouldn't go. You're just the sort of recklessly noble person who would go dashing off at the slightest mutter of danger, and I'm sure he knows that. Can't you flew this man or something? Check he's really gone." "Only from Umbridge's office. She's closed all the other fireplaces." "I don't want to know how you know that." He's got serious. He yells at her, and Ron Weasley bursts in, followed by his sister and the Lovegood girl. "What's she doing here?" Weasley asks, immediately, hackles raised. "I don't know," Hermione and Potter say in unison and then glare at each other. "Look," she says, "you need to get into Umbridge's office and check if this is true. These two," she gestures to the girls, "can be lookouts. I'll try to head Malfoy off, but his blood'll be up after that performance, and he'll be looking for you. I'll get him, oh. I know. All right. I'll distract Umbridge and Malfoy. And Potter, you know the drill. If you tell anyone I was involved, dash." Yeah, Granger, I know. Basilisks and undying declarations of love." "What does that mean?" Ginny Weasley asks suspiciously. "And why should we trust you?" "No, you can't. I don't know what she is. She's a nightmare. But she'll help," Potter says. Hermione smiles, pleased that he and Malfoy agree on this description. "You just bet I am. You need something to keep students away from the office as well." "Luna and I can stand at either end of the corridor," the Weasley girl says promptly, and warn people not to go down there because someone's let off a load of garroting gas. Hermione nods at her, surprised at the readiness with which this Gryffindor has come up with a half-decent lie. The redhead shrugs and says Fred and George were planning to do it before they left. "Better to actually let them off if they've given you any," she points out. "Always best to lie with the truth. Do you know the spell to let you breathe?" The Weasley girl nods. "And Potter, you and Weasley can use that extremely handy little cloak of yours to get in, right?" Potter's lips quirk up at that. He looks a little calmer now. She wonders again why she's there, and what he'd have done if she wasn't. "Yeah, I forgot you knew about that. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to pull rank on Malfoy," Hermione says grimly. "You're going to pull rank?" Weasley says skeptically. "Yes," she says. "It's my right to be on that stupid little squad, and he knows it. I ground Parkinson into dust at the end of last term. It's time I collected on my dues. And if that doesn't work, I suppose I'll have to let Umbridge catch me snogging him, so she can lecture us about the impropriety of someone in his position touching someone like me, etc., etc. Although I really must emphasize that that is a last resort." "I wouldn't do that," Potter murmurs. His eyes are alight. "You might catch something horrid. You sure about this?" "God help me if you tell anyone, dash." Maiming. Declarations of love. Dirty great snakes. "Merlin, Potter. No need to threaten me with a good time. Give me 20 minutes to find them both before you start." He is smiling a little, despite his general distress, as he pulls out a familiar-looking parchment. "I reckon I can help with that." "Did Remus give you that?" she demands. "Professor Lupin, I mean." Oh, never mind. Malfoy's in the entrance hall, talking to Knot and Greengrass. Umbridge is on the second floor, near the Charms classroom. She's on the move, though, heading maybe to the hall, actually. All right, Hermione says. She conjures a mirror and pulls her hair loose. She's got one of the elixirs in her pocket and pats a little on her cheeks and lips. She looks up to see them all staring aghast at her. What? You people can go into battle in your own way. Thanks very much. She sweeps out of the room with as much dignity as she can muster. Griff finders. She's not going to try to manipulate Malfoy without looking exceptional. Hello, you lot. Hermione murmurs, sliding into the group. She sends Malfoy a supremely dismissive look and turns her back on him to speak to Theo and Daphne. The easiest way to get Malfoy's attention is to deny him attention. Someone has let off garroting gas upstairs. It is absolute mayhem. This school is going to the dogs, I swear. I might transfer to Ilvermorny next year at this rate. Granger, there you are, Malfoy says and pulls her away. He's like clockwork sometimes. She raises an eyebrow at him, looking as disdainful as she can. What is it? He asks, distracted from whatever he wanted to say. He is as perceptive as he is predictable. Nothing, she says airily. What do you want? No, go on. He's leading her into an alcove. You're annoyed, tell me. Well, I just thought, but it doesn't matter. It's almost summer, so I suppose I'll... Anyway, how was your exam? Wasn't Potter embarrassing? I couldn't stand the noise personally. This is a risk. He is very capable of riding this train for a while, but she's banking on him having already imitated Potter to enough people outside the hall for it to be mostly out of his system. She's right. Never mind Potter, he says, eyeing her closely. You look out for blood, and I don't want this year to be the year you add him to your list of PS. Besides, he murmurs, stroking her jawline, we haven't talked in a while. I was distracted by exams. But, no, you'll think it's stupid. She tries her very hardest to blush and settles for lowering her lashes and peeping up at him through them. Tell me, he's a little closer now. She bites her lip. He sighs. It's just, I thought you would have asked if I wanted to be on the inquisitorial squad after what I did at Parkinson last term. And you didn't. I don't really, I'm sure it's stupid, but... His eyes widen. Anyway, she says, pulling away from him. I suppose it doesn't matter. I said I'd go down to the lake with someone, so I'll see you later. No, Granger, wait. Come on, let's go and talk to Umbridge. You're right. It's your badge, really. Parkinson shouldn't have anything over you. You've made that perfectly clear. We can find her now. It's almost too easy. He slides an arm around her shoulders casually, and she pulls away. She can't be too permissive. It would be suspicious. They find Umbridge, heading towards the third floor. Better go for a walk with her. That gas was foul, and it's just down from her office, she whispers. Professor, Malfoy says smarmily, we were wondering if you could give us some advice on a house matter. Umbridge looks absolutely charmed by this, and is more than happy to be ushered out into the courtyard by a disturbingly flirtatious Malfoy. The thing is, I've made a bit of a blunder, he confesses to Professor Umbridge. Her eyes widen disbelievingly, making her look even more like a toad. We have, as you will remember yourself, a very particular system in Slytherin House. He explains to Umbridge that Hermione, my parents will vouch for her, you know, should have been on the squad. He hasn't raised it because of exams, but going into next year with her steady hand on the Hogwarts tiller, etc., etc., etc. Hermione watches, fascinated. She's never seen this version of Malfoy. He's confident and charming and powerful and just a little tiny bit disdainful. The closest he's ever come before that she's seen was at the Yule Ball. Well, we'd better get Miss Granger a badge right away. I had no idea she was a person of, well, never mind all that. Her head twitches suddenly as though she's heard sound. Now, children, we'll continue this later. I've got some very pressing business. Very pressing indeed. In fact, Miss Granger, as you are now one of our favored few, come along. We must be quick. Chop chop. Go and round up your peers, Mr. Malfoy. I think Harry Potter is trying to break in my office. Hermione's heart plummets. There's no way Potter has had time to make his call, first of all, and second of all, there's no way he is going to believe she isn't to blame for this. She follows Malfoy and Umbridge. She's made her bed, and she's going to have to see if there's a way she can help. Why she's got herself involved at all is a mystery. Malfoy rounds up a group of Slytherins, including Millicent Bulstrode and several of the older boys in what seems like no time. There's 2 of them for every one of Potter's pals, and it doesn't take long before they're all disarmed and being shoved towards Umbridge's office. Hermione half-heartedly grabs Ginny Weasley and mutters in her ear to play along for now, and the group of Slytherins and their captives, which now include, for some reason, Patil and Longbottom, crowd into the office where Ron Weasley and Harry Potter have already been trapped by the headmistress. Good. Well, it looks as though Hogwarts will shortly be a Weasley-free zone, doesn't it? The horrible woman asks. Malfoy laughs. Eventually, Umbridge sends him to get Snape. 2 things are very quickly evident to Hermione upon the professor's arrival. The first any fool could get, which is that Umbridge has been unsuccessfully trying to dose Harry Potter with Veritaserum, a rare and highly regulated potion. The second is that Severus Snape is on Harry Potter's side in whatever battle is happening. To the casual observer, he would seem his usual self. But Hermione is not a casual observer. Snape is deeply concerned by what he sees. Potter starts yelling about snuffles and hidden places in Hermione's mind. Racing already, stumbles over Potter's evident inability to read Snape as well as she can. He is clearly rushing off to help, but that stupid boy doesn't believe him. She wants to scream at him. She tries to catch his eye, but he's too wild now. All too soon, Umbridge is threatening him with a Cruciatus curse. Is this what you were doing in the forest the other day? Hermione asks, her calm, level voice cutting across the room. Potter stares at her, furious. She'd thought nothing of it at the time, but he'd been with that half-giant friend of his who's been looking very beaten up all term and came out sporting fresh injuries. There must be something down there, and even if there isn't, the forest is a dangerous place with more opportunity of escape than this office. She continues, encouragingly, "What is it? Are you hiding something for Dumbledore?" "Shut up, Granger," Potter snarls convincingly. "How did you know we were trying to speak to Dumbledore?" Ron Weasley roars, catching on quicker than she'd expected. "Any fool could have guessed that, Weasley," she hisses back, and he's off, ranting about nosy Slytherins and how they'll never find it anyway. Potter gives a good go of struggling to try to get to Weasley to silence him, and the other Gryffindors join in, trying to silence Ron Weasley from giving away too much in a fit of bragging anger. "Is it a weapon?" Umbridge demands, caught hook, line, and sinker. The Gryffindors give unconvincing denials, and they all set off for the forest. Hermione keeps her wand trained on Ginny Weasley and is pleased that no one has yet thought of tying the captives up. Wizards seem to think a person without a wand is a useless person. She will have to remember that. "Where is it?" Umbridge is asking them as they head down the grounds. "I'll never tell you that," Potter hisses at her. He and Weasley both send Hermione slightly baffled looks, and she takes her cue. "They came out over here. Potter and the half-breed and someone else. Maybe the idiot over there," Hermione says confidently, pointing at a spot near Hagrid's hut and then at Neville Longbottom. "They were carrying something," she says inventively, "and they looked very pleased." "Lead on then, Miss Granger," Umbridge says. "Someone else needs to take this then," Hermione says, pushing Ginny Weasley, so the girl stumbles forward slightly. "Miss Bulstrode, take over custody, please," Umbridge orders. Hermione pulls a button transfigured to look like a wand as best she could under the circumstances and hands it to Millie, slips the real one into Ginny Weasley's pocket, makes sure it jabs her to let her know it's there, and shoves her at the other Slytherin girl to hide the movement. Hermione leads on down a fairly well-trodden path, trying to make as much noise as possible. She has absolutely no idea why Potter had been in the forest, but she's thought of something else, something dangerous, something designed for Umbridge. Unfortunately, it might get them all killed on the way. She pulls up as the hoofprints get fresher. She's really never liked horses, and she is not looking forward to this encounter. "Professor, can I have a word?" she says loudly when they're just a little bit inside the forest. That should give the Weasley girl plenty of opportunity. "I've just thought of something." Umbridge looks confused, but Hermione gives her her best wide-eyed and worried look. "Can you hear that?" she whispers to Umbridge as they step off the path. There isn't anything yet. She just wants her on edge. "No. What is it, dear?" the woman asks impatiently. "I thought I heard screaming. It's If it really is a weapon for Dumbledore, it would be so powerful. And I trust Malfoy, of course, but the others. I don't know if we should let them see. What if they wanted to keep it? Hermione has never had to be confiding and trusting before. She's not sure she's pulling it off, but Umbridge nods thoughtfully. Maybe they should wait here or go back to the castle. Yes, that would be best. And if something were to happen to Potter, it might be better if there were fewer. Warrington, she shouts back. Take these students back to my office. Malfoy, bring Potter and Weasley. The older Weasley with a big mouth. Big nose too, Hermione says, wittily, to Malfoy as she steps back past him. He glances up at Ron Weasley instinctively, and she summons Harry Potter's wand from his pocket. Malfoy laughs jeeringly, still looking at Weasley. It rings out through the trees. Bulstrode, Hermione calls back, a little louder than necessary. Watch that Weasley girl. She's quicker than she looks. They wind onwards a little bit further. The trees are densely packed now, and it's dark under the summer foliage. They come out into a clearing, and Hermione is relieved to see the bright afternoon light. She'd been starting to worry they'll have to trek all day and into the night. Then the first arrow flies overhead, and suddenly the clearing is ringing out with the hiss of arrows and the sound of hooves. There are so many of them it sounds like thunder. Hermione drops, respectfully, to her knees and keeps her eyes to the floor. She's read about centaurs. This is not going to be pretty. Who are you? One calls out. Hermione keeps her head down. Potter drops to the floor beside her. Really, Granger, he whispers. Centaurs? This is the stupidest fucking plan I've ever dash. She slides him his wand. He shuts up, but just for a moment, hidden by the bracken on the forest floor, he puts his hand over hers. I asked you who you are. Human, the centaur repeats. I am Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge replies. Her voice emerges even more high-pitched than usual. She sounds terrified, but she blusters on. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic and Headmistress and High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. The centaurs stir at this. You are from the Ministry of Magic? That's right, so be very careful. By the laws laid down by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, any attack by half-breeds, such as yourselves on a human dash. This has an even more enlivening effect. What did you call us? Another one calls out, wildly angry. Hermione had known that Umbridge was stupid and arrogant and all the rest, but it's even worse than she'd thought. Malfoy drops down on her other side, groaning in fear, as the centaurs leap forward and then over them to attack Umbridge. It doesn't take long, and then they become the focus. Don't fucking say anything, she hisses. It's to Malfoy, but she hopes Potter and Weasley hear it too. Please. Hermione had been vindictive enough to want Malfoy terrified, but she knows he is capable of running his mouth, and all of them with it, right into terrible danger, especially when he's scared. Hermione stands, keeping her head low, and bows respectfully. Please forgive us for trespassing on your lands, she says as calmly as she can. We have come here by accident and meant you no harm. We accept any punishment you see fit. She's read this in a book, of course. They're just foals, one of them comments. They brought the ministry woman here. Another disputes. This one is respectful. A third interjects. Hermione goes on to one knee and unclasps the bracelet from her wrist. She recites the customary speech, offering a token as tribute. Eventually, they agree on a price for their free passage out of the forest, which involves a suspiciously high number of wine casks. The centaurs escort the 4 students out of the woods. She honestly can't believe all 3 boys managed to stay quiet the entire time. Of course, it doesn't last past the tree line. Potter draws his wand on Malfoy. She wishes he'd had the sense to stun her first. Who's got your wand? She asks Weasley. I don't know. Umbridge, I think. Accio Ron Weasley's wand, she says. Malfoy and Potter are distracted, blowing off some much-needed steam. They're yelling about the forest and something to do with first year, which seems highly incongruous, and exchanging some very badly aimed spells. The wand flies into her hand a moment later. Umbridge had it. She hands it to him. Keep that pointed at my throat, all right? We need to look like we're in a standoff. You're the weirdest Slytherin I've ever met, he tells her, but obediently holds it to her neck and does a half-decent job at looking tall and menacing. "Any bright ideas now, Malfoy?" she calls out. "Not really. Now you've managed to lose Umbridge," he snaps back, looking round. "Yes, thank you. That little detail had naturally thoroughly escaped me. I absolutely missed the part where I led the headmistress into an extremely dangerous and frankly enormous herd of centaurs," she hisses, enjoying herself. Not before time, the other Weasley, Patil, Longbottom, and Lovegood all turn up. The girl Weasley stuns Malfoy, which is a relief, and Hermione and the boy Weasley lower their wands. "Granger," Potter says, "you are absolutely, terrifyingly insane." "Thank you," she replies politely. "Thank you," he says, with that earnestness she finds so discomforting. "Really, I don't know what we would have done." Ron Weasley turns to fill the others in, and Hermione is left standing looking up into Harry Potter's green eyes. They're much further up than they used to be. "He's grown even more this year," she thinks stupidly. "I need to go," he says. "Are you sure about this? I still think you're making a mistake. I'm pretty sure Snape was herring off to speak to Dumbledore, by the way. You're not very good at reading him." "Good. Then he'll meet us there," he says decisively, turning back to his little group. "I'm sure Sirius is still alive, but I don't know how we're going to get there." After an appallingly Gryffindor row about broomsticks and who is and is not going to be allowed to run off towards near certain death, they're scrambling onto what they claim are thestrals. Potter turns to say something to her, but that way lies danger. "Weasley," Hermione calls out. "It's time." "Really, Granger?" the redhead says incredulously. "Get on with it." He stuns her, looking only half annoyed to have to do it, and then everything is gone. When she comes to, it's almost dark, and Malfoy is standing over her. "Thank Merlin," he says, holding out a hand to pull her up. "I've never had to bring someone round before. What an absolute travesty of a day. We've missed the end of exams party. I am freezing, and you've given our headmistress to the centaurs." "I'm not sure I'm that sorry about that part," Hermione confesses as they trudge up towards the castle. "She was about the stupidest woman I've ever seen, mouthing off to 50 armed centaurs like that. Honestly, I reckon she deserves whatever's coming to her." "Yes, well, I suppose that's hard to deny." He grins for a moment, but then his face grows gloomy. "And then there's the part where we let Harry Potter race off to do something that will no doubt turn out to be endlessly heroic. Let's just tell everyone Umbridge dragged us all to the forest, and then the centaurs freed him," she says, rolling her eyes at him. "He gets special treatment from everyone else. Didn't I hear he was on first-name terms with that horse teacher before classes had even started?" His eyes widen. "Granger, you clever little minx. Remind me never to get on your bad side." She smiles sweetly at him. "Malfoy, you are never on my good side." But 12 hours later, she's the one guarding the door for him while he destroys a classroom in tears. Azkaban, as everyone knows, is a terrible place for anyone, let alone a beloved father. The next time she sees Harry Potter on a quiet afternoon a few days later, the world has changed, and so has he. She's walking next to Malfoy with his stupid goons behind him. It's been a while since he had them around so much, but he seems to be regressing. He keeps Hermione close, too, though. He stops dead as he steps into the entry hall and looks around. "You're dead, Potter." "Funny," the black-haired boy says casually. "You'd think I'd have stopped walking around." "You're going to pay," Malfoy hisses. "I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to my father." "Well, I'm terrified now. I suppose Lord Voldemort's just a warm-up act compared to you lot. What's the matter? He's your dad's mate, isn't he? Not scared of his name, are you?" Hermione suppresses a laugh and heads outside. She can feel Potter's eyes following her, but she's not sticking around to help with that row. Her father isn't a vile Death Eater. He's a dentist, and a very nice one at that. The castle's immediate surroundings are dotted with students in little clusters. It's a glorious Sunday afternoon in the June interlude between OWL's finishing and the start of Newt's. Hermione picks her way past the little gatherings, ignoring the stares as she does. She knows they whisper about her, the muggle-born who sits at meals and in classes next to a boy whose Death Eater father just got put in Azkaban. She tries not to care. She finds a spot down near the lake, tucked well out of sight, and pulls her robe off. She's wearing muggle shorts and a t-shirt underneath. She basks in the sun and thinks she doesn't care if anyone finds her looking like that, however shocked the wizards would be. She knows who's going to find her. He comes about half an hour later, when she's almost dozing off, her book discarded beside her. Exams are over, and everything is terrible, and it would have been the first moment of peace she's had all year if she hadn't been waiting and hoping for a boy she hates to find her in secret. Lucky you've got that thoroughly illegal map, Hermione says without opening her eyes. She knows it's him because her whole body has gone electric. Yeah, he says, lucky. He sounds about as dejected as any human she's ever heard. She wonders what she should do. I just wanted to say dash. Save it, Potter, she says and sits up, opening her bag and getting out the bottle she's stashed inside it. Here, drink this and just try to relax for once in your life, will you? He snorts at this but takes a swig anyway. She leans back against the rock face and enjoys the way his eyes catch on her bare legs. He hands her back the bottle. It's cool and sharp going down and sends her stomach buzzing. He died, you know, he tells her, staring hard at the lake. My godfather, I mean. Was it the Dark Lord? Sorry. Everyone calls him that in Slytherin. I do it to blend in. Voldemort. No, it was Bellatrix Lestrange. Malfoy's aunt. Just another bit of bad blood between them. She could tell Potter how terrified Malfoy was when he saw she'd escaped, how even he's scared of her, how people whisper that she is crazy. But she doesn't think any of that will help, so she just hands him back the bottle. How did you know it wasn't real? You always seem to know stuff. I had to learn a lot about people to survive in Slytherin, she says after a moment. Mostly by watching. Can you believe, he says, when they've been silent long enough that the bottle is half empty, we were ever worried about exams? Hermione laughs, but it's a bit mechanical. She's slightly worried Harry Potter is going to cry. She wonders what it is about her that encourages boys to have their breakdowns in her presence. But Harry Potter does not cry, and he does not have a breakdown. Instead, he slides a hand under her chin, turns her face around, and brushes her lips very gently. It's almost not a kiss at all. It's more the promise of a kiss than a kiss. But her heart is racing anyway, and she suddenly feels very, very awake. I'm about to go, he says. His eyes are a little older than they were, and a lot sadder. See you around, Potter. She flops back down and starts working on her clemency. She's pretty sure she's going to need it. The summer is horrible, partly because of the deeply depressing mists that have Hermione recalling the misery of her first 3 years at Hogwarts. That means she finds her mother, her brave, warm, radical mother, crying in the kitchen one night, remembering, for no good reason, the fight she had to be taken seriously as a woman in her field in the early 1970s. The mists that make her gentle, good-natured father's brows draw together to conceal some unspoken sadness of his own. The mists that are almost certainly magical. Other bad things happen, things that even make it to the Muggle newspapers. A bridge collapses, killing dozens of people. A hurricane in Dorset. Susan Bones's aunt dead. And in the magical newspapers, his name comes up over and over again. The chosen one, they call him. The most dangerous boy she could have chosen to let linger in her better dreams and haunt her worse ones. It's Hermione's last summer holiday with the trace on her magic. She hates it. She feels stifled, not being able to cast, and on edge all the time. It's like having a hand tied behind her back, she tells her mother. The ban on magic is alleviated when she spends a few days at Greengrass Manor. It's a beautiful house with an extraordinary garden. No one there, she discovers enviously, cares if underage Daphne and Astoria do some spells. They're perfectly pleasant people who describe Hermione as raised by muggles. She bites her tongue and lets them do it for 3 days before going back to her very ordinary home with mixed feelings. She wonders what it would have been like to grow up in a home with so much wonder in it. She can't bring herself to be grateful to Malfoy for the lie he has spun, but she's not stupid enough to deny it either. Hermione worries about her parents. Raised by muggles. What, she wonders, would the Death Eaters do to punish them for daring to bring up a magical child? She's never asked Malfoy what the supposed truth of her birth is. She knows she'll have to one day. Plausible deniability is long out of reach. She hasn't heard a word from him. Remus Lupin comes and wards the house. She's not sure it would be enough, but it's something. She persuades her parents to leave the practice to their junior partners and take a long holiday in France, ruthlessly reminding them it'll be their last altogether before she leaves school and enters the workforce. France is out of reach of the Ministry of Magic's trace and out of reach of Death Eaters. It's out of reach of Lupin and his tutelage too, but he's been finding it harder to find the time himself and has looked more gravely worried every time she's seen him. But France is not, as it turns out of reach of the Ministry or Hogwarts outpost. Hermione gets 11 outstandings and an award for coming top of the year. The award is a signed first edition of Hogwarts, a history. The holiday is a respite. The sun and the vivid colors, the blue sky, the olive trees, the red rock, and a smell of warm sap and warm earth and baking bread all chase away that horrible mist that had drifted across the country in early July. But no amount of magic can stop July turning into August and then stretching its fingers towards September, and they have to go home. And then, all too soon, it's time to go back to Hogwarts. It's not that Hermione doesn't have certain things she is looking forward to, but the thought of leaving her parents without protection make her feel a little sick. They agree there's no need for them to go to the station once more. They haven't seen anyone from the magical world barring Hermione herself, Victor, and Remus Lupin since the start of her 4th year. All she can do is hope that out of sight is out of mind, and that the protections on their house and practice will hold. She tells herself there's no reason for anyone to go after them. She knows her own behavior that year mustn't create a reason. She can't wait to practice a clemency properly with Professor Snape. Hermione's eyes find Harry Potter on the platform, and thereby no means the only ones looking. He's grown again and not just upwards. She's never seen him looking so well at the start of the year before, and the realization make her wonder what his home life is like. Maybe he's not so spoiled after all. He's tanned, and if his shock of black hair is messy, he's also had a half-decent haircut. He looks well-fed for once, and his shoulders have got broader. His green eyes ignore all the other curious stares and meet hers over the shoulder of the thin, balding, red-headed man he is talking to rather intently. He stumbles over his words as he sees her. She yanks her gaze away and wishes she had better control of herself. Nothing could be more dangerous. Granger, Malfoy calls out like a drowning man who's just seen a lifeline. He has grown too and is looking very pleased with himself. He's as arrogant as she's ever seen him, in fact, but Hermione can see an odd sheen of fear underneath it. She walks over to where he's standing with his snooty-looking mother. Mother, this is Hermione Granger. Granger, my mother, Narcissa Malfoy. A pleasure, Narcissa says. She doesn't sound like she means it. There's no mistaking the worry, almost panic, in her blue eyes every time they settle on her son. But she keeps Hermione chatting on the platform for a couple of minutes with some inane pleasantries. The first whistle blows. Come on, Granger, give me that, he says, taking her trunk. Mother, all right. He kisses her pale cheek. Her eyes flutter closed, but not before Hermione spots a tear building. One blink and it's gone. Miss Granger, it was a pleasure to finally meet you. Keep an eye on my son, Narcissa says, extending a hand. Hermione, baffled, takes it, promises to do her best, and then follows Malfoy onto the train. He stows her trunk in a compartment where Zabini, Knot, Crabbe, and Goyle are all lounging already. We need to go to the prefect's carriage, she reminds Malfoy. You go on, he says carelessly. It's not like him to pass up an opportunity to show off his badge, but she's not his keeper, so she leaves him to it. He doesn't follow her. She doesn't have much of a chance to find out why. Less than 10 minutes after she gets back to the boys' compartment, a younger student knocks on the door. What is it? She asks, vaguely recognizing the 4th-year Ravenclaw. I'm supposed to deliver these to Hermione Granger and Blaise Zabini, he mutters, looking absolutely terrified as he takes in the inhabitants. Zabini takes 2 scrolls of parchment, which are tied with violet ribbon, and tells the kid to shoo. He hands one to Hermione. What is it? Malfoy demands. An invitation to lunch, Hermione says, confused. Who's Horace Slughorn? Give me that, Malfoy says, seizing it. Well, Granger, you have arrived, he continues sarcastically. Slughorn was head of Slytherin in my parents' day. He likes to collect the best and brightest. Knot tells her, looking highly entertained. I suppose Malfoy and I are no longer in favor. Draco sneers at this and tosses the scroll back to her. No one seems to think Crabbe and Goyle have been unfairly left out. How irritating, Hermione says. I wanted to read that new runes book. Oh well, she sighs regretfully. Come on, Zabini. Let's go and be bright and beautiful or whatever this is. He smirks at Malfoy and then follows her out of the compartment. They arrive in compartment C to find Ginny Weasley, looking as confused as Hermione feels, but would never show Cormac McLaggen, Marcus Belby, and a very fat man with a bald head, a silvery mustache like a walrus, and gleaming gold buttons on his tightly stretched velvet waistcoat. He introduces himself as Professor Slughorn with a slightly damp, but surprisingly firm, handshake. Oh, yes, Miss Granger. I've heard a great deal about you, he chortles. You've made quite an impression on young Severus, you know. And some other sources, I might add. A rare jewel in Slytherin's crown, I dare say. She obediently takes a seat next to Blaise, who looks extremely disdainful at the company. His expression only grows icier at the entrance of Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Really, he hisses, without moving his mouth at all. This is the company we're to keep. But Hermione isn't listening to him. Harry and boy, Slughorn, says, leaping up much more quickly than she'd have thought him capable of. Good to see you, and you must be Mr. Longbottom. Potter looks embarrassed to be directly addressed, and stands awkwardly as Slughorn introduces him to a set of people it's clear he's never noticed before. And of course, I know you know Miss Granger, the professor says, with what Hermione considers extreme tactlessness. Yeah, sort of, Potter mutters, wincing. Hermione is too annoyed to be amused, and gives her iciest nod. She does wonder in what capacity Harry Potter has betrayed knowledge of her to this teacher, but there's no opportunity to ask. Friend of yours? Blaise asks sardonically, gaze resting on Potter. One of my nearest and dearest, Hermione says, matching his tone. Slughorn goes around the table, trying to bring out something worthy in its occupants and force-feeding them pheasant. Now, you, Cormac, he says, I happen to know you see a lot of your Uncle Tiberius, because he's a rather splendid picture of the two of you hunting nogtails in, I think, Norfolk? Oh, yeah, that was fun. That was, McLaggen replies boastfully. We went with Bertie Higgs and Rufus Scrimgeour. This was before he became minister, obviously. Hermione accidentally catches Potter's gleaming green eyes, and a flicker of amusement, and something else. Something more dances between them before she can look away. And now, Slughorn says, savoring the words with the same joy he has given to the game pie. Harry Potter. Where to begin? I feel I barely scratched the surface when we met over the summer. The chosen one, they're calling you now. It takes a great deal of willpower to send a mocking little glance up to Zabini at this. But as he is staring at Potter with the utmost contempt, she feels like she can get away with it too. Hermione has never told Zabini, and never will, but when she was learning to forge the pieces of armor necessary to survive in Slytherin, she had taken him as her model. It's very easy to hide behind blank disdain, and Blaise is very, very good at it. The afternoon descends into an extremely trite discussion about whether Potter is the chosen one. He looks increasingly uncomfortable. Hermione forces herself to turn away and chats solely to Zabini, but they keep being interrupted by Cormac McLaggen, who is extremely handsome and extremely annoying. Hermione learns nothing she wanted to know about anyone at the table, except that Harry Potter tenses his jaw every time he hears the phrase chosen one. As Potter isn't subtle in the least, his attempts to be casual about it seem like a red flag. Hermione thinks about the absolute state he'd been in. On that strange summer afternoon, she is locked into a little compartment in the back of her mind, and she begins to wonder if there's some truth in the myth. The idea makes her feel furiously angry and a little bit sick. She follows Zabini out of the carriage and catches his eyes trailing Ginny Weasley, who is still in her muggle clothes. She's becoming very pretty, with long dark red hair and even longer legs. She spends a lot of time looking at Harry Potter. When they get back to the compartment, Zabini steps back to allow her to enter first, which is about as close as he comes to being friendly. Malfoy has his head in Pansy Parkinson's lap, but he sits up as they enter and makes room for her. The sight of Parkinson distracts Hermione from whatever nonsense is going on with Zabini and Goyle. Really, you might as well pick a fight with a troll and slant her eyes at the black-haired girl. She's looking her best, but at the sight of Hermione, she goes white. Parkinson, Hermione says in her coldest, most dismissive voice, dragging her eyes up from the other girl's shoes to her eyes. Parkinson gets up and leaves without a word, and Malfoy places his head in Hermione's lap instead. He's never done this before, and she thinks it's altogether too familiar, so she pinches him hard on his neck. There is something uncomfortable about the mood Draco Malfoy is in that day. She'd sensed it. She has been acutely attuned to his moods since very early in their first year, when his moods could mean violence for her. He's pleased in the way that usually means something she thinks is bad has happened, like Dumbledore being made to leave Hogwarts or an innocent animal being sentenced to death, but she's never seen it of quite such an ugly underside before. She's not sure what it is, but she can sense it. He doesn't get up, but shifts onto his back so he can stare up into her face. He's making a big performance of it, which is odd because none of the people are the sort of audience he usually tries to flirt with her in front of. What did Slughorn want? To have a party that specifically excludes rude young men who think lounging around looks cool, she says, summoning her runes book and propping it up on his head. He sits up and pinches her back. You're in a lovely mood. Why don't you go and torture some children? Unlike you, I don't need to take on first years to find someone at my ability level, she murmurs sweetly, her mood somewhat improved by his irritation. Who else was there? She pouts down at him. Should I have taken you as my +1, Malfoy? You don't seem to enjoy being left out in the cold. Stop playing with your food, Granger, Zabini drawls. You know perfectly well it was Slughorn trying to make up to well-connected people, only to discover they aren't many. McLaggen, some idiot called Belby and Longbottom, Potter, and that Weasley girl. Malfoy is curling a tendril of Hermione's hair around his finger, something he hasn't done in a long time, but he drops it at this and sits up. He invited Longbottom? Well, I assumed so, as Longbottom was there. Zabini replies, and Hermione admires his really incomparable air of indifference. What's Longbottom got to interest Slughorn? Potter, precious Potter, obviously he want to look at the chosen one, but that Weasley girl, what's so special about her? Do tell us. Zabini. Hermione cuts in, keen to deflect Malfoy away from his favorite rant about Potter before it can start. What's so special about the Weasley girl? Quite pretty, isn't she? He's almost betrayed into a scowl. I wouldn't touch a filthy little blood traitor like her, whatever she looked like, he says coldly. I wonder where that puts me, she says mournfully, despising him. I was really hoping this would be my year with a shot at you. Hermione has found that reminding them of her blood status is a fairly reliable punishment for rude comments about it. It's a trap because they can't admit they know she's Muggle-born and they can't outwardly say she's not and give her the chance to deny Draco's lies. She smiles coolly at him, but Zabini is not so easily caught. His mask of contempt fades, and he sends her a lascivious smirk. Granger, he says caressingly, I thought you'd never ask. Malfoy snorts a little crossly at this and leans back against his own seat. Well, whatever. I don't care about his stupid little club. I probably won't even be at Hogwarts next year. This is clearly what he's been dying to say, but he looks at her rather uncertainly. She gives him no encouragement and makes a show of becoming absorbed in her ancient runes book. Mother wants me to complete my education, but personally, I don't see it as that important these days. I mean, think about it. When the Dark Lord takes over, is he going to care how many OWLS or NEWTS anyone's got? Of course he isn't. It'll be all about the kind of service he received, the level of devotion he was shown. Crabbe and Goyle, with their usual sparkling contributions to the conversation, are sitting silently with their mouths open, looking extremely impressed. And you think you'll be able to do something for him? Asked Zabini scathingly. 16 years old and not even fully qualified yet. This is an interesting reaction. Zabini doesn't often come from Malfoy's throat. She wonders if there's more going on behind his mask than he lets on. I've just said, haven't I? Maybe he doesn't care if I'm qualified. Maybe the job he wants me to do isn't something that you need to be qualified for. I'm sure Dumbledore's lot will be absolutely quaking at that, Hermione says without looking up from her book. I know I, for one, feel much safer. She does glance up then and sends him her very sweetest smile. But inside, she feels like she's just jumped into an abyss and she's falling down, down, down into the dark. I can see Hogwarts, Malfoy says, and the boys pull their robes on. Hermione, who put hers on hours ago, stares down at her book. She can't quite make out the letters. When she looks up, it's just her and Malfoy. If you have done it, I wish you hadn't, she says. She's always been able to be honest with him when they're alone, up to a point. That point is Harry Potter. She sinks her head into her hands. Those are people like me. They're nothing like you, he says, and the very sad thing is she thinks he really does believe that. We'll talk about it later, yeah? I just want to check something. You go ahead. What do you want to check? She asks. She knows him much too well. She knows him better than she knows anyone, really, maybe even better than she knows herself. This conversation is still Draco Malfoy with an audience. Draco Malfoy out for blood. Not the Draco Malfoy who will let down his guard enough to cry and blow up a room in front of her. Why are you so nosy? Why are you such a liar? They stare at each other for a moment. Fine, he mutters. Let's go. Merlin, you are so irritating sometimes. Hermione wonders how she can walk calmly to a carriage and swing herself in front of a boy who very likely has branded himself with a symbol that means torture and death for people born like her. She finds the answer, and it's just as pathetic as she'd feared. If Malfoy sees her as an exception, as not really, then she sees him just the same. How can he be a monster when he is also family? She thinks that her 6th year might just prove to be the very worst one yet. Things swiftly improve once lessons start, however. All Hermione's teachers, even the ones who are hesitant to unbend to Slytherins, make a special point to congratulate her on her clean sweep of OS and welcome her back to their classes. She's taking one more newt than most of her peers, of course, though she knows Theo not is taking 5 as well, and several Ravenclaws. Theo is also the person who always beats her in her favorite subject, arithmancy. It's hard to be truly bitter, though. He is naturally gifted at it in the same way Potter is naturally gifted on a broomstick. Professor Snape's extreme competence in teaching their class a load of things he already taught her the year before has her well on her way to feeling relaxed. And then they go to potions. So few people are taking it that all the houses are together. There's an even number of Ravenclaws, an odd number of Slytherins, and one Hufflepuff. Hermione, Greengrass, Malfoy, Nott, and Zabini eye each other warily. One of them is going to end up with Ernie Macmillan as a desk mate. I'm sitting with Granger, Malfoy announces. So one of you can do it. Greengrass is the least likely to use him as an ingredient, Zabini points out ruthlessly. But I'm sitting with Theo, Daphne says. She's become so angelically beautiful that none of the boys can bring themselves to argue. Theo looks delighted. I'll do it, Hermione says, rolling her eyes. Honestly, Zabini can't. Malfoy, he's almost as toxic as you are. She wouldn't have volunteered if he hadn't been so high-handed. Granger, do I need to remind you of a certain display last year? Malfoy drawls at her. If any one of us is dangerous to Dash. He stops and leans back against the wall, supremely casual. Potter and Weasley are walking up the corridor. No one told me it was bring your dunce to class day, she murmurs to Malfoy. It's always best to soothe him with a little poison before he interacts with Potter, so his blood isn't up too high. He smirks, but the hatred in his gaze seems to have hit a new level. Not your best. The dungeon is already full of bubbling cauldrons. Hermione goes straight over to have a look at them, and by the time she turns around, everyone else is sitting down. The best thing about Malfoy having to sit with Zabini is that he is treated to the full effect of the portly man's effusive pleasure with that contemptuous boy. The worst thing is that the Ravenclaws have taken their seats at one table of 4. The Slytherin boys and Daphne have automatically occupied the other. That leaves one seat left to fill, and Hermione has to fight for a look of disdain as she takes it. It's next to Ernie Macmillan and across from Ron Weasley, and that means, of course, that Harry Potter is diagonally opposite. Their eyes flicker together for a moment, clash, and break away. The potion nearest them smells unbelievably seductive. A feeling of great contentment steals over her. It's leather, The vanilla scent of old paper, salt and wood and beeswax and sun-warmed pine resin, and she meets Harry Potter's eyes again, and there's no clash now, but a moment, just the very briefest of moments, where he gives her a slow, lazy smile. She's never seen that smile before, never seen him look so relaxed. His eyes have gone very dark. And Morticia, she thinks, bitterly, and deeply regrets volunteering herself to be the odd Slytherin out. Now she knows what Harry Potter would have looked like if he hadn't had that scar and everything that came with it, and she knows it's going to haunt her. Less than an hour later, however, she's spitting with rage. Nothing she can do will get her draft of living death to turn lilac. It remains resolutely purple, and Slughorn gives the little bottle of Felix Felicis to Harry Potter, whose potion is gleaming and perfect. "How did you do that?" Weasley asks him. "Got lucky, I suppose," he smirks, glancing back at Malfoy, who is simmering with rage. Hermione comes of age on the 19th of September. She's never celebrated it at Hogwarts before, but Daphne must have made a note of the gifts her parents sent the year before, because this year she wakes up to a pile of presents that includes, for the first time, something from her housemates. A very luxurious winter cloak from Daphne. A carved box with little drawers full of rare potions ingredients from Theo. And a watch from Draco Malfoy. She's seen watches like it on the arms of old students, but none so beautiful. It's made of goblin-wrought silver with a dark, lapis face and tiny sparkling stars that tick around the edges. In a note, he's written something very appropriate and traditional for a very inappropriate and untraditional witch. "Thank you," she tells him, giving him a hug for the first time. He grins. "My mother chose it," he says. "She said you wouldn't, that you should have one." "I'll write to thank her," Hermione tells him. Later, they have a party in the boys' dorm, and even Pansy comes and behaves herself, though she makes a big show of draping herself over Malfoy all evening. They play games and tell stories, and they don't talk about the war. Given their vastly increased workload, Slughorn's weekly dinners, her new and inexplicable interest in potions theory, and the way he manages to sit with her at most meals and in almost every lesson they have together, Hermione doesn't notice that Draco Malfoy starts avoiding her not very long after her birthday, until after their first Hogsmeade weekend, which he doesn't come to because he's got detention. She goes with Zabini, Greengrass, and Knot. It's a blisteringly horrible day, and even the long hooded velvet cloak lined with all sorts of charms to keep off both rain and wind she'd bought that summer can't make it anything but just about bearable. Daphne and Theo peel off to go and pretend they're not mad for each other, and Hermione is with Blaise Zabini. The village, it turns out, is quite dull when she's not spending hours of it learning to fence with Remus Lupin. She misses him, but he made an excuse not to come to the village this weekend, so she's stuck with Zabini. It's like hanging out with a glacier. "This seems to be happening a lot this term," he remarks. "Shall we go and get drunk?" "Zabini, you say the sweetest things," she agrees, following him into the Three Broomsticks. The pub is crammed full, everyone's seeming to have had the same idea. "I'll go and get us a drink," he tells her. "If you see a table, dash." "I'm fairly sure the one by the fire is going to be free shortly," she says smoothly. "Probably in about, I should think 45 seconds. He's actually moved into a grin at this and goes to the bar, returning with a bottle of Madame Rosmerta's best mead. "You're right, she comments. "We've never spent much time together before this year, and now you're always around. It's Slughorn's fault, I suppose." "It must be nice for you after all that time with Malfoy," he says snidely. This is the moment Hermione realizes she hasn't seen much of Draco. She sips her mead thoughtfully and enjoys Zabini's bitching about their peers. He's not as funny as Malfoy, and too reserved to be really enjoyable company most of the time, but he's been a useful human shield between her and Cormac McLaggen, who seems to think she's just what his uncle Tiberius ordered. Hermione doesn't miss Harry Potter coming into the pub looking fit to burn it down and ranting at his friend Weasley, who is gazing at the barmaid. Potter, Longbottom, and Weasley have a heated discussion that she very specifically does not watch. But by not watching him, she gets to see all the girls craning and preening and try and catch his eye instead. She's not the only one who's noticed he'd grown another foot upwards that summer and started to fill out to match it as well. He started to look heroic. She hates it. Why does he never come to Slug Club, do you reckon? Zabini says, following her gaze when it drifts back. It's revolting how disappointed the old man looks every week. I don't know, maybe Potter thinks he's above that sort of thing. Now, he's the chosen one, she mocks. She knows why, but she's not revealing that to Zabini. But you're right. He sits there hoping Potter will turn up, and you sit hoping that Redhead will turn up, and I am left to be charmed by that complete arse McLagan. Zabini gives his coldest sneer, which means she's about bang on the money. She's only needling him because she's so bored. But they stay, and eventually Knot and Greengrass turn up, and they move on to Fire Whiskey. They don't hear about the attack on Katie Bell until later, and the general consensus in Slytherin is that she must have shagged someone's boyfriend to be targeted with a cursed necklace. Hermione thinks this seems like a leap, but as she can't imagine why someone would target Bell, she supposes it's as good a guess as any, though the rumors that somehow Harry Potter was on the scene make her suspicious. He seems to have a knack for being in the wrong place at the right time. Hermione starts paying more attention to her housemates after that. What she sees is concerning. With Voldemort's return and the constant bad news in the newspapers, including the relatives of more than one student going missing, suspicion and anger are turning on Slytherins. She has to step in to stop some of the smallest students being bullied by other houses far more often than she'd done a year before. People talk in hushed whispers around them. There are hisses and whispers of Death Eater fathers and snakes. Her own year, who've always been isolated from Gryffindor, now withdraws from their friends in Ravenclaw too. Teachers award them fewer house points. She has a meeting with the other Slytherin prefects. Malfoy doesn't show. He hasn't seemed to notice what's going on. They have another meeting. He doesn't show up to that either. Granger, we need you to be more prominent outside the house, Katia Rostova from the year above tells her. Maybe, remind people about your muggle upbringing more. And for Merlin's sake, get Malfoy under control. Hermione's not sure how she feels about being used as a token to validate a house full of bigots, but she also doesn't like what she's seeing happening to the younger years, so she nods. Malfoy, Hermione says a few days later, I need to talk to you after dinner. It's not really a request, and he nods. He looks exhausted, she thinks, and wonders where he's been spending his time. Hermione knows it's not with Parkinson. She's taken to working in the Slytherin common room most evenings to keep an eye on things, and Parkinson is there more often than not. Usually Hermione would go to the library until it closed and then head to the common room, but she can't do that now. You're ignoring your role, Hermione says bluntly in the deserted classroom she's led him into. I've had to step into the breach, and it's getting in the way of my library time. I've got more important things to do than babysit a few first years, Granger, he snaps. It's not just that, and you know it. We're in charge, but we have a responsibility to, this. I can't believe I'm having to remind you. You get the best bed, and you get to order everyone around, but you also have to set an example and protect the reputation of the house. Not something you've ever been very good at, admittedly, but it's more important now than ever. Rubbish, he says impatiently. What do we care for the opinions of those idiots? Your usual customary and yet still staggering arrogance aside, Malfoy, it's a fucking security issue. Firstly, someone's going to get hurt. People's families in the other houses are dying. And where do they turn to lash out? Us. Secondly, all that nastiness is making our younger students hate the other houses in turn, which is making them be vile, which exacerbates the first issue. Good, he spits bitterly. Those people locked up my father. I hope they make them all miserable. I hope they do hate us. Your father was stupid to get caught, she says nastily, not bothering to point out that first-year Hufflepuffs had very little to do with the matter, and given that he did you of all people, should be trying to avoid suspicion right now. Let them think what they like, he says. Don't turn into a soft, little mud-blood on me now, Granger. He storms out, slamming the door behind him. He hasn't called her that in a long time. She wonders if it's a threat. But he does show up in the common room every night for a few days to sit and work with her. Then he vanishes again. Hermione stops sitting next to him in lessons. He doesn't seem to care. Avoiding Hermione, getting detentions, and skipping out on his prefect duties are all fairly bad indicators that Malfoy wasn't lying on the train. But then he skips a Quidditch match against Gryffindor. Slughorn's having a Christmas party, she tells Theo as they sit watching Ron Weasley play the game of his life. Want to come with me? Yeah, all right, could be a lark, I suppose, he says idly. Did Malfoy not want to? I wouldn't know, Hermione says, very deliberately. She wants Theo not to know exactly what she's doing. Theo's eyebrows shoot up. A palace coup, he murmurs. Well, why not? Zabini, you should bring green grass, Hermione says, turning to him. Unless someone else has asked you, Daph. Daphne looks intrigued. Green grass, Zabini says obediently. Would you do me the very great honor of attending the season's premiere event as my companion? Hermione snorts. Daphne says yes. Malfoy might think he's moved on to bigger and better things, Hermione thinks, but he shouldn't have left his own house undefended. Hermione has been so buried in schoolwork it catches her by surprise when December brings snow, swirling against the windows one night and blanketing the hills and mountains and forests. Hogwarts is at its best just before they leave for the summer every year, but she loves the snow too. She's going skiing over Christmas with her parents, something she explains to Theo and Daphne during break one morning. They watch, enchanted, as she creates mountains out of the snow, their slopes lined with sculpted trees and little snow people swooshing down them to the chalets at the base. Beautiful, Miss Granger, Professor Flitwick says, passing by them. 10 points to Slytherin. Don't you mind them? Daphne asks when he's gone. Who? The Muggles. Oh, no, they're nice. And they have lots of clever stuff that means they don't need magic, you know. They can fly and everything. They've been to the moon. This naturally amazes them. Hermione is flabbergasted to find that they didn't know. It's really the first time she's ever talked to anyone at Hogwarts about the Muggle world. It's taken 5.5 years, but she's finally able to do it. She tells them about the dishwasher and the telephone and emails, and when the bell rings for break, Theodore Knott, son of a Death Eater and a dead woman, says, maybe they should teach us that stuff. She doesn't point out that they would have, if he'd taken Muggle studies. Hermione Granger knows a win when she sees one. A few days later, she hears something that makes her so angry, she almost loses her head. She's in the girls' bathroom nearest the library. It's unusually crowded, and Hermione ducks quietly into one of the cubicles unseen. Someone has etched Hogwarts, a herstory into the back of the door since she's last used it, which makes her smile. She's reading the comments underneath when she hears Potter's name and starts listening. He still hasn't asked anyone, one of the girls is saying. It's tomorrow. Surely he's not going to go on his own. Well, maybe we'll just have to get him to take one of us, another says. Hermione pulls her feet up from the floor and sits quietly, listening as a group of girls plans out how they can dose Harry Potter with love potions and get him to invite them to Slughorn's Christmas party. She had, naturally, noticed how interesting he'd become to what seems like the entire student body for one reason or another. He's now faced Voldemort and walked away 3 times that they know of. He's grown more handsome, and he's become more confident. The tale of him telling Professor Snape he didn't have to call him Sir had been an essential item of conversation around the castle for weeks afterwards. Hermione, fortunate enough to witness it firsthand, had to lock it away in the place she locked everything about Harry Potter away. Weekly occlumency lessons are helping. Somehow she's managed to keep Professor Snape from seeing any of those dangerous interactions, although she sometimes suspects he is deliberately not looking for them. So yes, Hermione has noticed his allure widening, but she hasn't realized it's got quite to this point. If just one of the girls manages to be successful, it will be unfortunate for Potter, though possibly quite funny under certain circumstances, but a combination of different love potions could be really dangerous. She's going to have to warn him. She steps out, drawing on her haughtiest Slytherin prefect expression, which is enough to silence the girls. She doesn't know all their names, but one she knows is called Remilda Vane because she'd been trying on with Zabini the year before. Thus armed, she goes in search. She knows she should leave it alone, knows even that almost kiss last year is enough to put her parents in danger, let alone everything else she's done. But she goes anyway, and eventually she finds him in the library. It's almost time for it to close, and it's fortunately almost deserted. Potter, she says casually, taking a seat as though she regularly sits down next to him. Hiding from Weasley and Brown? She can't blame him if he is. She's never seen anything as embarrassing as the PDA on show by Gryffindor's new couple. Granger, he says, looking up from his potions book. It's full of scribblings she's never noticed in the classroom. Distracted, she takes it off him. Did you do this? Oh, add a clockwise stir. Of course it would balance it. Oh, that makes so much more sense. No, it came like that, he confesses. She vaguely recalls him being given an old textbook and closes the cover. It's brand new, but the pages are old. She looks at the edition notes. It's from the 1950s. Potter, you sly thief, she says, admiring and annoyed in equal measure. I never would have guessed you had it in you. I've been slaving away to catch up all term, and you've just been handed all the answers. He smirks at her as he takes it back. It's not the lazy smile that sent her stomach into flips, but it's fairly dangerous anyway. Look, you need to be careful, she says. I dash. Is it Malfoy? He cuts in eagerly. Did he attack Katie? Who? Oh, that chaser? Goodness, why would he? Because he's a Death Eater. I've been trying to get you alone all turn to ask you about it, but you're always with him, or Zabini or not, or dash. Don't you have that map? I'm sure I have had a few moments to myself here and there for you to come and find me if you needed to, Potter. Well, fine, not every waking dash. Then, of course, she muses, you could have sent me a note. I didn't know what to think, he snaps furiously. You're so confusing. Well, I shall take to sitting in empty classrooms so you can come and find me at your leisure. Anyway, it has nothing to do with whatever Malfoy is scurrying around failing at, though I'm intrigued to know why you think he's a Death Eater. On the train, he basically told you. On the train? Potter, did Malfoy know you were in the carriage? Of course he did. She stares at him, that strange afternoon suddenly making sense. That's why he wanted to stay behind. And I ruined all his fun, didn't I? Well, if you were there, maybe he was just trying to wind you up, I don't know. He's been avoiding me. He's at your side every waking moment. He is there in some of my lessons and some meals in the Great Hall. She gestures irritably. It's been a while since we had an actual chat. I thought you dash. No, certainly not. Now, Potter, I gotta go, but just wanted to give you a little tip-off about a dozen girls, including someone called Remilda, who were planning to try to dose the Chosen One with love potions to get an invite to Slughorn's party. His mouth drops open. Yes, isn't it salacious? I overheard them in the loose. It's tomorrow night. They're getting desperate. They've been lurking hopefully around the mistletoe for days. Poor things. Anyway, just watch your back. Don't consume any food or drink for the next 22 hours, etc. Maybe Longbottom will be your taster. He could use a bit of snog. See you around. She saunters off, passing Madame Pants, who's going around spelling the lights at all the tables off. A few seconds later, Hermione can hear the librarian squawking at Potter about his desecrated book and leaves the library smiling. At lunch the next day, she beams at Tracy Davies as the girl sits down next to Millicent. Hermione scans the table quickly. The sixth years are all there, even Malfoy, whose presence at meals has become less regular. He doesn't seem to have noticed that she is staging a coup. It's rather irritating to be doing so without the person you are dethroning actually noticing. At this particular meal, Malfoy is doing rather less eating and rather more snogging of Pansy Parkinson, who has just taken her seat next to him. Although, Hermione notes, it looks more like he's being snogged by Parkinson, who has been as increasingly concerned about him as she has herself, but with different methods of handling the problem. She wonders if Pansy can still taste the shepherd's pie he'd been halfway through and wrinkles her nose. Hi, Hermione, Tracy says, pleased to be noticed. Hermione doesn't really like Tracy Davies, but she's not terrible. She's just internalized a lot of loathing about being a half-blood, and also unfortunately isn't that bright. She and Millicent mostly stick together. Coming to Slughorn's party tonight? Hermione asks Tracy, knowing very well she's not. No, Davies says airily. My father thinks Slughorn's washed up. Who are you taking anyway? Me. Meet you in the common room at 8, Granger. Theo says, cutting in. Theo, she thinks, is very clever. He always knows his part without needing to be told. Malfoy tenses beside her and stops kissing Parkinson. Long gone are the days when anyone in Slytherin thinks she's unworthy to have one of their princes on her muddy arm. There was no need to find a tactful workaround this year. If Malfoy wanted to go to this party with her, their house custom dictates she would have had to take him. You and Theo? Tracy asks, a little breathlessly, clearly absolutely hooked on this piece of gossip. Oh yes, Hermione says complacently, smiling at Theo across the table. Who else would I ask? Theodore Knott and Blaise Zabini meet Hermione and Daphne Greengrass in the common room. Hermione can't find it in herself to mind the way their eyes catch and hold on Daphne, who is a fantasy of perfection in pale blue. Hermione, too, is looking her best. She's wearing emerald green velvet. Her long, dark hair is half unbound, falling down her back, with a crown of braids twisted through with gold and silver. Gold and silver glimmer at her throat and wrists, too, and her lips are red. Magnificent, Theo says approvingly once he's noticed she's standing next to Daphne, and even Zabini gives her an approving nod. Shall we? One moment, Hermione says. She conjures 4 glasses filled with amber liquid from the bottle in her dorm. They float in front of the others who take them, a little curious. They look to her. It's a little early, she murmurs, but Happy New Year. Theo's laugh cracks out around the room. Cheers, Daphne says, looking confused, and they clink the little amber glasses. After about 10 minutes, Hermione is satisfied by the general impression they've made in the common room, and they set off. Not that I didn't thoroughly enjoy that display of power, Granger, but if I'd wanted this, I could have done it myself years ago, he points out. Theodore Knott has a name almost as weighty as Draco Malfoy's, and if he also has a Death Eater father in Azkaban, he doesn't have a brand on his arm, and he's interested in the moon landing. Theodore Knott is also very, very smart. I never doubted it. So why are we taking down Malfoy now? Lovely crown, by the way. The thing is, Theodore, it's quite a lot of work, and I'm tired of doing it all by myself. I've had to step in with the 4th-year boys 3 times this term, you know. Do you think that's my job? Also, he is being a complete prat at the moment, and I think he's had it coming, you know. He's got a lot on his plate, Theo says rather grimly. I would rather not know anything about that. I'm thinking about the house. She stops and puts a hand on his arm. He looks down at her, navy blue eyes intense. She continues, carefully and in a low voice. No outcome is a foregone conclusion, and we need to plan for all eventualities. Malfoy of all people should know that. His mother certainly does. He nods to show her he understands, and they catch up with Blaise and Daphne. Slughorn's office has been magically expanded. It's been draped with emerald, crimson, and gold hangings to make it look like a tent. Hermione immediately regrets her outfit, which now matches the walls. But it had, after all, been designed to have its effect in the Slytherin common room. It's tacky and noisy and surprisingly charming. She grins at Theo, and then Slughorn sweeps in. She watches the professor note that this Death Eater son has come to a party with a Muggleborn on his arm. He greets Theo far more warmly than he has previously and ushers them into a conversation with some policy wonk. All the eventualities, Theo muses once they've escaped. All right then, Granger. Let's give it a go. She beams at him. It will be much easier to do what she wants to do with Theo Knott, son of a Death Eater, on her side. The room is crowded for all its size. A haze of pipe smoke is hanging over a group of elderly warlocks deep in conversation. Theo leads her over to them. Warlock Kimball, he says, and one of them turns and smiles though he doesn't look that pleased. Theodore, how are you, boy? Very well, thank you, sir. May I present Hermione Granger, Slytherin's most dazzling student. Granger? The old man's expression changes. Any relation to old Hector? Oh no, Hermione says, guessing her role. I'm a Muggleborn, sir. He does a double take at this, and then shakes both their hands, his expression rather warmer than it had been. Yes, we've heard about you. Now I think on it, he tells her. A rarity indeed. Well, Theodore, I'm glad to see you're doing well. He introduces them to the others, asks them about their dueling, decries the lack of a proper class at Hogwarts, and in the same breath says very few students would have a skill to benefit from it anyway. Well, don't stay chatting to us all night, he says after a while. Go and show off your lovely young lady, you mannerless boy. Theo grins and obediently bears her off to the nearest drinks tray, just catching it before it changes direction. Hermione surveys the room, sipping her mead. Harry Potter has brought that weird blonde Ravenclaw girl he hangs out with sometimes, instead of any of the number of pretty girls who've been trying to get his attention all term. She's wearing extraordinary robes covered in huge silver spangles, which are more eye-catching than tasteful. His eyes catch on Hermione and hold there for a moment, arrested. She sends him a small smirk, just a little flicker of one, but not too quick for not to catch. It's a very deep game you're playing, Granger, is his only comment. She wonders what he thinks he's just seen, but can't ask without giving herself away. All eventualities, she responds instead, and wishes that were all it was. She'd be a better Slytherin if that were true. Instead, she's just a girl who cares about Draco Malfoy enough to lose sleep worrying about him, and a girl who cares enough about Harry Potter to lose sleep worrying about him, and she does not for a moment think the boy standing next to her would be helping if he knew that part. Perhaps he does. Perhaps it's an elaborate trap. Cormac McLaggen bears down on them at that moment. Granger, there you are, he says with extremely misplaced confidence, staring at her chest and making her uncomfortably aware of the slight plunge in her neckline. Theo gives a rather inelegant snort and ducks away, leaving her in the lurch. How are you, Cormac? She asks. Capital, he replies. He only seems to have one volume, and it's 3 fire whiskeys deep on a crowded hunting field. Finished your drink? Let me get you another one. Where are those damned elves? Here you go. He slides a hand on her lower back, very low, and directs her to where another elf-born platter is circulating. Nothing damned about house elves, she says icily. No, just an expression. Very useful little things, you know. Well, this is cozy, isn't it? McLaggen proves to be impervious to all snubs. She suffers through both his boastful conversation and his sliding hands for a polite 5 minutes. He finds any excuse to touch her and seems to have as many arms as an octopus, but she doesn't want to make a scene. He glances up and his expression lifts. Well, he says greedily glancing back down at her lips, look at that. She realizes too late that he has somehow maneuvered her into a dim corner, under a bunch of mistletoe, and he steals a kiss. She wrenches back as he tries to stick his tongue into her mouth. McLaggen, you are an absolute troll, Hermione says icily, and walks off. Theo is standing with Blaise and Daphne, and they're all dying of laughter. Hermione scowls at them. Yes, very funny, wasn't it? I need another drink, she mutters irritably, and is surprised when Zabini immediately goes to fetch her one. She decides to test out a theory and throw him a bone at the same time. Zabini, she says when he hands it to her, I think you should go and rescue that Weasley girl from Trelawney. His face is completely impassive. Why would I do anything of the sort? All eventualities, Theo says. Right, Granger? I've decided that as a house we need to, at least for now, be a little bit more publicly palatable, she tells Blaise. For security reasons. So do exert yourself to be charming. As you command, he says, his dark skin a little darker around those enviable cheekbones. Poor Blaise, Daphne sighs. He's so fastidious. Theo catches Hermione's eye, and they smirk at each other at this. He really is alarmingly observant. She'd give quite a lot to know what he's observed about her. Yes, I'm sure it will be a great trial for him, but we must all make sacrifices in the name of appeasement, he says smoothly. Greengrass, Justin Finch-Fletchley, is over there. Go, and tell him you're just dying to know what rugby is. Well, at least he's presentable. Daphne sighs, gathers herself up, and floats off without demurring. And who am I to go and unnecessarily charm? Howats, Amut, perhaps Lovegood? I could rescue her from Trelawney, with whom she appears to be trapped. Potter certainly isn't doing it, just hiding behind her. Oh no, he's not. Hermione treats this with supreme indifference, but follows his gaze anyway. Theo and Hermione watch, very entertained, as Professor Slughorn pulls Professor Snape into a conversation with Harry Potter. Their head of house and the Gryffindor boy crackle with their customary but ever-mounting hatred, while an extremely tipsy Slughorn waves his hands around merrily. It's almost physically painful to witness this, Theo murmurs. I don't think even Professor Snape could puncture Slughorn's misty-eyed adoration for Potter, she replies. She doesn't have to fake the acidic note. His underhanded efforts and potions this year have been extremely irritating. Everything about Harry Potter is irritating. His shock of messy black hair, his constant surprise when people pay him attention, his occasional flashes of wit, and his idiotic desire to get himself killed for the good of the world her prickle of jealousy as he bursts out laughing at something Luna Lovegood has said. He's still laughing as Argus Filch drags in a very surly Draco Malfoy. Hermione automatically steps forward, prepared to do damage control. She is thinking fast. Professor Slughorn, the maniacal caretaker, wheezes, I discovered this boy lurking in an upstairs corridor. He claims to have been invited to your party and to have been delayed in setting out. Did you issue him with an invitation? All right, I wasn't invited, Malfoy says as he pulls himself free. He looks remarkably unembarrassed. He looks angry. He looks ill. I was trying to gate crash. Happy? No, I'm not. You're in trouble. You are. Didn't the headmaster say that nighttime prowling's out? Unless you've got permission, didn't he? Filch says gleefully. Sir, Hermione steps in, with Theo beside her. I'm afraid this is a house matter. It's my fault. Professor Slughorn, who was head of Slytherin House for decades, looks between Draco, Hermione, and Theo. He glances up at Snape, who verges for a moment on speech, and then appears to think better of it. I see, Slughorn says. He is red-faced, and his eyes are popping at this apparent intrigue. Best of luck to you with that, Miss Granger. Granger, Snape says, sounding amused and rather worried. If you must stage a revolution, please do so privately in future. Yes, sir, she says, sparkling up at him merrily. But really, I thought it was done and dusted. Come on, Malfoy, let's go and leave Professor Snape and Potter to their very festive conversation. Potter's eyes are narrowed and assessing, but there's nothing any of them can say as she ruthlessly bears Malfoy off, not tactfully vanishes in Daphne's general direction. I don't want to know, Hermione says to Malfoy. Have a drink. You look like you need it. I don't need you to fight my battles for me, Granger, he snaps, but as he looks like a boy who desperately needs someone to do, just as she ignores this and slides a hand up his arm, very gently. Just tell me you're not going to get yourself killed, she says after a moment. I think I would be quite annoyed. His smile is very bleak, and he does not reply. He doesn't stay at the party long, and seems too exhausted to even raise the coup she has staged against him. But she forces some mead and mince pies into him before he goes and wonders if she's going to have to step in and find out whatever it is that Lord Voldemort has asked him to do. She has a horrible feeling that Harry Potter will expect her to. Harry Potter, as it turns out, does indeed expect her to. He finds her in the crush almost the moment Malfoy has left. I need to talk to you, he mutters. It's really important. Fine, she says resignedly. Meet me in the classroom 3 doors down on the left in 5 minutes. Wear that stupid cloak if you've got it. She goes to the bathroom first, in case anyone is paying attention, and disillusions herself. When she opens the door and steps in the room, seems empty, but there's a lingering smell that reminds her of beeswax and pine resin, and she removes the disillusionment charm, and barely a foot away, Harry Potter appears, feet first, then head, as he pulls off his cloak. What was Malfoy up to, he demands. I don't know, really. I have no idea. Slughorn and Snape seem to think you and your pal not knew all about it, he says suspiciously. You've got a real soft spot for the Sons of Death Eaters, haven't you? They understood something quite different, which is that I've been busy ousting Malfoy from his position of prominence in Slytherin, she says, rolling her eyes. If he's a Death Eater, as you suspect, he hasn't told me, and he hasn't told me whatever it is that's stressing him out so much, so you can stop glaring at me or wondering if you should check my left arm. I wasn't thinking that, he says indignantly. Yes, you were. He hadn't been, but it puts him on the back foot, which is nice. You're the most frustrating person I've ever met, he snaps. She thinks about the almost kiss last year and wishes she was further away. He's going to get himself killed. Granger, she thinks. But she doesn't step away. I could say the same for you. Potter, she says calmly. What is it you expect from me? I want to know why you're protecting him. Of all people. He bullied you for years. He's dangerous. He hates people like you. Why would you help him? He is all of those things, Potter, she says, and is deeply mortified to find tears in her eyes. But Draco Malfoy is the only person currently in this school who has ever gone out of his way to make sure I am safe. This startles him out of his rage. She remembers once before telling him that she was the only person to ever do that. She'd been wrong, though, as it turns out. What are you talking about? It's complicated. She fumbles the words. She's never been so flustered. And it's not something you'd understand as helping, I think, but it's all he knows. His family, too. She sits down on one of the desks and stares down at her hands. The only light is coming in through the window, the moon struggling against scattered clouds. He made it possible for people to choose to accept me in that world, she says after a moment, by using their own prejudice against them. The Malfoys told people I was a half-blood, knowing that people like them would either have to believe that tale or accept that I am cleverer and more powerful than their own children. Harry Potter gapes at her. The cool moonlight has washed the brilliance from his green eyes. He looks shadowy and pale and unknowable. He's like family to me, she admits aloud for the first time. He is using you, hiding behind a muggle-born shield in public and telling people you're a half-blood, so it's all right, actually in private. Yes, of course he uses it, she says, rolling her eyes. And I've been using him as well. But don't underestimate his loyalty. He's stuck with Crabbe and Goyle all these years, even though they're mostly useless to him. Now people can do magic, because they've been friends for years. He's stuck with Pansy, even though I eviscerated her and made her look weak. And he's stuck by me. Malfoy is one of the main reasons this school became bearable for me, Harry Potter, and he's the person who's made sure I'm safe no matter who wins the war. So don't stand there and tell me that I should leave him to hang out to dry when he is scared and he is alone. Potter slams a hand down on the desk. He's not a rejected dog you found at a shelter, Granger. He's a fucking Death Eater. Yes, I think he is, and I think he's been sent here to get himself killed, she hisses back crossly. She knows Malfoy isn't a puppy, honestly. Will you find out and tell me? He asks bluntly. Please don't ask me to do that, she begs. Now she really is crying, and Potter softens at the sight of her tears. Christ, Granger, don't cry. I didn't even know you could cry. He steps closer, his dress robes just brushing her knees. Of course I can cry, she responds with as much dignity as she can, which is not very much. I'm just so tired and I don't know what to do. Will you please let me handle it on my own terms? What does that look like? He wipes away one of the tears. His hands are calloused from Quidditch as they cup her face. She can smell it again, that salt and sunshine on pine smell that makes her think of woods on summer holidays by the sea. Olive groves, she thinks, are cedar. And then they're kissing and the whole world spins away. Fuck, she says, pulling back slightly. I promised myself I wouldn't do this. Me too, he says, and kisses her again. She clings to him desperately. She wants him so much she thinks she would let him take her right there on the desk with the door unlocked and the music from the party still drifting in. His arms are strong and bigger than she'd have guessed and hard with muscle. He pulls her close, and her legs part to let him closer still until they're pressed together and any sense of time and place recedes. She doesn't know what would have happened if the door hadn't drifted open. A group of partygoers pass laughing in the hallway, their voices bringing reality back into the room. They both freeze, and then Potter steps back. Hermione feels dazed, her lips bruised. She hadn't known it could be like that just from kissing someone. And of course, it would be Harry Potter, the most dangerous person she could possibly kiss. He sits down next to her. His breath is coming quickly. His body is very warm next to hers. It takes all of her willpower not to lean into him, to twist round and capture his lips again. The room feels like a storm has just passed through it, the air still vibrant with electricity. The only thing I will help Malfoy do, she says after a moment, is stay alive. And if I find out he's doing something that puts anyone in danger, I'll tell you and I'll report it. He relaxes a little, and she wonders what he had been expecting from her. You're going to get me killed, Potter, she whispers. My godfather always said there are some things worth dying for, he whispers back and takes her hand. I can keep you safe too, though, Hermione Granger. I think you're going to have more important things to worry about, she says sadly. How do you always know everything before anyone else? Her heart sinks. So he's the chosen one. She has suspected it, but she's been hoping and hoping it wasn't true. It seems too much for one 16-year-old boy to carry with him. I wish you weren't, she says instead, eyes blurring with tears again. I wish you could be Dash. Me too. His low voice is hoarse with longing. She takes her hand back and pulls herself together. Well, Potter, she says with her best attempt at her usual insouciance. See you around. He smiles, remembering the lake, she hopes. Hermione, he calls out before she quite gets to the door. You look especially beautiful tonight. You're not looking so bad yourself, she murmurs back over her shoulder, for once. His laugh follows her out through the dark and into the hallway. Remus Lupin finally answers her letter for extra lessons the day she arrives home for Christmas. He's been gone all term, and when she meets him at the edge of Highgatewood on Boxing Day morning, she's shocked at how thin and ragged he is. He'd said he was away, and for some reason, she supposes she'd assumed it was a trip or a holiday or a job. He doesn't look like he's been doing any of those things. She doesn't mention it. Hermione is 17. She could do magic outside of school now. It's as much a thrill as it is a relief. She can keep herself safe. She can keep her parents safe while she's around. She helps him ward the area they'll use for her training. As the first part of the lesson, keeping yourself safe and hidden, he tells her, is the first line of defense sometimes. I hear the Levi Corpus Jinx is coming back into vogue at Hogwarts, he says as he checks her silencing ward. This part of the wood is well warded already to keep muggles away, but they don't want any of their own kind to see them either if possible. It's the first time they've been able to duel out in the open, unhampered by the confines of the shack. She's so excited. I would prefer you did not use that one on me, he continues as he comes to stand opposite her. It'll remind me of just how many years have gone past since I was your age. She grins but protests. I used it on a girl in my house, but I haven't seen anyone use it. Well, one of your peers was asking me about it on Christmas Eve, he says. Potter was asking you about Levi Corpus? Hermione says, lowering her wand. That's weird. How does he know? The nameless student I was referring to, he says pointedly, said it was mentioned in his potions textbook. Hermione scowls. That book again. Whatever. Ready? On 3 my count. No spells are off limits. 1 dash. It's the best lesson she's ever had. She is good. She knows a lot of spells. But he's so much better. He's fast and imaginative and calm. He makes her go back over her mistakes and come up with alternatives. They do it every morning for the next week and a half, until it's time to go back to Hogwarts. Hermione is delighted when Professor Slughorn turns to Gulpalot's third law for their first potions lesson of the term. Finally, she thinks she has a chance to put all the extra theory she's been learning to try to keep up with Harry Potter and the extremely unfair textbook to good use. His expression is as stupefied as everyone else's when Slughorn asks for the theory, and she can't resist sailing into the breach. Gulpalot's third law states that the antidote for a blended poison will be equal to more than the sum of the antidotes for each of the separate components, she says calmly, enjoying the lack of comprehension on her peers' faces. Precisely. Slughorn beams. 10 points for Slytherin. Now, if we accept Gulpalot's third law as true. She scans a class. No one is following. It's finally her moment. Which means, of course, that assuming we have achieved correct identification of the potion's ingredients by Scarpin's Reveille-spell, our primary aim is not the relatively simple one of selecting antidotes to those ingredients in and of themselves, but to find that added component which will, by an almost alchemical process, transform these disparate elements. Ron Weasley is beside Potter with his mouth half open, doodling absently on his copy of Advanced Potion Making. Potter is idly flicking through his own copy. And so, I want each of you to come and take one of these files from my desk. You are to create an antidote for the poison within it before the end of the lesson. Good luck, and don't forget your protective gloves. Hermione slides off her stool and goes to fetch her vial. What a shame, she murmurs to Potter as she passes him, that your very helpful book won't be able to tell you the answers this time. He scowls at her half-heartedly. She's careful to only use nonverbal spells as she gets working. Ernie Macmillan, with baffling confidence, tries Specialis Revelio. Potter and Weasley copy him. Hermione almost bursts out laughing, but keeps her customary haughty expression in place. She can't stop her eyes dancing when they meet Potter's frustrated green ones, and it's almost too much for her composure when Professor Slughorn peers hopefully into his cauldron only to be almost choked by the sulfuric fumes within. The allotted time isn't enough, of course, as Slughorn must have guessed. There are too many steps that can go wrong and have to be repeated. Too much of it is a process of elimination. She's sweating slightly by the end and has covered 2 feet of parchment with calculations. But in the end, that doesn't matter because Harry Potter cheats again. He doesn't even get to her antidote, which contains 52 ingredients, including a lock of her own hair. Potter give him a fucking Bezoar. She'd seen him desperately flick through the book and head to the store cupboard, but she hadn't worked out why. It's so clever and so entirely beside the point, and yet Slughorn is delighted. You got a nerve, boy. Oh, you're like your mother? Well, I can't fault you. A Bezoar would certainly act as an antidote to all these potions, he booms, showing off the wizened little stone. That's the individual spirit a real potion maker needs. Just like his mother, she had the same intuitive grasp of potion making. It's undoubtedly from Lily he gets it. Yes, Harry, yes, if you got a Bezoar to hand, of course that would do the trick. Although as they don't work on everything, they're pretty rare, it's still worth knowing how to mix antidotes. The bell rings. Time to pack up, and an extra 10 points to Gryffindor for sheer cheek. He still hasn't looked at her potion, and clearly doesn't intend to. She is furious. She can't even vent her irritation on Potter because he stays behind, no doubt for some highly nefarious reason that will net him even more unearned house points. The only person who looks more annoyed than she does is Malfoy. He still hasn't responded to her coup. He looks worse by the day. He doesn't even step in when Theo persuades the 7th years to support their plan to make the house more generally acceptable. Students from each year are chosen to make useful alliances among the other houses. An interest in taking Muggle studies is encouraged for those whose parents won't forbid it. She leaves stacks of Muggle books in the common room. Several students are furious. They threaten to write to their parents. They threaten her. But the 4 most powerful students in Slytherin present a united front, and if not everyone obeys, a few do. It's a start. Hermione finds that a part of her had hoped house politics would draw Malfoy back to them. But whatever he's doing is clearly occupying too much of his time and concerns. Theo is better at running things than Malfoy anyway, but she misses him. He won't talk to her about it, and so she stops trying and starts watching. Apparition lessons start in February. Everyone is excited, except for Malfoy, who is arguing with Crabbe. They've been doing it a lot, but usually in hushed and secret moments, and she's shocked they are reckless enough to do it in such a public place. She's not the only one who notices. Potter leaves Weasley and Longbottom and sidles up close enough to hear them, and Professor Snape stands across the room, watching them very carefully while appearing not to watch. The lesson is messy, with Susan Bones splinching her leg off. The 3DS, Hermione whispers to Theo, must be dramatically, disgustingly, and dauntingly. He snickers, and she could tell everyone thinks it's at Susan Bones. After the lesson, which mostly involves staring at a hoop wondering how to get into it, she notices Snape swoop down on Malfoy and bear him off somewhere. Potter follows them. Trouble, she thinks, but there's nothing she can do. It's a weekday evening, and it's Theo's turn to watch over the common room. He's extraordinarily good at knowing just what to say to keep the house in line, to keep them from plunging off into the dark. He's better at it than she is, really. He's one of them in a way she can only pretend to be. Hermione tells him she's going to the library. She doesn't. She finds an empty classroom far away from any teacher's offices, and she sits and does her homework and waits. She doesn't think he'll come, not really. It's not like she's arranged it. But there had been one particularly heated look in potions that morning, and even though she knows it's the stupidest thing she can do, she goes and makes sure she's alone in case. He looks at his clever little map and lingers on her name. It's cold in the classroom, and no amount of magic can ward off the February chill. Wind and rain lash the windows. It's almost curfew, and Hermione is all but given up, feeling rather foolish when Harry Potter walks in. Hermione's whole body stutters when the door opens and closes with no one there. She doesn't say anything as he pulls his cloak off, just stands and pulls him to her. Kissing Harry Potter is the only thing in the world that makes her brain stop. Eventually he pulls back. She's pressed against the teacher's desk by this point. She's not cold anymore. It whispers. Yeah. Hello, she murmurs back, leaning her head on his shoulder. Stupid girl. She has kissed Harry Potter 3 times now. She's going to get herself killed. She thinks it might be worth it. I thought you must have something to tell me about Malfoy, he says, but this is much better. They sit on the desk, very close. He slides an arm around her. I don't have anything to tell you there other than the blindingly obvious fact that it's not going very well for him. Yeah, I guess. He's been vanishing from school. I can't work out where he's going. This is surprising. Hermione hadn't considered that he might actually be leaving the school. How do you know? He's not on the map for long periods. I reckon he's still here somewhere, just hidden, but I didn't know. That is weird, she says. Can I see it? He shows her. She has time to examine it properly this time and admire the details. This is really extraordinary magic, she says. My dad, he explains, voice a little rough, and Sirius, my godfather, and Remus. What's Remus been doing? He looks terrible. She probably shouldn't ask, but she can't stand the pain that laces his voice as he says Sirius. She wants to ask for that story instead, but she senses a rawness there that she's not sure she should touch. There will be no turning back if Harry Potter lets her see inside him. He looks astounded. When did you see him? She grins a little maliciously. Oh, every day from Boxing Day till we came back here. What? Remus Lupin has been tutoring me in defense against the dark arts since the beginning of last year. I wrote to him after less than a week of that awful woman. I go and meet him in the Shrieking Shack when you're off making witches cry in Madame Pudafoots and in the holidays. His mouth drops open. He never told me he was in Hogsmeade. Does Snape know about this? He won't be pleased. Of course he knows. He doesn't mind. He thinks it's sensible to benefit from every possible source. He was tutoring me too, she tells him smugly. Not all of us had to resort to highly illegal secret societies. You've got him wrapped right round your little finger, haven't you? But I don't know if you should be a bit careful around Snape. I'm careful around everyone, Potter, except apparently. This is not true. She sits in Severus Snape's classroom every week and lets him rummage around in her head. She'll have to work very hard to bury this conversation. A few weeks earlier, he'd almost seen her lose her virginity and had withdrawn very swiftly indeed. She hadn't been able to look him in the eye for days. But the humiliation is worth it. She's starting to get the hang of it. Sometimes he does it in lessons and eviscerates her afterwards if she doesn't have her shields up. Yeah, I suppose you are. It's where I don't know anything about you, really, other than the obvious. What's the obvious? That you're terrifying in every single way, he says, rather fondly. She likes it when he calls her terrifying. He says it like a compliment, like it means brilliant and bold and beautiful. But it does make her wonder why Harry Potter would choose to kiss her to all people. More terrifying than the Dar. Then you know who? More terrifying than Voldemort, he confirms. She kisses him again. What do you want to know? She asks a little breathlessly. I don't know anything really. Everything. All right, she says, arranging herself so she's lying on the desk, her head on his lap. She's reminded of Malfoy on the train, but she pushes the thought away. He has no place here. I grew up in London, in Islington. My parents are dentists. They're very normal, you know? Although there weren't that many women dentists when my mom started out, so she's pretty heroic. My dad kind. I did ballet when I was a kid, and he always used to take me to see the shows at Sadler's Wells. My mom doesn't really like it, so he took me. They wanted me to be a doctor, I think. Maybe I would have been. They sound great, he says. He's playing with her hair. When did you first do magic? When I was about 5, I think. Or so Mom says anyway. She said I used to tell her I could make things move like Matilda, you know, in the book. She didn't believe me then, of course. Then I set a girl on fire at school when I was 8, who was teasing me. I'm not surprised you started with violence, he laughs. Do you have siblings? No, she says. I always wanted one. A little sister, maybe. I got some cousins who I see in holidays. They're all right. They think I'm very snooty at my extremely select boarding school for talented children. My aunt and uncle tell people I'm at St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys, he says unexpectedly. He doesn't seem especially fazed by this deeply revealing statement. In fact, he seems to expect her to be amused. Hermione is, for once, lost for words. Well, that's absolutely fucking horrific, Potter, she says after a moment. Don't they know who you are? She can't imagine anyone spending any extended time with him and not being softened by all that pure nobility he exudes. She's never met anyone else like him, anyone so good. She wants to tell him that, but she can't find the words. They don't care, he assures her. They hate magic and think people like us are freaks. They should meet my housemates, she says. They get on very well. Are you safe in Slytherin? He asks, taking another unpredictable diversion. Yes, she says immediately. Well, with most of them. Not sure I'd make it out of an encounter with Crabbe and Goyle if I didn't have my wand, but they're so thick, they probably believe I'm a half-blood. But Malfoy isn't a threat to me. I told you. He's been trying to keep me safe. And using you as a human shield against suspicion, he points out. Yes, and now I'm voluntarily doing that for my entire house. You leave Slytherin to me, Potter. You're not built for that sort of intrigue. Besides, don't you have enough people to worry about? Yeah, he sighs. I know you're capable. It's just a habit. I am capable of handling my housemates at least. What was it like then, growing up where you did? He tells her about not knowing who or what he was, about his spoiled cousin and his unloving relatives, about still knowing so little of his parents. She hears more in the way he edges and curves his story around things than she suspects he meant to reveal to her. It's a story of neglect, a story of an unwanted boy who was made to know it. It makes her feel something unfamiliar and fierce. When he's finished, she sits up and kisses him again. She thinks she might cry, but she drowns herself on his lips instead. Why did you kiss me last year? She asks, pulling back. I was horrible. Yeah, he says, but you always saw me, you know? When you look at me, I feel like you're not seeing what everyone else does. I don't know. It's like, I don't have to be anyone else. I don't have to be the boy with the scar. I can just be me. She doesn't know. It's getting late, she says a little while later. Well past curfew. I should give you a detention. Only if you oversee it. Come on, I'll walk you back to the dungeons under my cloak. Merlin Potter, you're much smoother than I thought you'd be. He smiles, rather smugly at this. She doesn't remind him that she can disillusion herself pretty effectively. He's already seen that. It's nice to have a reason to extend this stolen interlude. Neither of them mention meeting again, but they don't promise not to this time. Either they don't wait as long this time. Just 3 days later, after dinner, Hermione heads back to the empty classroom she'd waited in before. He turns up half an hour later. It becomes a pattern all through February. She finds more and more remote and odd places to lurk, but he always finds her. Hermione has had some experience of finding hidden places in Hogwarts to snog. Neither she nor Victor had especially enjoyed having eyes on them. And on top of that, she's a Slytherin prefect. She knows all the best spots from catching people in them. Naturally, though, she can't meet Harry Potter in any of the popular destinations. There's always the chance some other pair of idiots who can't keep their hands off each other will stumble on them. Meeting Harry Potter. Dangerous Harry Potter, several times a week ought to have been more of a challenge, even than Victor Krum. But Harry Potter has a magical map and an invisibility cloak. Hermione starts to get quite a lot of her homework done in empty classrooms. After that first night, they don't often stay out too late. The girls in Slytherin don't always make it back to their own beds on time, and certainly don't always explain themselves, but Daphne and Theo are spending a great deal of time together, and Theo is far too observant as it is. Hermione doesn't think it would take much more than a comment about Granger not making it back to the dorm on time again from Daphne for him to start paying even closer attention. So they're very, very careful. She makes sure she's seen regularly in the common room and in the library. They don't even acknowledge what's happening to each other. They never make a plan. Sometimes he's busy or he doesn't see and he just doesn't come. She starts working on a way to communicate with him in secret. She tells herself it's just an intellectual challenge because surely this madness will wear off soon. Hermione has to put down firm rules about the work-to-snogging ratio. Potter is very distracting company. It only takes a couple of clandestine meetings for him to grow boundlessly in confidence with her, at least physically. They study together until she's finished her work, though sometimes his version of studying is more like obsessively checking his map to see where Draco Malfoy is. He even lets her copy out all the notes in his potions textbook, although only for the stuff they've already covered. He tells her, with an unashamed grin, that he's enjoying dazzling Professor Slughorn and she gets enough glory in all their other classes so she can be patient about this. He listens to her work out why some of the techniques are more effective than the standard edition out loud for 10 minutes before he kisses her to shut her up. She tells him he should at least learn something useful from this absolute gift. They pore over the book. She thinks there's something vaguely familiar about the writing, but she can't place it, and he supposes there might be, but isn't sure. Hermione has near-perfect recall for the words she reads, but not the shape of them. Besides, it's an old edition, and neither of them can think of anyone they know who'd have been at Hogwarts in the 1950s. Hermione suggests asking Slughorn if he recognizes it. Potter agrees and reluctantly lets her tear a page out. It's not one of the potions they've already done and doesn't have much altered by the prince, so there's little chance of him connecting it to Potter. She takes it to him and says she found it tucked between the pages of a library book. Could he explain if those changes would be more effective, and if so, why? He admires the work and explains the theory. He seems delighted to have her show an interest in more than just following instructions. Harry Potter told me in the summer the best in the year was a Muggle-born, he tells her, which is both a delight and a danger. Of course, he was being modest about his own quite remarkable gift for potions, but you do have a good head on your shoulders. Do you have any idea who could have written it, sir? She asks, ignoring this outright provocation about Potter's supposed talents. I've had a few brilliant students over the years, he tells her, and lists them all in excruciating detail. She repeats the conversation to Potter the next time they're cloistered in secret together, mimicking the comment about his remarkable gift in her most mocking tone. He looks pleased at this, but frustrated not to solve the mystery of the Half-Blood Prince. Weird about Levi Corpus being in the book, she tells him, remembering her conversation with Lupin when she comes across the note. Both Professor Snape and Remus know that one. Remus taught it to me. Actually, apparently, it was very trendy when they were at school. Where'd I guess? He agrees noncommittally. Hey, did you see Hogsmeade is canceled? They were putting up notices when I was on my way up. Hermione has not seen this, but immediately starts considering how she can subtly spin it as anti-Voldemort sentiment to her housemates. But Harry Potter chooses that moment to kiss her again, thoroughly distracting her from that train of thought, and she files it away for later consideration. February turns into March. She gets tired of sitting and waiting for Harry Potter, who isn't always guaranteed to be looking at his map, so she gives him a bespelled galleon, where they can write the time and the number of the place of their meeting. They alternate between 5 locations they're pretty sure are safe. It makes it seem more deliberate. Blaise Zabini whines to her that there hasn't been a Slug Club meeting all term. So how is he supposed to charm Weasley like she told him to? She tells him she has every faith in his handsomeness and charm and not to bother her with the details. Theo and she stage a conversation about how irritating it is that the war is affecting their very limited excursions out of the castle in the common room. She hears it repeated over the next few days, and if just as many people blame Dumbledore, it's still a bit of a win overall. Ron Weasley gets poisoned, which delights every single one of her housemates, though they are less pleased by the revelation that Harry Potter saved his life. Hermione is not delighted by this brush with death. She pretends to laugh. If anyone was going to get themselves poisoned, it was 1-1, she says snarkily to Malfoy in Lavender Brown's hearing. The girl runs off crying, and Neville Longbottom bumps into her shoulder very hard on his way past her. Inwardly, Hermione feels sick. She wonders how close Potter came to swallowing it down instead. She wonders whether it had been intended for him. Her anger about the Bezoar incident has long been remedied by Potter's kisses. Now she is actively grateful for the book. If the tables had been turned, if Potter had drunk the poison, would either Slughorn or Weasley have been quick thinking enough to save him? It's a terrifying thought, and she's glad that Potter spends all his time in the hospital wing, so she doesn't have to meet him for a few days. He's going to get himself killed, she thinks for the 100,000th time. And he almost does a week later. It's a cool, blustery day to be outside. Hermione is sitting between Theo and Blaise at the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff game, trying very hard to pay attention to anything other than the Seeker in red and gold. It's made slightly easier by Luna Lovegood's astonishing commentary, which would have distracted even Arachne from her weaving. She's only had a few stolen moments with Potter that week, in a secret passage she hadn't known about behind the one-eyed witch statue after defense against the dark arts, most of which involved him ranting about his substitute keeper, and then her pressing him up against the wall to distract him while everyone else was at lunch. Now she's watching the match. She can see his point. She's never seen Potter yelling at his team on the Quidditch pitch before, or yelling at anyone really. It's quite intriguing. Mind you, she reflects, McLaggen would irritate even the most good-natured of people beyond reason. This isn't a very interesting game, but if you look just above the astronomy tower, you'll see a cloud shaped remarkably like an umgubular/gilter. Lovegood announces serenely. Theo is shaking with helpless laughter, and even Blaze has allowed himself to smile. 70-40 to Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall barks into the megaphone, sending Theo into further fits of laughter. Is it already? The blonde Ravenclaw says vaguely. Oh look, the Gryffindor keepers got hold of one of the beaters' bats. This is the best game of Quidditch I've ever been to, Theo says breathlessly. Hermione can't help laughing too, and then Harry Potter gets hit in the head with a bludger, and she almost blacks out. He plummets off his broom, and Hermione claps her hands over her mouth, desperately swallowing the scream. Theo hits her with a stinging hex, and she recovers her composure. Thanks, she says. You think I'd be used to seeing people almost die during this sport by now, but I never quite have. Must be my upbringing. He gives her a very sharp look, but doesn't push her. Potter, whose fall has been miraculously arrested by his team, is whisked off. He's covered in blood and very white and shows no sign of consciousness. Hermione sits pretending to enjoy watching Gryffindor lose 320-60 when all she wants to do is rush off to the hospital wing to find out if he's dead. She does not go, of course. She knows Theo is watching. Afterwards, there is a series of increasingly wild rumors about the all-too-famous and interesting boy's certain death. They grow more ridiculous. And then one of the fifth-year prefects reports that, unfortunately, it seems like Harry Potter has survived once again to the great disappointment of most of the Slytherin common room. Instead of running off to the hospital wing, Hermione spends the evening working on the modified protean charm she's been trying to get right under the guise of doing her homework. The galleon is useful, but limited. It's secret work, but she can do it out in the open. There's nothing odd at all in Hermione Granger being busy at her books and parchment, after all. I should almost die more often if it makes you kiss me like that, Harry Potter says a few days later. Also, you have a truly insane amount of hair, did you know? You're a complete prat, she tells him. I should have finished the job myself. They're in an unused storeroom near the Olery Potter has discovered on his very useful map. It's location number 3. It's not the best place for writing essays, but they could tell from the thick layers of dust coating everything, including the floor, the first time they look that it's also unknown to anyone else. And so it's the safest of their secluded spots. The first time they went in, Hermione had stepped in behind him, sneezed, and vanished to filth. Then she transfigured a rusty bucket, discarded some decades earlier in the corner along with a broken mop, and what may once have been a feather duster, into a passably comfortable sofa, which they are now sitting on. I don't think Snape will like this part, she says, looking up from his essay on Dementors. That's not what he taught us at all. Granger, do you have any idea how many times I've faced Dementors now? Trust me, that works. I don't care if he marks me down for it. In fact, I hope he does. This is equal parts impressive and petulant, and she grins. You've also got this bit wrong, but I think he told me about that in a private lesson. I don't care, honestly, you don't need to look at it. He gives me shit marks whatever I write anyway. Maybe I'm trying to copy you, she points out, irritated to be accused of helping him, which she had accidentally found herself doing. She'd started reading it out of curiosity, but she hadn't been able to help herself from correcting it. I need to get something off Slughorn, he says arbitrarily. He's been distracted and upset all week. She thought it was the injury, but now she's not so sure. She has not told him about the panic she felt watching him almost die. She has buried that very deep inside her. Neville said to just charm him, but I don't know. He won't let me get him alone. Harry Potter has never spoken to her about being Harry Potter in this way before. She puts his essay down and looks at him. He's thumbing through his potions textbook. Well, you probably won't find the answer in there, she points out. He sighs, putting it down. The Imperius curse is out, I suppose. Definitely, he says firmly, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. He's catching on to when she's provoking him more quickly these days. It's a very warming reflection. Shame, she says innocently, twisting around so her feet are on his lap. He smothers a laugh. There must be some sort of potion or spell or something, though. Slughorn loves you, she says, to a highly nauseating degree. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Longbottom, but can't you just ask him for whatever it is? I've tried that, he says gloomily. He wasn't having it, and now he's avoiding me. Haven't you noticed there haven't been any Slug Club meetings? So Zabini keeps telling me, she says lightly. I think he's missing the sight of your friend, Ginny Weasley. She watches him carefully as he absorbs this. She hasn't missed the way Ginny Weasley's eyes follow Potter, the way she's careful to flirt with that boyfriend of hers in front of him. Zabini fancies Ginny, he says bemused, eyebrows shooting up. Merlin, Ron would like that even less than he likes seeing her with Dean. It would actually be pretty funny if Zabini wasn't such a git. He seems otherwise pleasingly unperturbed by this information, so she lets the comment about Blaze slide. Anyway, Zabini is a git, and she's just glad Potter has stopped pestering her for information that she genuinely does not have about Draco Malfoy, so he can say what he likes about the rest of her house. Can't you go and ask him to tell you more about your mother or something? He's always mentioning her. Don't ask him about whatever this thing is, just try to bond with him a bit. Might take a few weeks, though. Yeah, maybe, he says unenthusiastically. I'll think about it. Come here. She crawls over to him obediently and loses herself back on his lips. Hermione finds the necessity of hiding the fact that she's somehow fallen into an undefined and yet aggressively ongoing relationship with Harry Potter extremely motivating when it comes to her clemency lessons. Professor Snape almost looks pleased with her after them now. He hasn't seen anything she hadn't let him see for 3 straight weeks, and nothing at all in recent relation to the black-haired boy he loathes so much. She goes home for Easter, and Remus Lupin, looking worse than ever, tells her she's becoming an impressive duelist. On top of all of that, when they get back to school, she passes her apparition test first time. She celebrates by going almost all the way with Harry Potter in their secret storeroom hideout, while everyone else is at dinner. He's never done that with his tongue before, and she's still feeling very jelly-legged when he kisses her regretfully and says he has to go. I've got an idea to get that thing off Slughorn tonight, he says, though it seems extremely bad timing. I'd argue you've done enough heroic acts for one day, she says, still feeling the afterglow. But good luck with your mysterious mission. Thanks. I reckon I've got that covered, though. I'm taking my Felix Felicis, he tells her with a grin. Ron's idea. I can't believe I didn't think of it. Smarter than he looks, I suppose. But if you stayed here, you might just get lucky anyway, she says with a saucy grin and waves him off. Have fun. The downside to an otherwise very happy period is Draco. Everything else in Slytherin is going swimmingly well. Between Theo and Hermione, they've mostly corralled even the worst offenders into behaving in public and keeping the blood supremacist statements to a minimum. But Draco Malfoy looks worse and worse by the day. And while Hermione is ruthless enough to use that to remove some of the glamour attached to the idea of being a Death Eater among the other students where she can, she is deeply concerned. She even goes so far as to try joining forces with Pansy to get him to talk to them. Pansy has been spending less and less time with Malfoy of late, and Pansy has the same worry pooling in her eyes when she looks at him. Parkinson, she says one night in the dorm, come here. Only Daphne is in there, and Daphne makes herself immediately scarce. Has he spoken to you? She asks, bluntly, handing the other girl a drink. There's no question about who the he in question might be. Pansy Parkinson relaxes. She shakes her sleek dark hair and accepts the glass. I've tried to help Granger, but he just says it's none of my fucking businesses and not to be so interfering. Parkinson sniffs the amber liquid. Don't worry, if I wanted to poison you, I wouldn't put it in a drink I gave you. It's safe. The other girl's thin, delicate lips quirk into a smile, and she takes an experimental sip. He's terrified, Hermione says gently. I just wish he'd at least help us make a contingency plan to make sure he's safe. She stares down into her fire whiskey for a moment. You could try, Pansy says reluctantly, her eyes, dark as the flower she was named for, on the round, gleaming, ornate silver watch clasped around Hermione's wrist. He's more likely to listen to you than to me. I have tried and got a very similar reception to you every time. Nothing I've done can get through. Not even replacing him with Theo. Now he's just avoiding me. But maybe between us we can get him alone and try to talk some sense into him. If you ask to meet him somewhere for a snog, or whatever will he come? It's been a while, Pansy says, but yes, probably. All right, Hermione says. You're the bait and I'm the sting. Can you cry on command? Of course I can fucking cry, Granger, Pansy says haughtily, a single tear rolling down her alabaster cheek. They lured Draco Malfoy to one of the most popular destinations for Hogwarts couples looking for some privacy, an unused classroom in the dungeons. It's on a different corridor from the potions classroom and is about as out of the way as you can get in the castle. It has the advantage of 2 ways in and out, which means if a teacher does decide to check it, you can usually get out in time. Hermione disillusions herself and waits. Pansy comes in first. Granger, this is really creepy if you were here, she whispers. Hermione laughs. Pansy jumps. For fuck's sake, she snaps, but there's no real bite in it. She's been thoroughly defanged. Does he always keep you waiting? What a horrible boy he is, Hermione comments after a while. Horrible, Pansy agrees, at least these days. It's freezing down here. Malfoy comes in shortly afterwards. His skin is so pale, it's almost gray, and there are deep shadows under his eyes. He's lost weight. He's still handsome enough, but he looks really terrible. Hermione's heart stirs a little with pity, but there's repugnance there too. The more time she spends with Harry Potter, who seems extremely willing to lay down his life for anything he considers a worthy cause, the less sympathy she has for the people around her who can't see the evil in what they have been told to be right. Draco, Pansy says, taking his hands. I've missed you. She coos over him for a bit as they've planned, trying to draw him out about what he's been up to. As Pansy had warned her, it doesn't work. Stop fussing over me, he snarls. Pansy puts up a good show of crying at this, and he softens slightly. Hermione pretends to let the door bang open and removes her charm, as though she's just stepped into the room. Malfoy, she says pleasantly. How convenient. She's got his wand in her hand before he can even reply. He's furious. He rages and rants, and he tells them absolutely nothing other than they should be grateful to him for keeping them well out of the way. And if they're working together now, to count him very much the fuck out, thanks. Pansy is soft and sweet, and Hermione is righteous and stern. It doesn't work. I will write to your mother, Hermione threatens. If you feel you must, he says with a surprising amount of icy dignity. She gives up. They try Crabbe and Goyle next. They know. She's sure of it, and so is Parkinson. But as their one and only strength seems to be stubbornness, neither girl can get the least information out of them. She raises it with Potter, who tells her Malfoy is vanishing into the room he'd used for his secret society last year. It's called the Room of Requirement, and it can be anything you want, including, apparently, unplottable. She gapes at him. And it never occurred to you to take me there? We could be in a bedroom right now instead of this ridiculous storeroom. Oh, well, I dunno. I snogged Cho Chang in there, didn't I? It didn't seem right. Potter, I don't care if you had an orgy in there. We could have been the height of luxury in an impenetrable location this entire time. She imagines asking the room for a bed and flushes at the thought. Their time together is very limited, but it's getting harder and harder not to extend it into nights spent on the transfigured sofa. She likes the power she has over him when she's on her knees for him, the way he'll tremble and fall apart for her, the way he's learning to master her when he pushes her robes up above her waist. But it's not enough. She wants all of him, wants every inch of their skin pressed together, wants him to be part of her, inside her. She aches. She wants him so much she thinks, more and more, that if she does die of it, it'll be worth it. Well, we can't use it anyway if Malfoy's always up there, he points out. She's reminded, viscerally, of how useful the enchanted room might have been when they finally get caught. They're in location number 2, the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor where he'd first come to her, when Professor Snape finds them. Unfortunately, Hermione is sitting on a desk with her legs wrapped around Harry Potter when he walks in. Fortunately, all their clothes are on. It's still the second most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to her in her head of House's presence. The first thing she knows about it is his icy, sarcastic voice saying, "Potter, remove yourself from my student." Hermione squeaks, pulling back in horror. "Sir," she gasps, "it's not Dash. Miss Granger, do not lower yourself even more in my estimation than you already have by finishing that sentence. Detention, both of you, and 20 points from Gryffindor for leading other students astray, Potter. Go back to the tower. I will see Miss Granger safely to her dormitory." As it's only 8 p.m., this seems a bit strict, but hardly the moment to point that out. "No, sir, it's my fault. I'll dash," Potter starts. Hermione silences him with a quick spell. A single detention from Professor Snape for something like this is almost unheard of. It's practically an endorsement. "Potter, go on. Fuck off," she hisses. "Are you mental?" He stares down at her, fierce and resolute for a moment. He tries to speak, then glares at her. She rolls her eyes at him fondly and whispers, "Go on. I'll be fine." She's not scared of Professor Snape. Harry Potter seems to remember this and leaves the room quietly. She lifts the spell with a flick of her wand as he shuts the door behind him. Oddly, Professor Snape takes a seat on the edge of one of the other desks, eyeing the dust rather irritably. He banishes it with a flick of his wand, restoring his black robes to their previous immaculate state. Then he stares at her for a moment, his almost impenetrable black eyes, she thinks hopefully, concerned rather than angry. "Do you know why I've come here tonight?" he asks her. This seems incongruous. She supposed they were caught in the usual way, not that she's had much time to dwell on the matter. "I expect there was some sort of carelessness you're going to explain to me," she replies as calmly as she can. "And then tell me that you're not disappointed I did it, but you are disappointed I got caught." His lips quirk ever so slightly. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned to me that you and that troublesome boy have been growing close," he says as though he has not heard her. He was, naturally, a little concerned and saw fit to raise the matter with me. Professor Snape does not sound at all pleased about this. She can hardly blame him. She has no idea why the old man would want to get involved, let alone involve Snape, who is not known for his dedication to pastoral care. "The headmaster has suggested that you are perhaps," he pauses, "a distraction to the boy, and that this situation is a danger to you both. I believe he was hoping my presence alone would deter any future rendezvous." Snape stares down at his hand for a moment, then adds wryly, "It is a long time since he himself was a teenager, you see." Hermione wants to die. "How long has this been going on?" he asks. This continues the pattern of being not at all what she was expecting him to do or say, so she just stares past his forehead and tries to keep her face as blank as she can. Her shields are up, and she's avoiding direct eye contact. "I ask because you have allowed me to prod around in your mind every week for almost a year," he continues, "and yet I have seen nothing of this. I think that deserves, let's say, 20 points to Slytherin. But let me be clear, Miss Granger, if I'm ever forced to witness it, it spell the end of your extra lessons, and that will be the mildest of the punishments that will rain down upon you. I'll see you on Thursday after dinner for your detention." She nods, robbed of speech. "Must I tell you what to do now, Miss Granger?" "Get out, Professor," Hermione murmurs. She doesn't need legitimacy to know they are both hearing "There's no need to call me sir, Professor." Snape raises an eyebrow, and Hermione flees with the little dignity she has left. What did he say? Harry Potter asks her the next morning. He's been careless, approaching her in a corridor, but she can see he's flustered and earnest, so she doesn't tell him off. "I shouldn't have left you like that. He told me Dumbledore knows and isn't the biggest fan of this." She gestures between the two of them, and then gave me 20 points to Slytherin. "He gave you points?" he asks, exasperated, running a hand over his chin. "What for?" "He's been giving me lessons and hiding my very dangerous sympathies," she says, eyeing him. "He looks especially handsome this morning, all ruffled black hair and sleepy green eyes, and he was pleased I'd managed to keep this secret." "Oh, a clemency?" She nods, peering around the corridor. "He tried to teach me that. It didn't go very well." This doesn't surprise Hermione. When Harry feels things, he feels them all at once. It's pure, really, and she envies him his idealism. Why do you hate him so much? She asks curiously. I mean, well, he is awful to you. I know that. That's a very long story. He hedges, also scanning the corridor. But be careful around him. I'm sure he's trying to help Malfoy. She frowns, thinking over all the interactions she's seen between the two that year. Maybe, she says, but he's definitely supportive of what Theo and I have been doing to try to make Slytherin a little less of a hotbed of support for the Dark Lord as well. Probably to keep Dumbledore sweet, he mutters. Maybe, but he doesn't have to help me if that's the case. She can tell this conversation is going to go nowhere fast. This is entirely too out in the open. I'll meet you later. I can't tonight, Quidditch practice. But, he really said, Dumbledore knows. And is not a fan of mine, I suspect, she says, a little annoyed to have discovered this. She doesn't know why it rankles. She's never even spoken to the headmaster. He huffs on irritated breath, but grins too. I bet the portraits told him, I reckon they're always doing that. I'm about to get to runes. See you around, Potter. Hermione wonders whether Professor Dumbledore has a point. She wonders if she is a dangerous distraction to Harry Potter. She sees the way Ginny Weasley, beautiful, merry, brave Ginny Weasley, makes him laugh. But his eyes never follow Ginny Weasley. They unerringly find hers. Always. And she thinks about the frustrating incompatibility of logic and desire. Other than that, the summer term is a halcyon period. Potter is radiantly happy for a condemned man. Sometimes, when they can get away with a late meeting, he turns up still in his Quidditch gear, full of confidence about how brilliantly his team is playing. He even submits to revising with her, though he does point out that, as they don't have standardized exams this year, and as she could probably pass them in her sleep already, she is being a bit mental. They have a fight about it, but it doesn't last into the morning. One speaking, heated look on the way into defense against the dark arts, and it's gone just like that. Have you ever heard of this one? He asks her one night, showing her a spell written in the margins of the recipe for a draft for forgetfulness in the prince's book. It says, Sectum Sempra for enemies. No, looks pretty dark. I think he made some of these up, you know. If you're going to try them for Merlin's sake, do it on an animal, not a person. Yeah, probably wise. It's nice, you know, studying with you. His arm nudges hers, very gently. He's rolled the sleeves of his black robes up. His forearms are strong, dusted with dark hair. The skin on them just turning golden after hours spent outside flying. Yeah. I don't know why. You're just very pragmatic about stuff. And maybe I just like being around you. Well, Potter, your company isn't terrible either, she says, climbing onto his lap and kissing him very thoroughly. A few minutes later, she pulls back. You know, we could test it now? The spell, I mean, she says. Right now, he asks, pointedly in the process of unbuttoning her robes, sounding a little frustrated. Well, aren't you curious? Yeah, he admits, his hands resting against her chest. He kisses her again, then rests his forehead on hers and sighs. Yeah, all right, I've been thinking about it for weeks. She clambers off and transfigures the abandoned feather duster into a chicken. Go on then, she says, looking at him. He's staring at the chicken. She looks down at it. It clucks, looking around rather bemusedly. I don't want to hurt it. Look, it's quite sweet really, he says. Something inside her tugs loose. A little warm swoop. It's not a real chicken, Potter, she says, fighting a smile. It's a cleaning implement long past being of any use. If I leave it, it'll turn back into a duster in a couple of hours. Fine, fine. Sectum Sempra. The chicken collapses in a pool of its own blood, covered in lacerations. Merlin, she breathes, staring at Potter, whose face has gone quite pale. I want to test that on McLaggen, he says, horrified. Hermione turns the chicken back into a feather duster and vanishes the blood. Thank Merlin for you. You're an absolute genius, do you know that? So it's in here? She asks, staring at the blank wall a few days later. Well, you'd never know, would you? However did you find it? They've come to the room of requirement while everyone else is at breakfast, including and especially Draco Malfoy. Potter can't get in, he says, when Malfoy is in there. But he wants her to see how it works in case she has any bright ideas. She suspects he has too much faith in her intelligence and that Malfoy's requirements supersede anyone outside's. but she's curious about the place he's described anyway. Yeah, you just have to think about. Potter stops, listening. Shit, someone's coming, he says. I'll get us somewhere to hide. He paces up and down 3 times, and a door appears in the wall. They tumble into a cavernous room. It's the size of a cathedral, with great slitted windows through which shafts of light cut through the gloom. And everywhere, on and on and on, are piles and piles of junk. It's like a city, Potter says, staring around in awe. And it is a great maze of a city with alleyways and roads bordered by teetering piles of broken and damaged furniture, and God knows what else. This must be 1,000 years of people's hidden stuff, she says. That's what you asked it for, right? A place to hide. She gazes longingly at the thousands and thousands of books and wishes she had months to look through them. There are winged catapults and fanged frisbees, some still with enough life in them to hover half-heartedly over the mountains of other forbidden items. There are chipped bottles of congealed potions, hats, jewels, cloaks, dragon eggshells, corked bottles, several rusting swords, and even a heavy, blood-stained axe. Look, she says, that's the vanishing cabinet Montague got stuck in last year. I wonder who moved it here. Oh yeah, Potter says, gazing at it. Weird thing to invent, isn't it? Why don't people just apparate? Some people can't. It's quite hard, you know, and it would get you past wards as well if you needed to get somewhere with anti-apparition wards up or out of it. Yeah, he says feelingly, clearing thinking of their surprisingly dull lessons on the subject. It's a bloody horrible feeling as well. I hate it. They roam around, poking at things. Most of it looks like junk, but not all of it. Some of this must be worth a fortune. Potter picks up a dusty tiara and eyes it before plunking it down on a bust on top of a scarred chest. Hermione laughs. This probably is anyway, he agrees, smiling at it. I wonder if you could take stuff out. I know you're about 2 seconds from going through the books, so I suppose we'll find out. It's nice to feel known. He pulls out his map. Malfoy's not at breakfast. We better go. Anyway, I got to get a Quidditch. I'm already late. Good luck, she says, kissing him by the door. He's turning to open it when she adds, I hope you thrash Ravenclaw. I'll be watching. In red knickers. He chokes and starts to turn back. Move along, she says chidingly, or you'll be late. I'll follow you out in 5 minutes or something. Which, he mutters, half laughing. I'll get you back for that later. Hermione spends rather more than 5 minutes looking through the piles of books in the room of discarded things. She takes a few interesting-looking tomes away with her, including one on healing, which, in the face of the very violently bloody chicken incident and very clearly looming war, it has occurred to her might be useful. Harry Potter's team thrashes Ravenclaw to win the Quidditch Cup. Her galleon heats up in the middle of the afternoon, and she steals off to their favorite room by the Ollery. It's a beautiful day, and she wishes they could meet outside and find a quiet spot by the lake like other couples. If that's what they are, but this refuge is better than nothing. Potter is already there when she comes in. He's still in his Quidditch gear and looking jubilant. He pulls her to him, a hard, blazing look in his eyes, and kisses her. You did wear red, he breathes as he pulls her robes off her a few minutes later. She smirks down at him, enjoying the sight of him kneeling on the floor. He kisses her over the top of them, then slides them off. There's little room for words that afternoon. It's urgent and worshipful and all their own. Afterwards, lying naked and entwined on the sofa, as Harry Potter kisses her hair in awe, Hermione wishes there was some magic that would make the whole world just fade away and let that afternoon go on and on and on forever. Sometimes it feels like it does. May turns into June, filled with hidden pleasures as they explore one another. Hermione finds a cutting of a woman called Prince in the newspaper, and they bicker about whether the book's author could be a girl. She thinks it could, he says not. He doesn't tell her what it means to be the chosen one, and she doesn't ask. She thinks, sometimes, that she should, that he might need her. But she sees his furrowed brow in the outside castle, and the way it slides off him when they're together, and she thinks that Dumbledore might be right, that she is a distraction, but that maybe this boy who has known little enough relief deserves a little distraction. Then one day, he makes her galleon heat up over and over and over again. She hurries up to the abandoned classroom they use. About to go somewhere, he says breathlessly. I just wanted to tell you in case anything happens. I'll be with Dumbledore. Keep an eye on Malfoy. With the headmaster gone, he might try something. Ron and Neville are watching the map, but I wanted to warn you too. All right, she says, because what else is there to say when you have fallen in love with a hero? Good luck. And oh, Harry, be careful. See you around, Hermione, he says, meaningfully, and kisses her quickly. Then he's gone. There's no sign of Malfoy anywhere. Eventually, feeling rather idiotic, she goes to sit in the corridor outside the room of requirement under a disillusionment charm. Nothing happens, no one even walks past, it's so out of the way. She waits until curfew and heads back down to the house. When she gets there, Draco Malfoy is stepping out of the gap in the dungeon wall, looking as relieved as he does scared. Keep people in here tonight, he says, without preamble. Her heart doesn't so much sink as cartwheel off a precipice. Malfoy, she says, please. Granger, he interrupts, very intensely, taking her hands and pulling her to the side of the entrance. I'm not fucking around. They need you in here tonight. The Death Eaters will be here soon. I've got till I had to do it. They were going to kill my parents. But no students need to be hurt, right? Just keep them hidden away here. Where will you be? She asks, thinking fast. She wants to kill him, but she doesn't have time for that. Astronomy Tower. It's out of the way. It should just be us and Dumbledore up there. Just keep everyone inside. Us and Dumbledore and fuck. Did you tell Theo? She asks. Theo will look after the Slytherins. She can trust him to do that. What about the other houses? Yeah, of course I told him. The others should be safe too. I made sure they're all inside the houses. I faked notes from Dumbledore for all the prefects warning them there would be a security drill after hours and to stay inside. You don't have to do this, she says desperately. You could run. He's got my family, Granger. I don't have a choice. He glances at his watch. I've got to go. She watches him sprint off. She turns to look at the entrance to the dungeon, and she turns and runs back the way she came. Hermione comes skidding to a halt outside Professor Snape's office and barges in without knocking. Granger. He hisses, but she doesn't let him continue. Malfoy's let Death Eaters into the castle, she gasps. They'll be here soon. I don't know how long or how they're getting in. They're going to attack Dumbledore. He went somewhere with Harry. That stupid boy, he curses. She's not absolutely sure which one he means. Well, Miss Granger, I don't suppose there's any point ordering you to go back to the safety of your house. Absolutely not, she confirms. I'm coming with you. I could force you, he says softly. You could, but do you want to waste time fighting me when I'll only run off after you the moment I get free anyway? How good is your disillusionment charm? He asks resignedly. Pretty good. I'm going to trust you with more than your own life tonight, he says grimly. Expecto Patronum. A silvery doe appears. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Hogwarts is under attack by Death Eaters. You must come to the castle. It gallops off, and he casts another. Messages bound away one after another to Nymphadora Tonks. Remus Lupin. Arthur Weasley. Molly Weasley. Alastair Moody. Minerva McGonagall. Fleur Delacour. Bill Weasley. She follows him up to the tower. It's empty, but the dark mark soars and twists above them, green and bright and menacing. She's never seen it before. The prophet hadn't even printed photographs after the World Cup debacle. The castle is quiet still, the storm yet to break. It can't be long, she thinks, if he's already cast the mark. Granger, I think it's time you try your hand at legilimens, he says, staring out the grounds. He turns to her. You must be careful, he says, should you ever choose to do this to someone of my skill without proper training. If I wish to do it, I could trap you in my mind forever. However, tonight you may enter freely. Do you know the process? Yes, I think so. She stands opposite him. She feels sick. She looks into those black eyes. Begin. Legilimens, she says. She is in an office. It must be the headmaster's because he is sitting behind a grand desk. It's nighttime. He is slumped sideways, half conscious, his hand dangling blackened and burned beside him. She stares at it, horrified. Only dark magic, the darkest, could do such a thing. Professor Snape is muttering incantations, pointing his wand at the wrist of the hand, while with his left hand he tips a goblet full of a potion old man's throat. It looks like a healing potion. It's thick and golden, but she doesn't recognize it. After a moment or two, Dumbledore's eyelids flutter and open. Why? Asked Snape. Why did you put on that ring? It carries a curse. Surely you realize that. Why even touch it? An ancient-looking heavy gold ring is lying on the desk before Dumbledore. It's cracked, and a sword is lying beside it. I was a fool, sorely tempted. Tempted by what? The headmaster doesn't reply. It is a miracle you managed to return here. Snape is furious. That ring carried a curse of extraordinary power. To contain it is all we can hope for. I have trapped the curse in one hand for the time being. Dumbledore raises his blackened, useless hand and examines it interestedly. You have done very well, Severus. How long do you think I have? I cannot tell. Maybe a year. There is no halting such a spell forever. It will spread eventually. It is the sort of curse that strengthens over time. I am fortunate, extremely fortunate, that I have you, Severus. If you had only summoned me a little earlier, I might have been able to do more, buy you more time. Did you think that breaking the ring would break the curse? Something like that. I was delirious, no doubt. Well, really, this makes matters much more straightforward. The potion's master looks utterly perplexed. Dumbledore smiles. He seems amazingly calm for a man with less than 12 months left on his clock. I refer to the plan Lord Voldemort is revolving around me. His plan to have the poor Malfoy boy murder me. Snape sits down and scowls. The Dark Lord does not expect Draco to succeed. This is merely punishment for Lucius's recent failures. Slow torture for Draco's parents, while they watch him fail and pay the price. In short, the boy has had a death sentence pronounced upon him as surely as I have. Now, I should have thought the natural successor to the job, once Draco fails, is yourself. There's a short pause. That, I think, is the Dark Lord's plan. Lord Voldemort foresees a moment in the near future when he will not need a spy at Hogwarts. He believes the school will soon be in his grasp, yes. Hermione reels at this but tries to stay focused. And if it does fall into his grasp, Dumbledore muses, I have your word that you will do all in your power to protect the students at Hogwarts. Snape nods stiffly. Good. Now then, your first priority will be to discover what Draco is up to. A frightened teenage boy is a danger to others as well as to himself. Offer him help and guidance. He ought to accept he likes you. Much less since his father has lost favor. Draco blames me. He thinks I have usurped Lucius's position. All the same, try. I am concerned less for myself than for accidental victims of whatever schemes might occur to the boy. Ultimately, of course, there is only one thing to be done if we are to save him from Lord Voldemort's wrath. Are you intending to let him kill you? Certainly not. You must kill me. There is a silence, broken only by an odd, clicking noise. Hermione sees a phoenix gnawing at some bone on a perch nearby. She cannot believe what she is witnessing, what the implications are for Draco, for Snape, for all of them. She stares at the firebird for a moment. She's never seen one, and looking at that means she doesn't have to think about what is happening. The school will soon be in his grasp. Would you like me to do it now? Snape asks sarcastically. Or would you like a few moments to compose an epitaph? Oh, not quite yet, Dumbledore replies, smiling. I dare say the moment will present itself in due course. Given what has happened tonight, he lifts his withered hand slightly and winces. We can be sure that it will happen within a year. If you don't mind dying, asks Snape roughly, why not let Draco do it? That boy's soul is not yet so damaged. I would not have it ripped apart on my account. And my soul, Dumbledore? Mean it. Hermione has never seen her favorite teacher so unsettled. She tries to imagine someone asking her to kill them. You alone know whether it will harm your soul to help an old man avoid pain and humiliation. I ask this one great favor of you, Severus, because death is coming for me as surely as the Chudley Cannons will finish bottom of this year's league. I confess I should prefer a quick, painless exit to the protracted and messy affair it will be if, for instance, Greyback is involved. I hear Voldemort has recruited him, or dear Bellatrix, who likes to play with her food before she eats it. Professor Snape gives a curt nod, and Hermione finds herself thrown out of his mind. There is no more time to explain, he says, gesturing, and she sees two brooms flying through the air, though only one is apparently occupied. The headmaster is on the other, his long silver beard flowing in the wind. Sounds of shouting and something breaking drift up from within the castle. The Death Eaters have arrived, she realizes fearfully. Draco has really done it. If anyone else comes, stay hidden, Snape warns her. There may yet be a way to keep your name out of this. Severus, Professor Dumbledore says, staggering as he dismounts his broom. He looks very, very ill indeed, far worse than he had in the memory. And Miss Granger. How unexpected. Well, my dear child. He gives Snape a hard look, but is met only with blankness. Potter pulls off his cloak and stares at her, furious and confused and very worried. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix, then, Miss Granger, the headmaster says. Hermione, what are you doing here? He hisses. She throws her hands up as if to say, where else would I be? Snape hands Dumbledore a bottle of the golden potion, and the old man, looking far older than she's ever seen him, drinks it deep. The Death Eaters are here. I have warned the Order. Then Draco Malfoy will be here any moment. It is time, Severus, but let me speak to the boy first. Snape bows his head sorrowfully. Harry Albus Dumbledore says, gently, you must leave now. I am afraid this is where we part ways, my boy. It is time for the next great adventure. I'm not leaving you with him, Potter says angrily. Dumbledore lifts the blackened hand. I'm dying, Harry, and my time is up. Severus is here only to help. Go now, with Miss Granger. Hurry. Harry, Hermione says, taking his hand. I'll explain, but we need to go. And no, he yells stubbornly. There's a noise on the stairs, and Hermione pulls the invisibility cloak from his hand and throws it over them. There's a flash of Dumbledore's wand as she does it, and then a yelled Expelliarmus from the doorway. And then Harry and Hermione are standing, frozen and trapped together beneath the cloak, and Dumbledore's wand is soaring into Draco Malfoy's hand as he bursts out into the night. He is trembling slightly as he catches it. Good evening, Draco, the old man says with great courtesy. What are you doing here? Malfoy asks Snape suspiciously. He is holding Dumbledore's wand like he can't quite believe it's in his hand. The headmaster asked me to meet him here to administer a potion, he lies smoothly. Not being, apprised of your plans, I saw no reason not to come. Malfoy eyes him cautiously, but seems to accept this, then turns back to Dumbledore. There are Death Eaters in your school tonight, he declares. He's obviously stalling for time. Well, Dumbledore says approvingly. Very good indeed. You found a way to let them in, did you? Yeah, right under your nose, and you never realized. Ingenious. Yet, forgive me, were they now? You seem unsupported. Not so unsupported. Malfoy eyes Snape, clearly unsure, but plows on. They met some of your guard. They're having a fight down below. They won't be long. I came on ahead. I've got a job to do. Well then, you must get on and do it, my dear boy, the headmaster murmurs softly. There is a silence, and Malfoy makes no move. He is looking between Snape and Dumbledore, paralyzed. The old man smiles. Draco, you are not a killer. How do you know? Malfoy asks immediately. It sounds more like a plea than a question. He flushes in the greenish glare of the mark. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't know what I've done. Oh yes, I do, says Dumbledore mildly. You almost killed Katie Bell and Ronald Weasley. You have been trying, with increasing desperation, to kill me all year. Forgive me, Draco, but they have been feeble attempts, so feeble, to be honest, that I wonder whether your heart has been really in it. It has been in it, Malfoy insists. Hermione doesn't believe him. Anyone who did would be an idiot, and yet he's almost killed 2 people for fear of killing one. I've been working on it all year, and tonight. He stops as a loud shout comes up from below. Somebody is putting up a good fight. But you were saying, yes, you have managed to introduce Death Eaters into my school, which, I admit, I thought impossible. How did you do it? Malfoy doesn't reply, staring back over his shoulder, paralyzed by the sounds coming from inside the castle. Perhaps you ought to get on with the job. What if your backup has been thwarted by my guard? As you have perhaps realized, there are members of the Order of the Phoenix here tonight, too. And after all, you don't really need help. I have no wand at the moment. I cannot defend myself. Malfoy stares at him. He looks very sick. I don't think you will kill me, Draco. Killing is not nearly as easy as the innocent believe. So tell me, while we wait for your friends, how did you smuggle them in here? It seems to have taken you a long time to work out how to do it. Albus, Snape says, there's no time for this. But the headmaster ignores him. I had him in that broken vanishing cabinet that no one's used for years. The one Montague got lost in last year, Malfoy tells him. Dumbledore groans, eyes closing for a moment. That was clever. There's a pair, I take it. The others in Borgin and Burke's. Montague told me that when he was stuck in Hogwarts 1, he was trapped in limbo, but sometimes he could hear what was going on at school, and sometimes what was going on in the shop, as if the cabinet was traveling between them, but he couldn't make anyone hear him. In the end, he managed to apparate out, even though he'd never passed his test. He nearly died doing it. Everyone thought it was a really good story, but I was the only one who realized what it meant. Even Borgin didn't know. I was the one who realized there could be a way into Hogwarts through the cabinets if I fixed the broken one. Very good, murmurs Dumbledore. So the Death Eaters were able to pass from Borgin and Burke's into the school to help you. A clever plan, a very clever plan, and as you say, right under my nose. Yeah, says Malfoy, straightening a little. Yeah, it was. But there were times, Dumbledore presses, weren't there, when you were not sure you would succeed in mending the cabinet. And you resorted to crude and badly judged measures, such as sending me a cursed necklace that was bound to reach the wrong hands, and poisoning mead there was only the slightest chance I might drink. Yeah, well, you still didn't work out who was behind that stuff, did you? Malfoy sneers, with what Hermione can only view as a pathetic attempt at bravado. Dumbledore slides a little down the ramparts, the strength in his legs apparently fading. Her hand is still frozen in Harry's. She wishes she'd got him away before he had to see this. As a matter of fact, I did, says Dumbledore. I was sure it was you. Why didn't you stop me then? Malfoy demands. I tried, Draco. Professor Snape has been keeping watch over you on my orders. Malfoy glares at Snape. Yes, you've been offering me plenty of help. Wanting all the glory for yourself, haven't you? Or are you truly his creature? I stand here at your convenience, Draco. Professor Snape says, acidly. Note that I still have my wand, and yet I have not disarmed you. You must have had an accomplice, all the same. Someone in Hogsmeade. Someone who was able to slip Katie of course. Rosmerta. How long has she been under the Imperius curse? Hermione listens, stunned and trapped, as Dumbledore draws the details of his plot out of Malfoy. It's absurd, really, and terribly planned, and if she wasn't so glad he'd failed, she'd be disappointed at his complete incompetence. And what of your peers? Dumbledore asks, shakily. I made sure they were safe, Malfoy says, glancing back again. I made sure they were all inside. After bell, I didn't want anyone else to get in the way again. There's a bang and shouts from below, louder than ever, and it sounds as though people are fighting on the spiral staircase leading up to the tower where the 5 of them stand. There is little time, one way or another, says Dumbledore. So let us discuss your options, Draco. My options, Malfoy says desperately. I'm standing here with a wand. I'm about to kill you. My dear boy, let's have no more pretense about that. If you're going to kill me, you would have done it when you first disarmed me. You would not have stopped for this pleasant chat about ways and means. I haven't got any options, he whispers. His face is eerie and unfamiliar and urgent in the light of the mark, and he keeps glancing at Snape. Draco, Professor Snape says, whatever side I may be on, I would not wish you to become a killer. I'm about to do it. He'll kill me. He'll kill my whole family. I did not dare speak to you of the mission with which I knew you had been entrusted, in case he used legilimency against you. Dumbledore says softly. But now at last we can speak plainly to each other. No harm has been done. You have hurt nobody, though you are very lucky that your unintentional victim survived. I can help you, Draco. No, you can't. Nobody can. He told me to do it, or he'll kill me. He'll kill my father, even my mother. He's got my mother. And if she dies, that would mean they could get Granger too. They make Theo take my place. I've got no choice. Hermione cannot start at her name in his mouth, listed with his family. She is still frozen. No, she wants to yell at him, not in my name. Come over to the right side, Draco, and we can hide you more completely than you can possibly imagine. What is more, I can send members of the Order to your mother tonight to hide her likewise. Your father is safe at the moment in Azkaban. When the time comes, we can protect him too. Come over to the right side, Draco. You are not a killer. Malfoy's hand is shaking so badly she can't tell if he's lowered his wand deliberately. She thinks he has. She wants to think he has. But then he's shoved out of the way as 4 people in black robes burst through the door onto the ramparts. Severus, Dumbledore, says then as they spill out, and for the first time he loses his composure. Severus, please. Snape raises his wand, grim and terrible, black robes swirling around him. Avada Kedavra. The old man tumbles backwards off the ramparts, his lifeless body arcing through the air. They crowd around Snape, full of glee and praise, and only Malfoy stares, horrified, after the body before they drag him away. With Dumbledore's death the jinx on them is released. Harry dash, she says, but he wrenches his hand from hers. They're still fighting. We've got to help, he says, running for the door. Hermione loses him in the confusion that lies beyond, and instead finds herself fighting Death Eaters. You again? Ron Weasley calls in disbelief. I like to make an entrance, she shouts back, sending a very dark and nasty curse into the back of the woman from the tower, who stumbles, crashing into a suit of armor. One of the other ones grabs her and pulls her away, but she's bleeding. Hermione has never been in a real fight before. It's not like dueling, as it turns out. Really wanting to hurt the other person makes all the difference. Eventually, the Death Eaters flee, leaving burning chaos in their wake, and she goes in search of Harry. The werewolf from the tower is lying bound and snarling on the floor of the entry hall, order wands pointed at him as Hermione passes. Another black-robed figure is beside him, unconscious. She passes almost heedless. Where are you going? One shouts, but she ignores him. She knows where he'll be. She has to get outside. And he is. He's kneeling on the ground beside the fallen figure, head bowed. There's no one else there yet. No one else but them to find Dumbledore's body fallen at the base of the tower. He's staring dumbly at some sort of locket in his hand. Harry, she says. Harry. He gasps. It was for nothing, he says blindly. He died for nothing. It wasn't even real. It wasn't for nothing, she says, though she has no idea what he's talking about. I saw the memory. They planned it. What? He was dying anyway, just like he told you, remember? She slides her arms around him, trying to block the sight of the body. He made Snape promise he'd be the one to do it. It wasn't for nothing, Harry. The words seem to sink in, very slowly. I don't dash. Something to do with a cursed ring. I'll show you later. It doesn't matter now. She feels him relax slightly, his head coming on her shoulder. You've got to get to the hospital wing, she says after a moment. McGonagall's orders. I'm not hurt, he objects. Please, Harry, she says tearfully. Please come away. Hermione, he says as though coming to, and stands, pulling her up with him and into his arms. He whispers her name into her hair again and again, his breath coming in gasps. I know, she says. I know. He lets her take his hand and pull him away. She leads him past a group of teachers just coming out into the grounds. Some of them are in their pajamas. It's a surreal sight, and she has a strange, shocking, awful urge to laugh. Dumbledore's dead. Down there, by the tower, she whispers to Professor Vector. I'm taking Potter to the hospital wing. What am I going to tell them? Harry asks her as they approach the castle steps. I don't even understand it myself. What side is Snape on? Yours, I think. That seems fairly clear, she says. But it might be safer not to tell anyone that, except whoever leads your Order of the Phoenix. Our order now, he points out. She huffs out a breath, relieved at this sign of life in him. He still looks dazed, but the worst of the shock seems to be fading. Oh, Harry, you dropped your cloak. On the tower. She hands it to him, and he stares down at it for a moment. He looks desolate. Then it passes, and he stuffs it in his pocket. You should go, he says suddenly as they get close to the hospital wing. You'll be in danger if anyone knows you were your parents' dash. It's okay, she says, though it isn't. I can stay. You're more important. He stoops and cups her face and kisses her very gently. I'll be all right now. What will you tell the Slytherins? That I was in the library, of course, she says. Are you sure? Yeah. He kisses her again. See you around, Granger. He almost manages a smile. See you around, Potter. The weather of the days afterwards seems to mock them. It's relentlessly beautiful. Droves of students flock away from the school early, including most of her housemates. All exams and lessons are canceled, and Harry and Hermione while away hours in a hidden and tightly warded spot down by the lake. For a few days, they hardly speak, lying wrapped together on the grass. When they do speak, it's of inconsequential things. She spins out as many of her happiest childhood anecdotes as she can. Slowly, he tells her the full story of his years at Hogwarts. How he and Longbottom and Weasley got past a three-headed dog and a murderous plant in a chess game. How they'd come down into the Chamber of Secrets with him to rescue Ginny Weasley. How he'd killed the basilisk. How they'd managed to free his godfather. How Sirius had helped him with the dragons, and Neville with the gillyweed, and Ron had got his brothers to teach him everything they knew to get him through the maze. How it hadn't been Mad-Eye Moody at all, but a Death Eater called Barty Crouch trying to send him to his death. He told her about facing Voldemort in the Ministry. And through all these stories is Dumbledore, always there. She hadn't realized how close they'd been. She holds him to her as he tells the stories, and she listens. Then he tells her what it means, that he's the chosen one. It's a mad tale of a prophecy, of Horcruxes, of hatred and revenge and love, of a young boy surviving against the odds over and over again. An extraordinary boy. She wishes it was someone else's story. He's going to die, she thinks for the millionth time. Not if I have anything to do with it. They talk about Snape and go back and forth over whether or not the former is evil. She doesn't think he is. Harry remains on the fence. They don't talk about Malfoy. There's nothing really to say. She feels a great, aching sadness that she couldn't save him. She hopes he's all right. She's glad he at least tried to save the students by keeping them indoors. She's not sure it's enough. She tries not to let herself think about how he listed her along with his family. He spends a great deal of time visiting the hospital wing, and one day, after he's been there, he brings Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom with him to the lake. They look just as surprised to see her as she is to see them. She puts up her rewards automatically around the four of them. Bloody hell, I know you can talk to snakes, mate, Weasley says, looking at her a little suspiciously, even though he's one of the few people who saw her fighting Death Eaters. But that doesn't mean you have to. Guys, Hermione and I are. We're together. Weasley flops onto the grass with a sigh. I was worried you'd say that. Me too, Longbottom says, following him and rolling onto his side. He's grown up a lot since first year, she notes. You're always watching her. I thought it was Malfoy for ages, but then you kept looking when he wasn't there. Nice of you to actually ask me out, Hermione murmurs, like they're not well past that now. Like they're a normal teenage couple. He grins and drops a kiss on the top of her head before sitting down next to her. I wanted you to know, he says. Know each other. It didn't seem right. I'm fed up with all these secrets. Weasley sticks out a hand. Ron Weasley, he says. Nice to meet you. She leans forward and takes it. Hermione Granger. They come back with Harry sometimes after that. He's all right, really, Weasley. He's funny and charming and clever than he looks. Longbottom, she's less convinced by, but Harry assures her he's very brave. A few days later, before Dumbledore's funeral, she meets Harry by the lake. Hermione, he says, very gently, and she just knows he's going to do something stupidly noble. I wanted to tell you, Harry continues, that I'm not coming back to school next year. I thought you might be heading in this direction, Hermione says sadly. But where will you go? He stares out across the lake. I've got to go back to the Dursleys for a bit. Dumbledore wanted me to. But it'll be a short visit, and then I'll be gone for good. But where will you go if you don't come back to school? I thought I might go to Godric's Hollow, Harry mutters. For me, it started there, all of it. I've just got a feeling I need to go there. And I can visit my parents' graves. I'd like that. I've got a house, as well. It should be safe to stay there unless Snape has turned his coat. I'm still not sure about that. He pauses for a moment, gazing at the shining water. Then I got to track down the rest of the Horcruxes, haven't I? That's what he wanted me to do. That's why he told me all about them. If Dumbledore was right, and I'm sure he was, there's still 4 of them out there. I've got to find them and destroy them, and then I've got to go after the 7th bit of Voldemort's soul, the bit that's still in his body, and I'm the one who's going to kill him. Ron's coming with me, and Neville. They insisted. I'm coming too, Hermione says. It feels like she is plunging off a cliff. It feels like freedom. No, Hermione, Harry says, turning to look at her at last and taking her hand. If you're with me, you'll be the only thing I can think about. You'll be a weapon for them. I think this time we've had has been the best ever. But it was always doomed, right? There's no question in his voice, just an acceptance of the worst. Like he doesn't deserve to be loved. Well, that's total rubbish, Hermione says. If you think I'm going to let you dump me, just because you've got to save the world, you're mental. I'm coming with you. I need to know you're safe here. And I think you'll be needed here. She gazes at him, eyes blurring with tears. There's something unbending and gallant that she's not sure she knows how to fight, not sure she'd ever want to. It's so fundamentally part of him. He's right, you know, Theo Knott calls out from behind them. The one time she didn't ward the place, she realizes in shock. Potter's wand is up immediately, but Theo just drops down onto the grass next to her. You are needed here. Hermione lets out a huff of a laugh and wipes at her eyes. How long have you known? She asks Theo. I have suspected since the end of last year. I have known since I saw you snogging in a classroom during Slughorn's party. Ah, Hermione says wistfully. I wondered if you'd worked it out. A weight slides off her shoulders. She could trust Theo, at least she thinks. Probably. Theo Knott, he says, sticking his hand out and offering it to Potter. House divisions, Hermione reflects, thinking of Weasley, were absolute madness. But your father... My father's dead, Potter. Never was a big fan of his anyway, if I'm honest with you. He killed my mother, you see. Theo's navy eyes glitter with a dark sort of humor. Thanks for putting him in Azkaban. It seems to have finished him off. Hermione gives Theo a hard look at this. She had not known his father had died in the prison. But there's nothing to read in his face. Harry, gaping at Theo, takes his hand. 2 brilliant boys, orphaned by the war. How wasteful it all is. You know you're interrupting his big breakup speech, she tells Theo to lighten the mood. Not that he's ever actually bothered to ask me out, of course. I had my own plan for this, and you've ruined that too. Well, don't let me stop you, Granger. Theo grins, rolling on his side and propping himself up with an elbow with all the air of one enjoying a spectacle. She glares at him fondly. Right. Well, Potter, this is for you. I'm not letting you run off alone without a way to contact me. She takes out a large piece of parchment. You have to drip some blood on it for it to work. He looks down at it, as if he's waiting for it to start dancing or something. Now, I mean, she explains, if you don't mind. He holds out a finger, and she slices it open with a neat spell, lets a few drops fall, and heals it. Then she follows suit and lets her own blood fall. Look at that, Theo says in a marveling tone, red as the Gryffindor flag. Hermione snorts and finishes the spells she's been working on. Then she slices it in 2 and reinforces them with more spells. She inserts Harry's half into the back of a notebook and shows him the spells he needs to send her the hidden messages. You can write to me on this, she says, in case you need to. I can do research for you, whatever you need. Or, you know, you can send me love letters from wherever it is you end up. If you need help, you can tell me where to come. But, Christ, Potter, don't be noble on my account. We'll be fine. Go and do what it is you need to do, and I'll be here when you make it back. Snape knows, though, he protests. It's not just Knott and Ron and Neville. I'm a danger to you. Potter, don't you have eyes in your head? Snape adores Granger. She is, famously, his favorite ever student. We have witnessed him smile at her no less than 3 times. He smiles at me much more often than that, she says smugly. You just have to look for the very slight quiver on the left side. Harry scowls at this, but at last relents. Theo, Hermione, says, wondering about something. Who are the princes? Do you know that family? Snape's mother was the last prince, he says carelessly. What? Hermione bursts into laughter. It rings out across the lake, and after a moment, Harry joins her. She says goodbye to him properly that night, in the room of requirement. It's the first time they've been in a bed, the first time they've spent a whole night together. She knows it might be the last. She hopes, very much, that it's not. Who's my father meant to be? Hermione asks Theo as they sit alone on the Hogwarts Express. Nearly all their housemates had left early, so there's no one to disturb them. She can feel Potter's presence somewhere on the train like an ache. But she can't see him. Not now. She's promised. His vow to write to her when he can and to ask for help if he needs it, against hers to keep herself safe. Safe, as he pointed out, kissing the tears away from her cheeks this morning, is far away from him. Safe enough so he's not worrying about her while he's trying to save the world. Safe enough to be the thing he's fighting to come back to. Ah, Theo says and rubs his chin. He hasn't bothered shaving for a few days. It suits him, makes him as roguish on the outside as he is on the inside. He used to be a weedy thing, but he's grown into his high cheekbones and his curly brown hair and his sharp navy eyes. Well, I was wondering when you'd ask that. He tosses an apple in the air and watches it spin, impossibly, magically slowly as it falls. Mine, he says after a moment. I'm afraid. She chokes. The apple, red and green and shining, lands very gently on his outstretched hand. No, it's all right, Granger. I'm joking. He was much too high profile. My great-aunt married Draco's great-uncle Cassius. They had a daughter who married one of the Gamps. Lonval. He's dead now, and she's remarried and living abroad. That's the fellow. Hermione absorbs this. She wonders if she should ask him about his dad, but he doesn't seem to want to talk about it. A close enough relation that Narcissa and I could vouch for you, but not connected to anyone important enough to attract attention, he continues. Though with the Malfoys losing favor, Narcissa has taken some extra steps to make it convincing. So it's not just based on someone's word now. If they take over, they'll be checking, you know. You'd lose your wand. Hermione eyes him. He looks a little too innocent, which means he'd probably asked her to plant the fake documents. She knows that Narcissa is his godmother. I'm not calling myself Hermione Gamp, she says. But fine. Thanks. I mean that, though it leave an extremely sour taste to be hiding behind all that. What are you doing with? Sending them abroad, she says grimly. I'm going to tell them there's a war and they're in danger. And you think they'll just, go quietly? Without you? She meets his steady gaze. I'm prepared for the possibility that they don't, she concedes. Come and spend the summer at mine, he offers. It's just me there. Daphne will come sometimes. He smirks, looking pleased. But no, shall we say, members of the older generation expected. And I have an extremely respectable library. Hermione is genuinely touched. She wonders whether he gets lonely with no family. She suspects he does. All right then, she says. Thank you. What happened to your father? No one's quite sure, Theo says, navy eyes grave. Seems like his heart just gave out. Hermione tilts her head at the way he says heart. Theo matches the expression. There's just something off about the way it's all too neat and convenient. He killed my mother, you see. Well, she says, if you ever want to talk about it, we're going to have an awful lot of time together. What she means is, you know my biggest secret, so you can tell me yours. She thinks she trusts him now, but she wishes he'd give her this in exchange. She wishes he felt he could confide in her. Hermione enters her parents' house, pulling her trunk behind her. She can smell her mother's cooking and the familiar smell of the house she grew up in, and she halts on the doorstep, gasping with the pain of it. Theo doesn't think anyone actually will come for her parents. Theo also thinks she'd be absolutely mad to leave them unprotected where they are. His confirmation has bolstered her resolution, but now it wavers. I'm home, she calls out, shutting the door behind her. Her mother comes racing out into the hallway and hugs her. Oh, Hermione, you're looking so grown up. And so beautiful. Hey, clever clogs. Her dad joins in, trotting down the stairs and putting his arms around them both. Now, darling, what's the matter? Why are you crying? He mother asks, holding her tighter. But Hermione is sobbing so hard she can't get the words out. A little while later, when she's calmed down slightly, she tells them about the boy she's fallen in love with. She tells them that he's clever, funny, gallant, kind, that he's the center of a war. She tells them that she is protected, but they might not be. Her mother, who is brave and brilliant and groundbreaking in her own quiet way, point blank refuses to leave the country without Hermione. Her father seconds her. You don't understand, Hermione says. She's mostly regained her composure now. I could make you do it, and you would never even know. And I will, if that's what it takes. I won't leave you helpless against these people. They're pure evil. They can make you kill Dad, Mom, and laugh while you did it. They can make you do anything. They argue for hours, and eventually, she writes to Remus. He comes 3 days later. He looks different, still careworn, but his robes are new and he's been eating properly. She asks him to put her under the Imperius curse to demonstrate its power to her family. He is horrified at the idea. They debate it for nearly 3 hours, and eventually he agrees that that is less unforgivable than her stripping away her parents' will and forcing them to leave. Make it bad, she tells him. Make me stab myself in the hand or something. Anything. They need to understand. He stays for dinner with them, and then afterwards, very solemnly, Hermione tells her parents what they're going to do. They protest. They're overruled. Hermione has never hated anything as much as she hates being under the Imperius curse. She dances, and she screams, and she calls them names, and it's not enough. Remus lifts him, and she says, "Please." And he makes her plunge the knife in her thigh over and over again, and she's still bleeding everywhere, and both her parents are sobbing, and she feels light. He makes her heal herself before he allows her to feel pain, but it's still unpleasant when she comes to. "Do you understand now?" she asks. She's covered in blood, and for the first time, they look frightened of her, of what she could do to them. "Yes, sweet pea," her dad says after a moment. "We understand. We just love you so much. Please think about coming with us." "I have to make you forget me," she tells them grimly. "It's the safest way." They leave the country a week later, leaving the practice in the hands of their junior partners and their contact details with their lawyer for her to use once it's safe. Remus Lupin promises her he will let them know if anything happens to her. They're already packed and ready when Hermione casts the enchantment. Wendell and Monica Wilkins leave for an unknown destination, affairs in order, and unaware that they are leaving their only child behind. Hermione watches them go from across the street, then wards the house against muggles and goes to Knott Manor to prepare for war. Most of Theo's house was built in the 16th century. It's set in acres and acres of parkland and woodland in the rolling green hills of Dorset. The muggles, he says, think it's cursed. All they see is a burned-out wreck in the distance before they're overcome with a strong desire to wander away. It's not a burned-out wreck, though it's not a happy house either. Hermione arrives on a gloomy day in the second week of July. Ivy shrouds the mullioned windows, keeping the light at bay. The rooms are all dark paneling, filled with carved furniture and rather too much aged green and black velvet for Hermione's taste. Cabinets of dark objects prop up walls covered in the portraits of his surly ancestors and the preserved heads of slain creatures. It suits her mood perfectly. "Ghastly, isn't it?" Theo says, pulling back the heavy drapes. "Make yourself at home, and by that I do mean chuck out anything you don't like. It's mine now, after all." "I think you'd end up with an empty house if I did that," Hermione says with a grin. "But it might be fun to have a bit of a clear out. Give us something to do for the next month and a half." He introduces her to the two house elves and tells them to treat her as though she were family and shows her to her room. It's not as bad as the rest of the house. "My mother's room," he says. "She hated it here, but she never changed anywhere else. She wasn't a very strong woman, I think." Hermione imagines Daphne, who loves beautiful things, in this house, and hopes it will bend to her dreamy will. Hopes they all survive long enough for Theo to install her in it as its mistress. Theo shows her around the grounds, which are incongruously lovely, sweeping down to a wooded lake and filled with magical plants and flowers. They spend their evenings making use of the well-stocked cellar, and if he hears her crying after she's gone to bed, he's too polite to mention it. "I'm at Theo's now," she writes to Harry. "It's funny. I always used to envy people with magical families, but they take so much for granted. Maybe I'm the luckiest after all. It's beautiful here when you're outside, but the house is full of horrible stuff. There's a mounted dragon head in the entrance hall. Its eyes actually blink when you walk past. I love it so much. One of Theo's great aunts was killed slaying it so naturally it has pride of place in the house. Horrid. We're moving it to the attic tomorrow. There's a chimera head too in one of the corridors, but I reckon it's actually just a lion, although it is ghastly either way. At least there's no Muggleborns pinned up, I suppose. Small favors. How are the DS? She does not write to him about her parents or her fears or anything that can make what he has to do more difficult. With nothing better to do other than wait for the worst to happen, or go back to Hogwarts, whichever comes first, Hermione and Theo throw themselves into making the house a bit less depressing. They move the worst stuff to the attics or burn it. When the weather improves, they while away hours outside swimming in the lake and practicing spells on the lawn. They chase each other, dueling through the woods. He trades, letting her try legilimency on him for lessons in occlumency. What she sees of his childhood behind those watchful navy eyes is very bleak indeed. Yeah, the DS are pretty much as they always are. I've mostly been packing everything I can get into a rucksack and reading the papers and trying to plan. I think about you far too much. Daphne joins them and picks flowers and puts bowls of them in every room and sets the house elves to pruning back the ivy and polishing all the wood and silver in the house until it gleams. The sky stays clear blue all day and star-studded at night, and even the wind is warm. So they eat outside and the lawns ring with their laughter. The house starts to feel a little more like a home. I've sent you a bag that might be a bit more helpful. You should be able to fit anything you need in there. Sorry, it's not very cool looking. It's a hard spell to work on leather, and anything Muggle would have just fallen apart. I put a tin inside, and some books from Theo's library that you might find helpful. I haven't found any mention of HXS, and as promised have not taken him into my confidence about that. One of the books is about healing magic. Please read it. I'll be a lot less worried about you if you do. There's some Didney and some Skeelgrow as well, and some other potions you might need. You might need to summon them. Theo says there's talk the DES are close to overtaking the Ministry. I'm not sure how reliable his sources are, but just in case you need to go on the run, you should be better off with that. Happy very early birthday. Blaise joins them a few days after Daphne, dark from the Italian summer and bearing outrageous gifts in lieu of an explanation. Theo tells her he's disagreed with his mother about whether to come back to Britain, and that he's come anyway. His hauteur melts a few days in, though he's far from opening up. But Hermione starts to hope that she wasn't mad to wonder if all his ice was armor. Maybe there's more to Blaise Zabini than he lets on. Hermione, the bag is amazing. I keep finding more stuff in it. Today my uncle accused me of plotting to get this house and making the whole thing up. They're actually insane. I'm going mad here. I wish you could have heard them. It was pretty funny really, I suppose. He asked to see some CVs. Can you imagine? And yes, we think the Ministry has been infiltrated too. Anyway, thank you. The order will be here to get me any moment, so next time I write will be from Weasley's. Hermione and Theo get letters from Malfoy. She leaves hers unopened, sitting on the silver platter in the hall where the elves put Outpost. Please let me know you made it safely. She hears from Theo, wandering around the grounds far away from the other two, that Potter made it out alive before she hears from him herself. She suspects he's talking to Draco more than he mentions, but she's not ready to untangle what she thinks about that. It was a messy night, she's told, but not even the Dark Lord himself could catch Harry Potter. Thank Merlin, she breathes. Apparently things are rough at Malfoy Manor, he says. Draco wants to come for a visit. Did you tell me Harry was safe just to sweeten me up? She demands. Not just to sweeten you up, but come on, he's living in his house. Theo, you can invite whoever you like to your own home, she says. She thinks if Malfoy comes here, she'll have to go away. Thank you, he murmurs graciously, then peers at her face. Fuck sake, come here, Granger. He pulls her in for a hug. Were you that worried? He's got more lives than a cat, you know. I know, she says into his shoulder. He hasn't replied and dash. That's what you get for falling for heroes, you know. They're too busy with all the heroics for letter writing. He did warn you. I know. She wipes her eyes. Christ, you're getting soft. Come on, let's go for a swim. Yeah, I'm here safely. Everyone made it out, though we had a bit of a scare with Mad Eye. I hate to say it, but Snape did spin this one well. Elvie showed up, and my wand reacted all by itself. It saved me. Do you know why that could be? No one here does. Dumbledore would have known. It's hard to get away to write. The house is so full, and everyone's mad for this wedding. Ron's mom keeps trying to separate me and him and Neville and work out what we're plotting. I wish we could just get on with it. 5 more days. Hope you're all right. 5 days of knowing he's safe is a blissful respite. Their days at Knot Manor are easy ones. They wake up for a leisurely breakfast, spend the mornings training, and the afternoons going on walks and rowing and swimming and playing two-a-side Quidditch. Hermione's skin turns brown under the summer sun. In the evenings, they play cards and chess and push the table aside to dance on the terrace in the moonlight, the wisteria and lavender and night-blooming jasmine wafting through the night air. I'd like to propose a toast, Daphne says every night at dinner, standing on her chair with her golden hair flowing around her shoulders, to the late Misters Knot for their truly wonderful work over the decades stocking this cellar, and to Theo for taking us all in. Theo's navy eyes match the night sky when he looks at Daphne, and are as soft as the breeze wafting off the Dorset hills. They're so in love it radiates out of them. It should make Hermione feel lonely, but strangely it does not. Shall we go to the beach today? Hermione asks one morning at breakfast. It's Harry's birthday, and the urge to go to find wherever the Weasleys live to go and see him, just for a moment, just for one kiss even, is filling her with a manic energy. What with the Muggles? Zabini asks, shocked. Hermione laughs, because it seems so absurd. Yes, I suppose. Aren't there wizarding beaches? Apparently they're not, but as Theo pronounces a deep curiosity, and Daphne says she doesn't mind as long as it's not dirty, he agrees. Hermione transfigures Theo's towels in a beachier affair, and helps them all choose outfits at least vaguely presentable in the Muggle world. She and Daphne don pairs of her Muggle shorts, which makes Sabini's eyes pop. The elves pack a picnic. A mood of excitement descends at this adventure, and even Blaise doesn't demur any further. She apparats them to a quiet which she remembers from a childhood trip to Cornwall. It's not far, but taking 4 of them isn't easy. It goes smoothly, though, and after about a mile on foot, they come out on a magnificent clifftop. Theo gives a wild whoop at the sight of the sea, and the others break into laughter. It's still some way across the cliffs, and by the time they reach the track down, Hermione has scratched up her legs, but she doesn't mind. And we just lie here and enjoy ourselves and swim. Basically, she explains as she spreads her blankets out, and no using your wands. We don't want the Obliviators turning up. We know, Granger, Zabini says, rolling his eyes. We're not complete imbeciles. Well, that is very reassuring, but unexpected news, Blaise, she says sweetly. Daphne giggles and pulls off the borrowed t-shirt and shorts she has rather bravely agreed to wear. She takes evident delight in Theo and Blaise's astonishment at seeing her in the Muggle bikini she has also borrowed. Muggle fashion is not so bad, is it? She says to Hermione, smugly. Daph, you're practically naked, Zabini argues. Yes, isn't it lovely? I'm going for a swim. Nothing ruins the day, even Hermione's lingering knowledge that it is the penultimate day of Harry Potter's safety. The bespelled hamper is full of sandwiches and salads and chilled champagne. The weather is perfect and the cove beautiful. She can't resist pulling out the parchment when the others are swimming. She cuts her finger open with a little bit of shell, and the words appear on the page. Finally of age. You wouldn't believe what I've been up to this week. It's been really heroic. I've cleaned out the chickens, changed beds, and deck-gnomed the garden. I hope you're swooning, Granger. Thanks for your extra present, and for being clever enough to get it here, though Lupin was agog with curiosity at being a delivery boy. Secrets of the Darkest Art is just what I dreamt of. Very romantic. God, I wish I could spend some today with you. Snape says they're close at the Ministry now. It might be a while before I can write again. But Ron's given me a copy of 12 fail-safe ways to charm witches, so I hope you're prepared for the onslaught of charm when I do. I've got to go. It's almost time for dinner. She looks up at little bleary-eyed and glances around. The others are still in the water. I'm at the beach, introducing the snakes to Muggle culture. I hope you have the best day. I'll toast you in my head when I'm sipping champagne, watching the sun set. Be safe. Keep your bag close and packed. See you around, Potter. The Ministry falls a day later.